All right, everyone. Good evening, friends. It is Tuesday, December 5th, 2023. We're here for the last voting meeting of the Athens-Clarke County Mayor and Commission of the year. Glad to have everyone here. We're going to go ahead and begin with a roll call from Clerk Spratlin.
Here.
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 Present.
Here.
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 Thank you, Madam Clerk.
We're here.
All right. First order of business is approval of the minutes of meetings of Tuesday, November 7th, Thursday, November 16th, and non-voting meetings of Tuesday, November 14th, and Thursday, November 16th. Do I hear a motion for approval of said minutes?
So moved. I'll second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Taylor and a second from Commissioner Link. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you all. Madam Clerk, are there any written communications this evening? No, we have not. All right, we do have a couple of presentations, so I'm going to move down below. All right, as is becoming joyfully common, I'd like to take a moment to recognize our award-winning Leisure Services Department for awards received from the Georgia Recreation and Park Association meeting at the state conference that was just last month. So I see Leisure Services Director Kent Kilpatrick in the back. Kent, come down and join me if you would. Good to see you, sir. It's been so long. We had lunch together today. It's always rewarding being here with Leisure Services staff because part of what we benefit from is a great spirit of volunteerism in this community. There's a great service attribute here. And tonight among our honors is that for Dan Long, our volunteer beekeeper at Sandy Creek Nature Center, who received the GRPA Volunteer Award. And so, Dan, could you come on down? And if Wes Garrison is here too, come join us, please. Great to see you. How are you? Good to see you. How are you, Wes? All right. I'm going to ask them to hang on to this. All right. I want to note that for the last 10 years, Dan has served as the Nature Center's beekeeper. His volunteer role has multiple layers, serving as a teacher, a mentor, and a guide to Nature Center staff. He contributes his time to train any employee who needs or wants to learn how to care for bees and hives. Without Dan, the Nature Center's hives would not be nearly as healthy as they've been for this last decade. With Dan's help, the Nature Center has promoted the conservation and education of the importance of pollinators and the vital role they play in the environment. These lessons would not have been as impactful without the healthy, thriving on-site hives. So if everybody could give Dan a round of applause for his commitment and service. And we're going to get a picture made. All right. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right. And next would Lawson Moore from our Trails and Open Space program come join us.
Oh, he's got the gnome.
He's got his nose.
Oh,
Oh, he got the gnome.
excellent.
Yay.
All right, I love it. Thank you, sir. Good to see you. How are you? All right. Just a few words. We are here because of the Bring the Gnome Home program, which earned GRPA's Programmers Network Outstanding Program Award. Recreation staff from across the state selected this program as the very best in Georgia. Bring the Gnome Home is a self-directed outdoor hide-and-seek program developed as a response to the increased trail use early during the COVID-19 pandemic. The purpose of the program is to get people moving outdoors on our more than 50 miles of department facilitated trails and encouraging them to explore areas they have not experienced before, all in search of the gnome. Now, once the gnome is found, it can be redeemed for a locally sponsored prize donated by local small businesses. So, great program, great award, good job, round of applause. right. All right, and Kent? Last. Oh, this one's heavy.
New trophy room.
All right, last but not least, hold on to that. You're going to get to work out in tonight. The Leisure Services Department was honored by GRPA with the statewide award, considered the granddaddy of them all. For the 10th time in 21 years, the Leisure Services Department, department-wide, earned the prestigious Georgia Recreation and Park Association State Agency of the Year Award for our population band of 80,000 to 150,000. This award recognizes the agency that's made a significant contribution to recreation, park, or leisure activities on the local level and is based on outstanding programs and accomplishments over the totality of the last year. This recognition is particularly significant because it's voted on by recreation professionals who do this every day. Congratulations to our award-winning Leisure Services Department. Kent, Alex Bond, and everyone does such great work. Give them all a round of applause. All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right. Moving toward the meat of our agenda, I want to provide a framework for public input tonight. For any person who's providing public input for any of these opportunities, please make sure you get one of the cards that's in the hall. We've also got some of the cards up on the podium here. We need to accurately capture your name for the public record, so please make sure you fill those out. Generally speaking, terms of public input are common across each of the opportunities. Generally, that's a 3-minute opportunity. You do see a light on Clerk Spratlin's desk. It turns green when you begin speaking. It turns yellow when you have 30 seconds remaining. And when your 3 minutes has expired, it turns red. And I will thank you for your time. We have a lot of public input, and everybody has a diversity of opinion about the things said. So if you would just listen quietly to all the public input and let the next speaker speak without demonstration, applause, or any other commentary, I would appreciate that very dearly, and your mama would too. So, only variation in the theme is that during planning and zoning, there are opportunities to sign up for a pre-designated 10-minute slot, and we have a couple of those that I'll announce when we get to planning and zoning items. So the opportunities for public input are going to be on the consent agenda, which are currently items 1 through 14, a public hearing on item 15, which is our urban redevelopment plan, individual public input on items 16 through 21, which are our new planning and zoning items, and then an opportunity for public input on old and new business, which are items 22 to 35. And then at the conclusion of the meeting, when all business is final, we have public input on any item not on tonight's agenda under the same terms that I described earlier. So that being said, first thing I always need to do is check in with the commission to see if any commissioner would like to remove an item from the consent agenda for discussion under old and new business. And I see Commissioner Wright's hand.
I would like number 5 and number 9 to come off, please.
Number 5 and number 9. Let me make a note. Commissioner Wright. All right. Commissioner Taylor.
It was going to be number 9 for me, too.
Okay, perfect.
It's gonna be number 9.
All right. Any others to my left?
Was there one that the clerk had advised we need to remove because it was modified?
Madam Clerk, was there any other that we needed to remove? That was number 9. Perfect. Okay? All right. So now is that first public input opportunity, and these are for the consent agenda items, save 5 and 9. So again, that's item 1 through 14, accepting 5 and 9. So would anyone like to speak to any of those items, 1 through 14, again, accepting 5 and 9? All right. Seeing none, we approve the consent agenda items with a single vote, but we have a couple of ordinances, and so I'm going to ask the attorney to read those ordinances so that they are in the record.
There are ordinances for items 1, 2, 3, 4, 13, and 14. Item 1, an ordinance to amend the FY 2024 annual operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide funding to various departments for storm event cleanup and for other purposes. Item 2 has 2 ordinances. The first is an ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to parking, motor vehicles, and traffic, and for other purposes. The second is an ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to the schedule of fees to be adopted annually and for other purposes. Item 3, an ordinance to amend the FY 2024 annual operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide grant funding if awarded to the Information Technology Department from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, State and Local Cybersecurity Grant Program, to provide funding for additional backup storage for ACC Gov data and systems and for other purposes. Item 4, an ordinance to amend the FY 2024 annual operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide grant funding from the Georgia Criminal Justice Coordinating Council for one full-time position and associated expenses to support case processing of domestic violence cases and for other purposes. Item 13, an ordinance to amend the Special Purpose Local Option Sales Tax 2020 program budget so as to provide additional funding for project number 19, Bishop Park Improvement, sub-project number 1, Bishop Park Pool Replacement, and for other purposes. Item 14, an ordinance to amend the FY 2023 operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide grant funding if awarded from the Georgia Administrative Office of the Courts, AOC, for the purpose of addressing the court's backlog due to the pandemic, and for other purposes.
All right, thank you, Attorney Drake. I appreciate that very well. The clerk informed me that the courts provided a new version of item 14. So what I'm going to ask for is a motion to approve the consent agenda item 1 through 4, 6 through 8, and 10 through 13. Again, 1 through 4, 6 through 8, and 10 through 13. Do I hear such a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Thornton. I have a second from Commissioner Taylor. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, everyone. All right, we are going to hear those items that I just mentioned, 5, 9, and 14, along with old and new business. But we are going to move now to those planning and zoning items that are up for a vote in front of the commission for the first time. In just a moment, we do actually also have an urban redevelopment plan that does need to receive a separate hearing. So we're going to move on to item 15 next. Item 15 is the urban redevelopment plan for DCA Opportunity Zone designation. Is there any member of the public who would like to speak to item 15, that Opportunity Zone designation? All right, seeing none, we're going to come to the body for discussion. Would a member of the body place a motion on the floor for me, please?
So moved to approve.
I'll second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby. Make a note here. Second from Commissioner Link to approve. Commissioner Hamby, any notes on this item?
No, I just think it's a good opportunity for our Economic Development Department, puts another tool or a tool in their toolbox. You know, if within these areas, the zones designation for jobs that are created, there's a $3,500 tax credit that is available to any type of business that is within these opportunity zones. And I think that's a good incentive to help us create some jobs for folks in our community.
Thank you. Commissioner Link, any follow-up?
Yeah, I just want to thank staff for presenting this to us, and I look forward to seeing some positive redevelopment in some of these areas of the community and some new jobs.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Link. Any further input from members of the body? All right, hearing none. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, we're going to move on to the planning and zoning items this evening. Again, we have some items for which there was a pre-slotted 10-minute opportunity, and that's true of item 16. And so item 16 is regarding 437 to 445 Little Oak Street, and I have registered Justin Crichton and Charles Smith to provide commentary supporting this item. So if Mr. Crichton and Mr. Smith step up to the podium, the first slot is yours. Good evening.
Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, District Commissioners. My name is Justin Crichton, and I'm a senior planner with W&A Engineering. Our offices are located at 355 Oneida Street here in Athens. This request is to rezone 9 parcels from RS5 to RM1 PD for the construction of 63 single-family detached homes, or detached residential dwellings, otherwise known as Micah's Creek. These homes will all be site-built and located on an individual lot. The request to rezone to RM1 is compatible with the future land use map's traditional neighborhood designation for the property and will help provide a much-needed increase in the stock of safe and affordable owner-occupied housing located adjacent to the Firefly Trail, close to transit, close to downtown, parks, and playgrounds. Tonight, I would like to describe a few of the components of Micah's Creek that I feel make it unique. I'd like to discuss a few of the comments that we received when we were before the Planning Commission last month. And then I would like to invite Charles Smith, who's with Athens Area Habitat for Humanity, to come to the podium and speak about, about Habitat's vision for its organization and also its vision for Micah's Creek. So for WNA's part, the vision for Micah's Creek begins with the neighborhood itself. So this is a proposal for 63 planned dwelling units that can be grouped into 3 separate categories. There are 37 single-family homes or family homes that will be offered to families selected by Habitat that will vary in size and floor plan based on the needs of each individual household. The homes will offer families a foundation for building wealth and a safe and stable home for their school-aged children. Residents who occupy these homes will be voluntary participants in a study conducted by Habitat for Humanity to help determine the longitudinal effect of home ownership on educational outcomes for school-aged children. Also, there will be 15 cottages that will be offered for students and young adults who were formerly in the state's foster care system but have since aged out of that system. Through Habitat's existing partnership with a local nonprofit named Lydia's Place, these 2 and 3 bedroom units will provide housing and support to young adults and students in Athens who are enrolled in Athens-Tech, UGA, the University of North Georgia Oconee campus, and the Foothills Charter School as they make the transition from foster care into independent living. There's also 11 tiny homes that are proposed. These are 1-bedroom, 1-bath floor plans that prioritize the economic use of space, material, and they'll be site-built and integrated into the neighborhood. And the idea here is to utilize the buildable areas which under the existing development standards would not be permitted. So the target owners of these units will be veterans, artists, and musicians. Also, there's some unique infrastructure improvement elements to this proposal. So the streets and stormwater improvements were designed to be context sensitive. Neighborhood streets are designed with a 15-mile-an-hour design speed with on-street parking on both sides. So the overall street design is based on the guidelines provided by the AASHTO, and they have standards specifically for low-volume residential streets, which these were designed to. The overall effect will be the streets will feel and function like they're designed for people instead of cars, which I think is a worthy pursuit. Additionally, stormwater management strategy employs multiple scales to achieve the stormwater management goals. The larger site will use permeable pavers in the on-street parking spaces to reduce runoff, and then each individual lot will have a dry well for detention on site as well. When we were before the Planning Commission, we asked for 8 waivers that was subsequently increased to 10 waivers. We feel all these are necessary due to the site's topography and shape and to best serve the needs of families and individuals who will call Micah's Creek home. I'll be happy to answer any questions that Mayor and Commission have about individual waivers, but I did want to specifically talk about the waiver request number 9, which is in the application report that has to do with the required and dedicated play area. So while we do strongly agree that space to play is critical to a neighborhood's health and quality of life, we feel that a programmed playground is not the only appropriate place where kids can explore and play outside. This development has 2.6 acres of woods with a creek that will be preserved inside the neighborhood. This area, along with individual front yards, will provide ample space for outside play in the neighborhood. The proximity to the Firefly Trail provides a walkable and bikeable access to Dudley Park and Hurd Park. They're both within a quarter mile of the access to the Firefly, and they both offer an option to play on a traditional playground if that's the choice. Each home will also have space to play on its individual lot. These homes do not have individual driveways. All parking is on street, so that reduction in the overall impervious space increases the amount of space around the home. So the bottom line is that families will have a private green space that is proportionally sized to their lot and to their home. We're not asking for a waiver from the RM1 open space standards or lot coverage standards, so this would be equivalent to any other RM1 single-family development inside Athens-Clarke County. And then density. So there was a lot of conversation at Planning Commission about the overall density of the development. People thought it was too dense, and I As a practicing planner, I'm often very guilty of thinking about density very clinically, about thinking of it as an equation of units over area, when in reality, when we talk about density, what we're talking about are families. We're talking about people. So this request is to increase the allowable density by a single unit per acre. And that additional one lot or 1 unit per acre would provide an opportunity for an additional family that would probably not otherwise be available. So when I think about it that way, I feel like it's a sound request, it's a worthy request, and it's one that I think deserves your support as a body. So we view this request as an opportunity to utilize one of the very few remaining in-town locations that's designated for residential use already and has access to transportation and utilities, and it is large enough to positively impact the supply of affordable housing in Athens-Clarke County. Your approval will allow Habitat for Humanity to continue its mission to provide housing that is affordable and safe and offer families an opportunity to begin to build generational wealth through home ownership. Thank you for your support and ask for your vote of approval with this request. I'll be happy to answer any questions at the appropriate time, but now I'd like to invite Charles Smith, who is the Vice President of Operations for Athens Area Habitat for Humanity, to the podium.
Thank you, Mr. Crichton. Good evening, Mr. Smith.
Again, let me say how excited I am to come before you tonight to present Micah's Creek. Many of you have seen this rendering that was colored recently by local artist Stan Mullins. We're very excited about what our project is going to look like and how it will have a direct impact on our community. We have developed this project to significantly boost nonprofit home construction during a housing crisis. Deliberate word there, to provide homes with decades-long affordability periods in a traditionally minority-majority area of Athens with one of the lowest home ownership rates in the state, and also to then measure the impact of home ownership on the quality of life. A few years ago, a homeowner came into our office to pay her mortgage, and as she was paying her mortgage, our executive director, Spencer Fry, said, "Jackie, how are the kids doing?" And she said, "Spencer, they're not kids any longer. They're in college." He said, "Do you think your kids would ever be able to go to college if they hadn't lived in a Habitat home?" And she said, "No way." That prompted Habitat Georgia, which is a group of Habitat affiliates across the state, to do a study of all 8,000 Habitat homeowners. And the empirical data showed that 90% of the respondents noticed an improvement, a dramatic improvement, in the grades of their children. So then Athens Area Habitat began to turn our attention to this project. As mentioned by Justin a moment ago, we plan to do a 5-year longitudinal study with the University of Georgia Housing and Consumer Research Center to track measurable outcomes specifically for academics. We are confident that we're going to see a dramatic uptick in the school's testing proficiency. Our development aims to create a blended community of homeowners, which will be intergenerational, demographically mixed, and also culturally synergistic. The single-family homes will be owner-occupied, with families having children enrolled in Gaines Elementary, and we hope to, at some point, to have between 5 and 10% of the Gaines Elementary student body. The target group, as mentioned, for the tiny homes will be veterans, local artists, and musicians. We have a strict vetting system at Habitat. It's a myth that Habitat gives homes away. That doesn't happen. We have 3 primary criteria. The first is a need for decent housing. The second is an ability to pay. And the third is a willingness to partner. All of our homeowners provide 500 sweat equity hours so that they build the house they buy and buy the house they build. Qualified homeowners have incomes of 50 to 80% of area median income. And all Micah's Creek homeowners will receive 0 interest mortgages with monthly payments at $399 a month, plus local real estate taxes and insurance. Home ownership becomes the foundational building block for generational wealth. And because of our 0 interest and our volunteer labor, our houses become affordable for many who have been kept out of the home ownership market. Our model ensures that families already living within this specific area become prioritized, that we can also curb gentrification and prevent the displacement of local residents.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
All right. If any others are here to speak to the Little Oak Street project, if you'd line up at the podium, we are eager to hear from you. Good evening.
Hi, I'm new to this.
Yeah, just let me know your name and city of residence for the record.
Okay, my name is Jackie Williams Huggs, and I stay at 110 Marble Downs Road in Athens, Georgia.
All right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I am the Jackie that Mr. Charles was just talking about. So this is my first time I'm gonna be meeting him. I'm sorry, but I just want y'all to know what habitat means to me and how it has shaped my life and how it has meant so much to me and my family that I'm the first person in my family to actually own a home outright. And it's just important to me and my family because we're so grateful to have a place to call home. It has transferred our lives. It has gave us stability and a place to grow, to make memories, and to know that I don't have any stress or being able to afford housing. It's a feeling of a continuous joy, fulfillment for my family, the greatest feeling in the world. Feeling comfortable at home in a space that could provide comfort and safety and make you feel grounded, knowing that my family will always have a place where they can come back to and a place I can pass on to my kids. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Jackie. I appreciate it. Is there
All right.
anyone else here to speak to the Little Oak project before we move to commission discussion? All right, seeing none, I believe this is in District 3, so Commissioner Taylor, if you'd like to place a motion on the floor, that this would be that time.
I would like to place a motion to approve the rezone. I'm very excited. I am very excited. These are one of the moments of my short tenure of being a commissioner that I can say that I am proud to be a part of. I share the same sentiments as Ms. Jackson. Miss Jackie. I know that in my community, when someone is getting a habitat home, they made it. Not necessarily saying that they wouldn't have made it, but it brings the family together because you have to put nails into your own home. You're building this house, and it brings a sense of accomplishment to know that you had some hands into the erection of your home. And so it's always good to see affordable housing going up into a community that doesn't necessarily get to own your own home and pass it on from generation to generation. So I've walked through the terrain. I grew up in that area, and so I'm really excited to see what comes of it. So yeah, and the fact that Gaines School Elementary is going to be families put into these homes is another reason why I highly support it.
I second it.
All right, had a motion from Commissioner Taylor, the second is from Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Thornton, any further
I'm
remarks?
just excited about the vision of this project in an area that has been truly gentrified. It just looks like it's the phoenix rising again. I can't even believe that looking at the majority of East Athens. The innovation, reaching out to those folk that we all care about, but especially the veterans and the artists, and they're dealing with so much, having that type of home. I don't even know why we have a homeless problem. We just need to turn everything over to Habitat and just transform the whole community, you know. But yes, Blaze looked like a. But I really, really, really appreciate your work. Always have. But I appreciate it more because this is definitely thinking out of the box. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Houle?
Thanks. Yeah, briefly, piggybacking on what Commissioner Thorne is saying about them thinking out of the box, I hope that we can also see this as a model for how to make our box better. So people can build more things like this without having to go through the elaborate and expensive process of the many, variances and waivers that they've had to seek to get here. So I'm really excited to see this move forward. And it's one of many examples of the creativity they use. The resident who came up and spoke, I think many of y'all were at this ribbon cutting for the land that they were going to build the home on, and it was a concrete pour foundation, like a totally different way of building a house that's simultaneously more affordable but energy efficient. So I do hope that we can see this, like some of the other things we've passed recently, as a model for changing our code, but I'm very excited to see this move forward.
Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, I pass by this way often, using the Firefly for transportation. And as the description was going on of the homes, I couldn't help but to take a quick look on Zillow at some of the development right down the street, 11 houses away, that shows you the exact opposite, where there are houses now valued at $504,000, $553,000, $617,000, and $455,000. 11 houses away. So the idea that we're going to have people here who are families in our schools, in Gaines School Elementary, which is I believe, our lowest performing school, but where my grandson is very happy. It's wonderful to do that. And speaking, I know there's been concern about the children in the play area and such, and I think this is where we have to be creative in our thinking, or think outside of the box. Both my daughters have young children, and with very small areas of property that are associated with their homes. There is no playground, but they're thinking of things differently. They're going out onto the street or into the small area that's probably the 10 by 10 in the backyard, but going off on the scooters and bringing the things out onto the Firefly will be just wonderful. And then when I heard about the 15 mile an hour, the speed limit with the AASHTO traffic regulations following that, I thought of the dense housing in Philadelphia where my daughter used to live, and the kids would be playing in the street. It was so tight. And then they just stopped the traffic when a car came through every once in a while. So I think this is a wonderful example, and it'll be a great place to live. So I'm looking forward to seeing this happen.
Commissioner Link.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I'm particularly excited to note the diversity of the housing types in this community. It's something we don't always see when you see a large-scale development like this with lots and lots of units at once. And I feel like that's crucial for the longevity of a community, and for the real spirit of community that something like this will build. And I'm also very excited that they are consciously invoking a 15 mile an hour speed limit. I would hope that that's something that we can do in our public streets more often, is greatly reduce the speeds on our neighborhood residential streets, because children should be able to play in the street. I feel like we build our streets for cars, and kids can't even ride their bikes or their scooters in the street anymore. I think this is an example we can turn to, where we build our neighborhood streets so that all people can use them and they're safe for all people. I hope these kids can hopscotch in the street. So I'm really looking forward to this. It's been a long time coming, and I know it'll be a long time being built out, but I really look forward to seeing it grow and flourish.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, we do have an ordinance, because of course this is a zoning item, so Attorney Drake, if you could read that for us, please.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to rezoning 8 parcels of land totaling approximately 11.74 acres located at 437, 441, and 445 Little Oak Street, and 111, 121, 131, 141, and 151 Bernie Street from RS5 Single Family Residential to RM1 PD Mixed Density Residential Plan Development, and for other purposes.
All right, thank you, Attorney Drake. We do have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Taylor and a second from Commissioner Thornton. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed this evening? All right, hearing none, motion carries. Thank you all. We're going to move on to item number 17, and this is regarding 129 Peach Street. And no final action will be taken tonight, but given the rules under Georgia code and under our local code, we do have a public hearing this evening. And so we don't have anybody signed up for the 10-minute segment, but if anybody would like to speak to 129 Peach Street for a 3-minute segment, now is that time, and you can line up at the podium to do that. Good evening, and again, just give us your name and city of residence for the record.
I am Jada Fiorentino, and I'm at 179 Hiawassee Avenue, Athens, Georgia. Okay. A couple of years ago, I landed with the clothes on my back after I grew up in a house that was not healthy, and I acquired addiction, alcoholism. A little over a couple of years ago, I had nothing but the clothes on my back, and I landed at a recovery center. That place taught me tools, taught me how to live, taught me how to grow. Today, I own 2 companies. I'm a productive member of Athens-Clarke County. One of my companies employs women in recovery. The other one houses women in recovery. And this is a passion of mine. I feel adamant about helping women in recovery because I know once I got those tools, as an alcoholic, I could walk in a gas station, I could walk in a restaurant that served alcohol, I could walk past the dope man's house and not be compelled to go do those things. Today I have value and I have worth and I have children that respect me. There was a time when I was in recovery, I also had children. My children couldn't come with me in recovery, and it was everything I could do to stay in there until I could get my kids back. And today I have those things. I own my cars. I pay my rent. I'm a good friend. I'm a good mother. I'm a good person. In my extension of trying to do this for other individuals, I just wanted to bring up some things that have been mentioned over 129 Peach Street. When I bought New Life House of Hope, after being a graduate of it, there were several women in houses. We didn't know anything about this. Sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know about zoning. I didn't know this was an issue. But when we realized it was, we found a place that was zoned properly, and we moved there. And I started the special use process. There were several women that were going to be displaced and homeless, and that is the case now if this doesn't get approved. It's not a 3-bedroom, it's a 4-bedroom. I do think the square footage is off since it's been remodeled. I don't know, but I don't think it's correct. Traffic in the neighborhood is, I feel like, a zoning issue. I don't know that that's a special use issue. We're trying to get a special use because we're in recovery and we want to live in this house. You know, it's already zoned for whatever it's zoned for, but that's what we're doing there. You know, we're in recovery, trying to get a foothold, trying to get our lives back, and that's what we're trying to do. The drug issue in the neighborhood, I feel like you all are in a position, if we know there's drugs there, why don't we do something about it? That would be my question to you. Why would we have to leave as opposed to the drug dealer having to leave? And as far as transportation, that's been an issue. It's been brought up. We have people that are actually going to the house now and helping the women get where they need to go.
Thank you, Ms. Jada. Time is up, but go
Okay.
ahead and hear from the next folk.
Okay.
Good evening.
Hi. Hello, my name's Kelly Wright. I live at 129 Peach Street in Athens, and I'm a resident of New Life House of Hope. I was an addict for 35 years. Hey, ma'am, it's nice to see you again. I went to CSU and Advantage, and I was contacted by Jada, and she offered me a place to stay. I've been there I've been clean for 9 months on the 28th, and I'm a house parent at the house, at the intake house. And it's a wonderful program. It's giving people opportunities to have something in life and goals to reach. We just need a place to do it at, and I feel like we have much right as anybody else to be in that neighborhood. We're not doing anything bad. We're trying to improve ourselves, so we're trying to improve our community, and all we want to do is just be given the right to live somewhere. This is a disease that we have, and we just, it's not our fault we have it, but we're just trying to help other people that need help and to get the message out there to people, to other addicts that need help. There is a cure to addiction, and it's going through processes like this and in programs like this, and they give you the tools to use to where you can get through life, and you don't have to have dope. I mean, I was on the street, I was homeless. I didn't have anything. For 35 years, I was addicted, and Jada has shown me different ways to handle myself. I'm able to work a job, and it's been very, very good for me. And I mean, my family's reuniting. I see other ladies, and they're moving forward in their lives, and it's just a miracle. And I just love this place, and I just thank y'all, and ask y'all please just to vote for us to be able to stay, because we'll be homeless if we don't have anywhere else to go. Jada's been great, and I thank everybody here. And we won't be ugly to anybody in the neighborhood. We're really nice people, and all we're trying to do is better our lives. If y'all could just give us a chance, I sure would appreciate it. And I want to say God bless each and every one of y'all for hearing us, and thank you for letting us come tonight. Okay, and God bless.
Thank you, Ms. Wright.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you doing? My name is Sunshine McCoy, 102 Massey Lane, Athens, Georgia. I'm here to support the request to allow the recovery residents on Peach Street. We need all the supported housing like this we can get. This is a safe and sober home for our mothers, our daughters, sisters, wives, and our friends to find support and wellness and to find and live a life of recovery. I am a woman living in long-term recovery myself. I found that recovery at a home in Athens such as this. After a lifetime of jails, drugs, and chaos, I found peace, safety, and wellness, and now I'm able to work in the recovery field as a certified peer specialist in mental health, addictive diseases, and a forensic peer mentor. Today, my GDC number is replaced with my credentials. Drugs are on every corner of any city, especially in Athens. So are liquor stores, smoke and vape shops, and trap houses. I promise you, having a recovery residential home on this corner of this neighborhood, excuse me, will help build a bridge of hope for women to become productive members of society instead of homeless menaces. Addiction does not discriminate. It is in wealthy, middle class, and poor neighborhoods. So why should anyone discriminate or judge having a healthy, safe, and sober residential recovery home on Peach Street? Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. McCoy. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Miller. I live at 129 Peach Street, Athens, Georgia. I am a resident of New Life House. I was with Jada when she took over. I was one of those displaced women, and we were worried. We got this place, and in the year that I've been here, I graduate soon, I have acquired my own home. I have my child back. I had a no contact order with my 3-year-old. My daughter comes home in January. I've kept a job. I have a home. I have all my children back. I had a child. In recovery, I got pregnant. In most places, they'll turn you away. They'll kick you out. They don't want anything to do with you. Jada kept me there. Jada showed me how to live sober. New Life House of Hope has saved my life, my child's life, and so many other women. We need this home. When we were displaced and we didn't know where we were going, we were in fear. We were searching other programs. So many of us that are graduating are still sober. All of her graduates are sober. We do what we can every day to live and maintain our lifestyle. To this day, I owe everything to Jada. Jada took a chance on me, and it has paid off. I am about to graduate. I have my own home. I do everything in recovery, and we need this. These girls need this. Without this home, there's no telling where we would be today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Juana Osborne. I've been an addict for quite a few years. And either I went to recovery because I was court mandated or I did it for my family. Because of childhood trauma and trauma in my adult life, I turned to drugs to suppress my feelings and everything I was going through. But because of the recovery that I went through years ago, I know that there's help out there for us. I'm ready to recover, and I want to live life clean and sober. Without this program, I would still be in Gainesville, Georgia, with nowhere to turn because there's not any recovery in Gainesville, in Hall County. I'm tired of the insanity, and New Life House of Hope has given me exactly that, hope. I want to recover and become a productive member of society, and this program has given me the opportunity to save my life because an addict like me believed in me. Without someone believing in us and giving us a chance, some of us never recover. I pride myself in raising 3 men that has never been in the system. My oldest son he's a Hall County firefighter. He became an EMT, and he just graduated last week. He's a paramedic. And my other 2 are, they own a successful landscaping company. I just want to be that woman again. I want to be that person to handle things and do things the way that I used to and live my life clean and sober and be happy. And I feel like this program is going to give me the opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osborne. Good evening.
My name is Jamie Walker. I live at 129 Peach Street. While I can understand it may be uncomfortable for some residents, we aren't causing any harm or disturbances. We are merely trying to become and remain functioning members of society and taking all of the right steps to get there. I can honestly understand the concern that some may have, but just because people have a past does not make them dangerous people or disqualify them from having a safe place to become better people. There is no need to take another positive resource from women who have overcome so much and fighting hard to do what they need to recover. I can honestly say that this program has been my saving grace. Not only am I learning to become a responsible adult, but I'm learning to do it sober and free of my addiction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Good evening.
My name's Kristen Carlin. I live at 225 Lone Star Road, Bogart, Georgia. So I spoke last time we were here. I am employed by Jada and New Life House of Hope. I'm also a woman living in long-term recovery. I've seen the miracles that places like this can do in women's lives. I am one of them, standing here by the grace of God and, a strong program. I just celebrated 3 years clean a few weeks ago. But also what I wanted to do was, so we work in partnership with a lot of resources around Athens-Clarke County, and one of them is Divas Who Win Freedom Center. They're on 645 Hawthorne Avenue, and this is a letter from Miss Mary Evans who works there. She wasn't able to be here with us tonight. So, to whom it may concern, my name is Mary Evans, and I am the program director of Divas Who Win. We are a recovery community organization in Athens, Georgia. We exist as a safe space for women navigating their way through substance use disorder, sex work, and sex trafficking survivors. We are located on Hawthorne Avenue, right down the road from New Life House of Hope. We have partnered with New Life for 3 years. Their peers have been coming to Divas for resources like 12-step meetings, peer check-ins, help with employment, shopping in our clothing closet, and special events. New Life has a wonderful group of women that have survived addiction and worked their program. Some of them are working to be reunited with their children. Some of them are working on getting credentials so that they can work in recovery. All of them are survivors. They work a program of integrity and are upstanding citizens. Having New Life in the location that they are is imperative because of the unhoused population in the area. Athens needs places like New Life, and I, for one, feel safer knowing that they are close to my job. Mary Evans, Program Director. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ms. Carlin. Good evening.
My name is Mandy, and I live at 129 Peach Street. My path is not quite like everybody else's. I have 2 masters, 2 bachelors, my postgraduate work in Florida uplands, wetlands, and coastland systems. I was a scientist. That was my job. And when I lost my parents, I lost my way. And Jada and New Life gave me a second chance to get myself back together and be able to be a productive member of society. I teach GED classes now at Divas, who is run by Miss Mary, the letter that you just heard. I chair NA meetings at the Sparrow's Nest on Prince Avenue, Monday and Wednesdays. And I'm doing my very best to be the best person that I can be. And New Life has given me exactly that, a new life and hope, things that I was missing after my parents passed. So it is, when they say it's life or death, it is life or death. And had I not been in this program, I don't think that I would be here today. So I want to thank Miss Jada and Kristen for giving me the opportunity to be in a house like this with women who care about me and who want something for me, not from me. So I think that it's good for the community. I think it's good for everybody to be in a place that's loving and nurturing in an environment where we struggle every day to fight a disease that we have. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Mandy. Good evening.
Hi there. My name is Christy Henson. I'm actually a graduate of New Life House. And with the drug epidemic as bad as it is in Athens, I can't understand why the community wouldn't want to rally together for recovery. And when I say recovery, I mean just women living in a safe and drug-free environment to learn and grow and become comfortable in our own skin again. We aren't there to cause anyone harm. We are simply there to recover. Drug addiction is real. It's torn families apart. People have lost their lives, and the sad part is it's growing every day. And if not for recovery homes, where is this county going to be in a few years? New Life House is ran with love and compassion and the confidence to make a life for ourselves after addiction ripped it apart. I came here in that shape, and then the last 16 months, I've overcame a lot from my past. But I still need the help of recovery to keep going. New Life House has given me those tools. I am terrified for the people that are facing addiction alone. This county is riddled with addiction, and people are on every corner still suffering from it. I want this community to come together as one and help fight this battle of addiction. It's not going away, and the need for more recovery is real and needed now more than ever.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it, Ms. Henson. Good evening.
Good evening. Sunny Vickers. I live at 129 Peach Street. Sober Living Home helps residents learn independence while offering guidance and support throughout the process. Residents have freedom of choice while living in these homes and can use the opportunity to make healthier decisions for themselves before living on their own. Without structure, it can be easy to slip back into old habits that are destructive in your sobriety. One of the main Sober Living Home benefits is that it provides you with the ongoing structure and support you need in your recovery. Jada has been awesome. When I came to New Life, I didn't have a job. I didn't have anything. She fed me. She gave me a job until I found a job. It's just been amazing. It's been amazing.
Thank you, Ms. Vickers. Thank you. Good evening.
My name is Jake Hayes. I live at 257 South Millage Avenue. And nothing that I say will be as powerful or moving as what people before me have said. But when I read the agenda, and I saw the reasons for why the Board of Planning recommended denial, it all just seemed to be either unproven or baked into bias, and it's kind of just a knot in my backyard. And so I think that the staff recommendation was right, and the right thing to do is to let these people recover. Thank you.
Thank you, Jake. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Elle Lewis. I live in the area for this proposal. I'm not affiliated with them in any way. However, I have worked with the homeless population, and one of the hardest things has been trying to help women, especially at night. Essentially, women have to be off the streets at night for their own safety. So getting them food, water, blankets, whatnot, becomes even more difficult, especially in the winter, because of their status as women. So realizing that this commission is about to make vulnerable women homeless and put them in danger again because of a zoning decision is a little bit heartbreaking to hear. I would also like to point out to the commission and to the voters that are here that there is a proposed denial for this 5-2, but there's an almost unanimous approval scheduled for item 18, which would be short-term rentals for landlords, which would be making the rental situation worth, creating the homeless population that we are now punishing for spontaneously coming together and trying to better their situation. So I also wanted to point that out to the voters and to the commissioners, that any kind of ordinance should not be punitive. It should, when the community comes together to address a need that the government is not, that we should be working to make that way easier and rewarding the community for taking care of its own members. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Carlton Davis, and I live at 165 Peach Street. I'm the last person to judge someone because of whatever illness they might have. My opposition to this house being there, I think we had approximately 10 people show up in favor of, that live at the house. It mentions the size of the house, of the property, but there's nothing in here saying how big the house is, okay? Previous to the house being remodeled, on the inside, there was a 2-bedroom house with an extension for a beauty salon. That doesn't seem to be big enough for 10 people. Secondly, there are 4 drug-related locations within 5 minutes of the house. Hawthorne, Oglethorpe Avenue, Sycamore, 2 on Hawthorne. Plus there's an apartment complex within 5 minutes that houses primarily recently released people getting out of prison, okay? The house size, the traffic, okay? My former wife and current roommate bought a debilitated house 18 years ago on that street and remodeled it for a vast sum. Studies have shown, and my daughter will pass that information along to you, that these types of properties lower property values. We are not people of gross means. We manage to make a living, et cetera, et cetera. We do what we have to do. But I can assure you that when our property values go down, the tax assessor's office is not going to lower our taxes, okay? We own, my wife owns, the former wife owns the house that we live in, the house next door, which is a rental property. We're talking about property in excess of $1,500 a month. Who is going to live in that area, okay? When there is an added problem of a house with too many people in it, not to mention the perceived problems of the reason they're there. And we're not getting any help from the police department to do with handle the other drug problems in the area.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I appreciate your input. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Linda Davis, and I live at 167 Peach Street. Thank you. So I come before you to say to you that that tiny little street off of Helen Street is really small, and it's also a dead-end street. And so it is absorbing an awful lot of traffic as a result of this decision. It is troubling that the house itself is the home of Mrs. Helen Ely, who sold the land for Paldo to be built. Her family did sell their property, and they were having challenges with a family member. That family member is now homeless and on the street and shows up at my door looking for food. A block away, up at the end of Bazel Street, I was stopped by a young lady who is also homeless, struggling with addiction, and she lives in a hovel where she has put together large pieces of tin to cover a tent. And we had a hard conversation because it seems to me that the help coming to our formerly historic African American community is not coming for us. And I have a challenge with that. I had no idea that 10 people were already in the house, and so for that, I commend them in terms of being quiet neighbors and being neighborly and not causing a lot of noise. It doesn't do anything to mitigate the traffic. It doesn't do anything to mitigate the new foot traffic that shows up and down that street. I don't know if people are being turned away when they go down there and knock, but I do know that in addition to the additional people, now we have another homeless camp, and I believe that I don't know whose property it's on, so I won't say, but there is a new homeless camp beside one of our neighbors between that house and the next home. So people show up, they come to visit, they stay, they camp on other people's property. We are already the recipient of a halfway house. For 16 years, Strong Daycare lived in Brooklyn community. For some of those years, it was successful. For most, it was not. For some people, it helped. For most, it did not. It is now covered up by Columbia Residential.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Good evening.
Mr. Mayor and members of the Athens-Clarke County Commission, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Kimberly Davis. I'm a longtime resident of 167 Peach Street. You've already heard from my parents. I stand before you to express my strong opposition to the proposed special use permit for establishing a halfway house at 129 Peach Street. Firstly, I do want to acknowledge the essential role that halfway houses play in rehabilitation and reintegration. However, the proposed location at 129 Peach Street is not suitable for such a facility. The area is residential with just a few families, some children, and elderly residents. The visual that you all just experienced is but one example of the significant changes that this proposed halfway house would bring to our community. It is a small street and neighborhood dead end, and the addition of 10 people, according to the proposal and according to what you saw tonight, would at least double the number of residents on our street. There is no oversight or regulation for these facilities in Georgia, and they operate with minimal oversight, so we don't really know the statistics on the success of this endeavor. According to a report by the Georgia Department of Community Affairs, there is a significant lack of standardized regulations for these facilities, leading to inconsistencies in management and quality. This lack of governance raises concerns for me about the potential for poorly managed facilities that could negatively impact both their residents and the surrounding community. Secondly, the infrastructure of our neighborhood is not equipped to support the additional demands this halfway house would bring. The increased traffic and need for parking, along with the strain on local resources, could disrupt our neighborhood and the peace that we have fought for over the years. Furthermore, studies have shown that property values in our area could be lowered by as much as 10%, which would negatively impact not only the homeowners, but also the generational wealth that that property and that home ownership brings. Lastly, there is a matter of community consensus. The residents on Peach Street, including myself, feel that the decision to introduce a halfway house into our neighborhood has been made with limited consultation with those who will be most affected by it. You saw a bevy of people who came up to this podium who never set foot on that street, never been in that neighborhood before they moved into that house. And so to me, that is something that I just cannot support. A decision of this magnitude should have been made with thorough engagement and with the community and consideration of their concerns. In conclusion, while I support the noble and important cause behind this halfway house, I strongly believe that 129 Peach Street is not the appropriate location.
I urge the commission to consider the long-term impact on our community and to reject the special use permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. And as noted earlier, there will not be a vote this evening, but given the prospective use, state code and our local code require a hearing and then a final decision no sooner than June 4th, 2024. We do have an opportunity for commission discussion or input, though. This is in District 3, so Commissioner Link, I want to turn to you if you have any comments.
I want to thank the folks who came down to speak, and particularly the folks in recovery who shared their stories. I'll be talking more with the residents on the street. It is a, kind of heady location because it is really near some areas where there's a lot of drug activity, and I'll probably get in touch with management to see if we can get some information from ACCPD to, get some statistics on that, because there is a apartment complex that I know has been noted as a hot spot. I do have concerns about the location because I feel like the women who live in this house need all the opportunity in the world without any temptation or, crossing paths with anyone who might lead them back into their old lifestyles. But then again, there's very few areas where there is the opportunity to even set up. So I'll be learning more.
Any other input or questions? Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that, Commissioner Link. I look forward to what Commissioner Link can bring forward to us, hopefully addressing some of the concerns of the longer-term residents of the street, the neighborhood. But I guess I just want to emphasize, the only reason we're here is because there's a state law that requires we hold multiple forums and force people to line up and, tell their story and essentially justify their existence in a public forum, often in the midst of one of the hardest points in their life. These folks need somewhere to go. This body's been talking a lot, this community's been talking a lot about the multiple intersecting crises around behavioral health and addiction and the lack of housing, the housing crisis that we just heard Charles from Habitat speak to. And if there's a type of housing we are especially short on that we've talked about, it's supportive housing, which is especially expensive and difficult to pull off. So this may be an imperfect location, maybe a new organization, but they're providing a type of housing that we are severely lacking. And I hope that we will find a way to make things work for them. A lot of times they might end up in an unideal location because that's the only place they can find or afford. And I hear from the residents who are concerned a lot of love for their neighborhood. And I also heard one of them even speak to not being aware of how many folks are living there. They've been good neighbors so far. And hopefully that's something that we'll see demonstrated for the next 6 months and might provide some peace of mind for the types of neighbors they'd be welcoming into their neighborhood, I would hope. I really hope that we won't blame this applicant, which happens to only have to be here because they're trying to serve people that this body keeps saying we want to help. I hope we won't blame them for the activity happening elsewhere on the street that is not this applicant. And I guess I'll just end. One of the public commenters, I wrote down what they said. I thought it was pretty telling. They said, we shouldn't be punishing them for spontaneously coming together to make their situation better. I mean, I think part of what exacerbated this for the residents, the longtime residents of Peach Street, is that kind of came by surprise, and the systems that we set up are extremely hard to navigate for anyone, I mean, think of how many times we've dealt with D.R. Horton coming back with an application that we're going to talk about later today, and they're the largest home builder in America trying to navigate our code. So imagine being a group of women trying to get off the streets while also trying to get clean. I mean, it's amazing at all that they're here, I think, and I hope we'll find a way to allow them to stay housed instead of being back on the streets.
Commissioner Thornton.
I'm just going to reiterate my thoughts from the last meeting. I am very torn about the situation, but I did what I said I was going to do, and I will continue to follow up with Commissioner Link. I did visit the house. I did talk to Ms. Davis, and it's really hard to make a judgment call, but I do think that we've created a space now that folk can talk to, because the concerns that Ms. Davis has and the residents over there are the same concerns you have in every other community. Every other community. This situation of drug addiction, trying to recover, I don't know whether it's just been quiet for years and years and years, but it is real evident now that it's at our front door. So no matter what Commissioner Link recommends or whatever, we got a big job to do in our community. And the first thing, I got to give ladies credit for even coming up and speaking before us. That takes a lot to talk about your personal story. But I do understand the legacy, that community, but this commission has a big job because it's not just Peach Street. It's Peach Street today in front of us, but it's some other streets also. So I'll wait and see what Commissioner Link finds out. I think she's going to do some looking into, and we'll go from there.
Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, I just want to point something out for reflection here. First, though, I do want to thank all the people who came up and shared their stories. Like happened a year or so ago with the halfway house that we heard about on Highland Parks Road over on the east side. The kind of stories that we have are so here in front of us really show the issues that we're trying to deal with here in the community, and we've been discussing in a very visceral way. We're seeing person after person come up here. The interesting thing here for me looking at this is what's a little bit different in this situation, and just something to reflect on, is that the Davises who came up here spoke about their situation. And if I pull up their street and look at it and go on a walk down that street, those look like it's single families. And it looks like single family zoning, but it's not. And that's why there can be a halfway house in this neighborhood. And there's just my question about zoning and the history of zoning. I'm not going to have people in my neighborhood in Green Acres or some of my single-family housing neighborhoods on the east side. I'm not going to have someone come up and talk to me about a halfway house because they're not allowed at all. It was allowed over on with the Highland Park because it is that higher density, the mixed density residential neighborhood. And that's just an interesting thing for me to reflect on here, because we don't usually see people coming up from neighborhoods that are single family houses. And we're talking about the need to encourage and take care of people in our neighborhoods, but there's a whole lot of neighborhoods we're not even letting halfway houses even be considered in. And that's just something for us all to reflect on as we move forward with our the zoning and future land use and all that.
Commissioner Thornton.
I do want to acknowledge, well, it was Strong Day, right? That was on the Blacktop Road, right? Yeah. Strong Day and Healing Place. Those were the two homes that were doing a great job as far as identifying this crisis. And what happens, I think, when leadership changes and things evolve, that got scratched away. If we would always keep in mind after we come off of this commission and whoever, this problem, we can fix it today, but if a new leadership comes in, because to tell the truth, both of those programs folded because of funding and support. We got to support people to the end of time, y'all. We just can't hug them now and then let them go. But if those programs would have flourished and recognized that this is always going to be an ongoing problem, we probably would not be here today. The zoning issues would probably be different. So I hope now that we're in discussions about other things, Manager Williams, about homelessness, that we're hearing this, and it gives us a better picture. It's not going to be as, like you said, it's not going to go away, but it lets you know it's bigger than our discussions have been. But we need to include the Davises, we need to include the Jadas in these conversations, because they live it, and we just sit here and make decisions, and hopefully they get by with it. But I'm real passionate about this, but I also understand about coming into a community. And I'll be honest with you, if it was my neighborhood, I'd probably be in the same place as Ms. Davis, trying to be protective of so it's no condemnation, but it sure definitely needs attention to, and I think we're doing it. I don't want to act like we're not doing it. I think the conversations that we're having right now, we're doing it, and this just gives us more information, more ammunition to tackle the bigger problem. So please don't think, Linda and Jada, that we are ignoring you. We're dealing with this. You just it's kind of not public yet, but we hear you.
Commissioner Taylor?
I agree with both sides that's came before us tonight. I would like to say, as a commissioner, it's not fair to us for anyone to stand at the podium to think that we are less than human, that we would not approve this because of someone's what they're going through. It is just that because we all live in Athens and we all know the hot spots of where there are drug transactions, there are prostitution, there is also a very active homeless population within that area. I have a family that actually lives in Columbia Brookside, and so I'm there daily and I see the activity, and as a commissioner, I can't sit here and say that I will willingly put women in recovery in a hot spot where I know that they could be drawn into drugs and prostitution in their own life. That does not make any of us less human. It does not mean that we don't care about our community. It's just that in 6 or 7 months, we don't want to be sitting right back here with the same issue. We don't want to put women, nor men, nor children in harm's way. So we have to be strategic when we make decisions like this. It's not to hurt a community. It's not to say that we don't support you. It's to say that we know the statistics and we know the information. And by willingly putting a vulnerable community out to the wolves, then you'll be back to say, well, we didn't receive the help. So as a commissioner, and I'm just standing on my own platform, we're damned if we do, we damned if we don't, but I would rather go to sleep tonight being damned knowing that I made the right decision, because in 9 or 10 months, I don't want to hear that a woman died of an overdose who was getting support from a house that we willingly passed in a highly drugged area. Those are my 2 cents.
You, Commissioner. Commissioner Link?
Yeah, Commissioner Myers brought up something that I'm not clear about. Aren't these houses allowed to operate in single-family neighborhoods, zone single-family neighborhoods, if they go through this process?
I'd have to defer to the attorney.
You're asking, I believe, about personal care homes
Okay,
generally.
that's just personal care. It doesn't refer to recovery.
And there are some regulations regarding those broadly, and a halfway house has a special designation.
So they're
within state
only
code.
allowed to operate in RM-zoned neighborhoods?
I would have to dive a little bit more deeply into our code, but we can get that information.
Yeah, I'm curious about that.
And obviously, no final decision tonight. so.
I was under the impression that they were allowed to operate in single-family zone neighborhoods if they went through this process. You know, knowing that, quite frankly, in this RM zone neighborhood, anybody could set up on this lot, which is an acre-sized lot, that would legally be able to house, probably 14, 15 bedrooms in a home on that lot, and they could put anybody in there. I live in a single-family neighborhood where an owner-occupied family home had serious drug and sex trafficking activity going on in a single-family neighborhood. With at least going through this process, you know that there is oversight in these homes. So that does give me some pause, but I am curious about that single-family neighborhood aspect of it as to whether there's even the opportunity for them to get approval in most of our single-family neighborhoods.
Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just reflecting on some colleagues' remarks, and I just want us to consider that, the folks who are coming before us as the applicant today have put themselves there, and they're asking for us to let them stay, which I think is different than us saying, here's where we'd like someone to go. And they seem to be, so far, doing pretty well, despite trying to pull it together from nothing on the fly. And I'm also hearing from the residents who have come to this and the planning commission meeting I attended and everything, that they love their neighborhood. I mean, I think that this neighborhood is full of people who love and care about their neighborhood, and I'm hearing from the folks who are here for this application tonight that they love and care about each other and want to be a respectful part of that neighborhood. And so, the problems that are rife throughout our community, and there might be some hot spots in that area, are happening whether this gets approved or not. And if this doesn't, I think we need to ask ourselves, where are they likely to go instead? I don't think that they're being hyperbolic when they tell us that they don't think they'll have anywhere to go instead. I think we've seen the data around the overfilled shelters we've got, the large number of homeless folks we've got, the overwhelmed behavioral health system that we have that can't keep up with the clients that they've got. And here we have some peers coming together to try to support each other, seemingly with a fair bit of success, and also being supported, not just by themselves, but by other groups in the community. I mean, Divas Who Win is a really great organization, I think. So, we got 6 months to think on this, but I do really hope that we will recognize that what they might be doing as an applicant may be the best thing they can do, and that what else is happening in the neighborhood is distinct and separate from them, that they might actually be getting better protection despite their geographic proximity by being in a home with each other than being on the street without each other. And, I guess that's it. I don't know. I'm just kind of speaking off the cuff now, but thanks.
Well, we'll return to discussion of this property in approximately 6 months. And the next item on our agenda is item 18, and this is 120 West Cloverhurst Avenue, a special use application. I do have Jason Williams and David Matheny collectively signed up for the 10-minute slot. So if Mr. Williams and Mr. Matheny would come for their 10-minute slot, and just as indication, we have about 5 seats in front if anybody would like to have a seat. And I see a few folks who are relocating, so we've got a few seats in the back row as well. So, good evening.
Good evening. My name is David Matheny, and I live a few blocks from the property in question at 200 Mount Vernon Place. It's clear that we are in an emotional climate in our neighborhoods as we deal with short-term rentals. This is a phenomenon that we have not dealt with before and therefore are in uncharted waters. However, we're not here to focus on the short-term rentals, but rather the property rights of individual property owners. The Commission's going to be voting on the rights of a property owner at 120 West Cloverhurst, which is currently defined as a legal non-conforming duplex, and he is asking for his property to become a legal conforming duplex. It's as simple as that. By becoming a legal conforming duplex, Mr. Williams will be granted the same rights as every other property owner in a single-family zone. This special use permit is for one property and one property only, and you're not voting on whether to allow new duplexes in a single-family zones or even historically designated areas. You are not voting on whether to allow short-term rentals, especially now that you have placed a moratorium on such uses until further study. This is strictly a property rights issue. You will hear some highly charged arguments for not allowing Mr. Williams' property to become a legal conforming duplex. But these arguments are not based on property rights, but rather assumptions and mischaracterizations of an impending party house, which could not be further from the truth. You will also hear that by allowing a breezeway to connect a garage that has a guest quarters above, that you are voting for a loophole. That is also a false statement. Connecting a garage that has guest quarters to an existing house or duplex is a legitimate design guideline found in the Code of Ordinances 9-2-4, which reads, "Structures which are attached to the principal structure either directly by complete and heated enclosure or by a breezeway not to exceed 15 feet in length shall be considered part of the principal structure." In other words, it will become an addition. This design guideline is afforded to all single-family and duplex property owners and has been used by many throughout our neighborhoods. I can point to examples of breezeways on Rutherford Street, Cloverhurst Avenue, Springdale Street, etc. There are numerous examples of two-story accessory buildings that include a garage with living space above throughout our in-town neighborhoods, and all were granted without any consideration of whether they could be used as a guest quarters or apartments or short-term rentals. Yet now, this has become the only consideration by which to judge an addition or an accessory building. In this climate of concern for short-term rentals, I dare say everyone seeking to have a new separate garage with guest quarters will now be under suspicion of creating a short-term rental. I also want to dispel this myth that this will now become a triplex. This is not the result of this application. Instead, the special use application confirms that the current use as a duplex, and that is the only legal use. The owner has no intent to use it in any other manner. Like any other property owner violating the law, they would face legal repercussions if this house was used as a triplex. This additional guest quarters will be attached to the duplex to provide an additional bedroom and bath to an otherwise two-bedroom unit with a makeshift third bed for when the Williams whole family is in town, or when the Williams in-laws are visiting Athens. Using the logic that this is a triplex could be carried over to single-family house with a separate garage and guest quarters being sold to an investor, and the investor is renting out the main house and the guest quarters separately, thus making it a duplex, which is also illegal in single-family zone unless grandfathered in, because this situation would be non-conforming. Mr. Williams, the owner of 120 West Cloverhurst, is here tonight to clear up any misunderstandings that I may have caused at the agenda-setting meeting about how this property is used. And I will be sharing my 10 minutes with him, but before I want to clear up how this property has been mischaracterized as a party house. In the 9 years that Mr. Williams has owned this property, he has only had the property listed as an Airbnb in the last 5 of those years. And during that time, it has only been rented 9 times. This property has never been cited for violating any ordinance or unruly partying or disturbing the peace. And as for this idea that the only use for an 8x12 deck is for party-hardy strangers drinking and laughing it up, is totally unfounded. Don't get hung up on the label deck, because every front porch, back porch, or side porch in our neighborhoods could be construed as a place for partying. However, even though we are not here tonight to discuss the design of this project, which has been approved multiple times, we are here to try to alleviate some of the concerns. So Jason and I have agreed to reduce the size of the deck from 8x12 to 6x6, which can be made a condition of approving the special use permit. And we also offered to place a condition on the special use permit of only 6 short-term rentals per year. With these 2 conditions in place, I would like to ask you to please focus on the importance of property rights and grant this property owner a legal conforming status for his property. Jason.
I'm Jason Williams, owner of 120 West Cloverhurst. And I want to start by being very clear on the intent of what we're not doing. We are not building a triplex. We are not building some sort of short-term rental hotel, and we're not setting precedent for Athens-Clarke County on whatever else may come before you by issuance of this short-term building permit. You know, the notion that I'm some sort of out-of-town investor is wrong on a couple levels. The first one, even though I don't live in Athens-Clarke County presently, I have been a resident of Athens-Clarke County for 22 years of my life, and my mother, my father, my sister, my brother-in-law, and my soon-to-be nephew are currently residents of Athens. I am very much connected to this community through my family and through friends. The idea that I'm an investor in this property is just also equally ludicrous. If I was a business owner and operating this as a business, I'd have been out of business a long time ago. That's not why I bought this property, nor is that how I've used this property. In the 9 years that I've owned it, there's been a renter in the duplex the entire time, just as there's been for the last 80 years before I owned the property. In the last 5 years that I've had the property on Airbnb, I've rented it through Airbnb 9 times. That's less than twice a year, and that's because I chose to only have limited rentals. There was plenty of demand. It's how I've bought and used the property. And that's an absolute provable fact. That's not a spin or conjecture. That's provable. So you've heard a lot of things from those opposing this project, but one of the things that you haven't heard are issues about me as a property owner and a neighbor, issues about any of my duplex tenants, or issues about the very limited number of Airbnb guests, because there haven't been any, and there's not going to be any. And I think by the very meaningful concessions that David and I put forth tonight, I hope that goes to show to you all that we are very serious about how we have used the property, but more importantly about how we plan to continue to use the property. Now, the real reason that we're building this, asking for the ability to build this additional living space, is because it's a 2-bedroom house, if you can even call it 2. The main level has a master bedroom, master bath, which is perfectly fine. Moving upstairs, you come to a landing, which has a double bed in it. Going through that, you get to an enclosed sleeping porch, which also has another double bed in it. Neither one of those were designed to be bedrooms. They don't have much in the way of privacy. They don't have much in the way of sound protection from the street either. And then when you go into the upstairs bathroom up there, the shower is roughly the size of a coffin, and it takes some gymnastic ability to even be able to take a shower. So being able to have 2 fully functional bedrooms is important for the use for my family, my friends, both now and into the future. So I hope that you understand a little bit more about me and why we're asking for this project. And I encourage you to ask any questions that you may have about my current use or intended use. And I just hope that you will evaluate this project based on the facts and not fear-mongering about what may be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Any other folks who are here to speak to 120 West Cloverhurst may line up at the podium and continue public input.
Yes, sir. Good evening. My name is Douglas Price, and I'm an attorney in the office of Stanton Porter, and we represent the next-door neighbors, Susan and John Totten. Our address is 73 Church Street, Winder, Georgia. We are here in opposition to this special use permit on their behalf. Since I only have 3 minutes, I will be quick and direct with my points. This request will undoubtedly turn this duplex into a triplex. The design is of great importance to our clients, as they would now have a staircase and large outdoor deck looking directly onto their house and living room. From a legal perspective, we do not believe there is any authority to grant a special use permit for a duplex in a RS8 zone property. There is no dispute that a duplex is grandfathered use on this property, but the owner is looking to expand or enlarge that use. In other words, to build this additional living space, something that cannot be done as a grandfathered use. Highlighting a bit of the Clarke County Code, Section 920-1 states, certain uses are permitted in each zoning district only as special uses. Section 972 further states RS8 zoning prohibits duplexes. The nuance of special use is better explained by the Supreme Court of Georgia than I could. Special and conditional use permits involve a special use authorized by the existing zoning ordinance. Airports, cemeteries, drive-in theaters, mobile home, trailer parks, quarries. But the ordinance provides that such uses shall be allowed only upon the condition that it be approved by the appropriate governing body. RS 8 does not impose any conditions on when a duplex can be maintained. It is outright prohibited. It is my opinion that it is our position that under the law as special use application, that this is an automatic denial by the county. While there may be avenues that a homeowner can address this issue under for approval, the special use is not the vehicle to do so. Simply cannot grant a special use for something that is not allowed as a special use in RS 8. So thank you very much. We look forward to hearing from you all. We hope you will give this some serious thought. And we believe that this is going to open up a Pandora's box that would be not in the best interest of Athens-Clarke County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Good evening.
Hello. I'm Chris Joyner. I live at 233 Ashbrook Drive. I'm the broker at Joyner and Associates. We're a property management company. We manage about 800 residential units in the Athens and Oconee area. We're a third-party management company, meaning we don't own the properties we manage, other people own them. We've got a diverse book of business. We have single-family homes, we have duplexes, we have quadplexes, we have apartment complexes from 8 units up to 95 units. One thing we don't do is really focus on student market. That's just something we don't focus on. In Athens, I think it's impossible to avoid the student market. At 120.5 West Cloverhurst, we've managed that one duplex unit for the 9 years. That's as long as I've been at the company. I'm not fully aware of all that's tied up around this proposal. I think it's been associated with Airbnb's moratorium. I think there's some concerns about single-family zoning. All I'm here to talk about is the rental side of the property. Over my time, it's always been 1 to 2 occupants. Most often, it's a single person, maybe in grad school. The other occasion, it's young couples, maybe one of them still in school. One resident, I remember, I still stay in touch with him. While he was in school, he was trying to do a pressure washing company on the side. He's actually here in town and reached out about finding some commercial space. He works for a prosthetics company. Trying to just highlight that this is not an undergrad party house. As the broker, I often get involved or hear about unruly residents or party houses. This unit really has never come up as a party house or one with unruly tenants. Being a 1-bedroom, it's also not suited for that. I'm also on the hearings board for ACC and the board of directors for the Athens Area Association of Realtors. As I look at it, the Bloomfield side of Millage has a wide variety of housing types: duplexes, single-family homes with accessory dwellings, single-family homes with garage or carport units. There's also apartment complexes like Mi Casa or Deering Gardens that take up a whole block. Even on this, even on this corner, if you look at all the other properties, they're all multifamily properties. If you look at this location, this is the convergence of UGA and campus to the 5 Points area. UGA is what we are all, that's the anchor to our economy. That's what brings everybody to our town. Part of the appeal of this area is the varied housing types. It's also the proximity to campus. So I'm just here to speak about I'm not here to speak about single-family zoning or Airbnbs. I am here to speak in favor of this proposal. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Joyner. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Gary Grossman. I've been a resident of Athens-Clarke County for 42 years. I have had a long day. So I didn't prepare any comments, so I apologize in advance if I ramble a little bit. I'm not here to speak about this particular variance, but I am here to speak in general about the creep of non-single-family housing in neighborhoods zoned for single-family. I've lived in 5 Points for 41 of those 42 years. I've owned 2 houses. The one I live in now on Highland Avenue is situated on a very nice street, but it's a street that's abutted by 2 one-block streets. On those streets, approximately 50% of the houses are full-time Airbnb houses. It has definitely had a negative impact on the single-family houses in our neighborhood. It's made it less safe for children and families that are raising young children. It's created a noisy atmosphere, especially on football Saturdays and weekends. It has turned what was a family neighborhood into, for at least 6 months of the year, a semi-party neighborhood, and that is unfortunate. For most of us, our house is the main investment that we make in our lifetime. And these Airbnb houses are having a negative impact, not only on quality of life, but on our property values as well. So our investments are affected. Of all those Airbnb houses, not a single one has a resident in it. These are all houses that are not, it's not somebody renting out a bedroom, it's an outside investor typically, or maybe not an outside investor, maybe somebody that even lives in Clarke County, and but they do not live in the neighborhood. And I don't understand how this has happened. I mean, this neighborhood is single family, and yet people are running illegal businesses in it. So I see my time is almost up. I depend on you as a resident to pass just laws. I depend on you to enforce those laws. And I ask you to keep families in your mind, not outside interests and people who want to profiteer from our neighborhoods.
Thank you, Mr. Grossman. Good evening.
Good evening again. So here to L. Lewis once again. Here to encourage you guys to vote against the special use. So far, he has had, I believe it was his lawyer, the property management, and then himself speak, and they both said the intention of this property was 3 different things. At the beginning, it was so that his family could stay there sometimes. They've talked about the property management company, talked about the proximity to UGA and the potential there. And then he himself spoke about it as a rental property. So we have 3 different reasons already while he's telling us, like, trust me, I won't be doing anything illegal. As it stands, this was an illegally rented unit that he is now trying to bring up to code. I just want to again impress upon everyone that in a housing crisis, the issue is not necessarily housing. It is access to housing. So more rental units on the market does not actually help anyone when they are unaffordable. It does not help the health of the neighborhood when we're having these quickly turned over units out and being charged more than what most people can afford. As it stands, we have 29 empty properties to every homeless person. So we actually don't need more rental units in Athens. This is about the health of the neighborhood and the health of Athens. And there is no benefit to anyone except that single property owner, and lots of harm to the entire Athens if you let this pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Rich McCormick. I live at 515 Highland Avenue. And this evening, I just wanted to share with y'all the questions that I've asked myself regarding the appropriateness of the 120 West Cloverhurst proposal. The first thing I would ask is, does anyone on this commission or in this room, would any of you like to have a second-story deck and windows from an apartment looking down into your home, which is a one-story dwelling? The next thing I asked myself was, when do the property rights of one homeowner supersede those of his neighbor? I always thought that privacy was one of our most fundamental rights. Next, in the context of a historic district, which I think needs to be remembered, I feel like all historic districts should be treated equally. And I say this because 3 weeks ago, a similar project in the Woodlawn Historic District was denied unanimously by the HPC. Woodlawn is 5 blocks away from the 120 West Cloverhurst property. And I'm no expert in planning, but I'm wondering, how do the actions by the owner of having the property legally change from non-conforming duplex to conforming duplex reflect a genuine desire to convert the property to a home place, as he stated in the very first meeting that you presided over in September? And as alluded to just before me, if approved, does anyone truly believe this garage apartment does anything to address affordable housing crisis or homelessness in Athens? And last, if approved, I wonder how you reconcile such a decision with the recent unanimously extended moratorium on short-term rentals. Because from my standpoint, this additional structure simply looks like an additional rental unit being added to a property that already supports a duplex structure, one of which is an Airbnb. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McCormick. Good evening.
Hi. My name is Amy Covey. I live at 340 Bloomfield Street, and I'm here to speak against approving the special use for 120 West Cloverhurst Avenue. As I mentioned at the last Mayor and Commission meeting, I am fully aware of the tedious process for approval from the HPC, as I've been through it multiple times, including 3 public hearings. I have lived in the Bloomfield Historic District for 18 years, and I have never once seen a breezeway attached to any structure, much less a single-family home. The Planning and Zoning Committee based part of their decision on the single-family zoned grandfather duplex, which I might add is currently being used as an Airbnb and long-term rental, on the fact that there are apartment complexes across the street that date back to 1951 and 1972. My question in response to this is, does this way of thinking apply to the rest of Bloomfield? Because there are apartment complexes scattered about dating back before the Bloomfield Historic District local designation of 1988, then we can all add breezeways and additional structures? Another question I have is why now? Certainly this is the owner's decision to make, but if I'm to believe that this is expanded living space, why does an out-of-town owner need a garage apartment for a family of 3 small boys with an entrance in the back and a now 6-foot deck overlooking the Totten's kitchen? Per the HBC's own guidelines, quote, subordinate scale requires that the accessory building respect the main structure through its overall height and dimensions. Looking at this design with the breezeway, second-level living space, exterior stairs, and 6-foot deck, I don't see that this is being respected. I don't think anyone would have a problem with replacing the existing carport, as it's not the most attractive structure on this highly visible corner lot. But we all know that what this is. It's a third rental. Hearing it can't be rented from the applicant does not satisfy me, as we know how single-family zoning is enforced around here. We do not need one more high-priced student rental. The Tottens deserve to come home to a place they built to enjoy their retirement in peace, as we all do. They have been a welcome addition to our historic mix of owner-occupied and student rental homes. I want to add, the same addition with the Breezeway was denied 3 times by the HPC on Woodlawn. How is this different? I feel if this is approved, this sets a dangerous precedent in our lovely neighborhoods. I will end with a few quotes. The first is from the HPC for the purpose of their design guidelines. Protection of the historic, cultural, and aesthetic heritage of Athens-Clarke County is considered an essential aspect to the promotion of the health, prosperity, and general welfare of our citizens. The second quote is from Section 9-7-1 from zoning. The purpose of the RS district is to stabilize and protect the owner-occupied housing characteristics of the district and to promote and encourage a suitable environment for family life. Please vote no on the special use request for 120. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Covey. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Marcia Rosenthal, and I live at 161 West Cloverhurst, across the street from 120 West Cloverhurst. I am reading a letter from Layla Borgman Glazeman, and she's my neighbor. She couldn't be here tonight, and so I'm reading the letter that she composed. Good evening, all. My name is Layla, born and raised in Athens, as well as a 12-year resident of 120 Cloverhurst Place. I am a wife, mother, and committed neighbor to all of the Bloomfield Historic District. My husband, Chan Glazeman, and I are strongly opposed to the new development being requested at 120 West Cloverhurst Avenue. Our home is often confused with 120 West Cloverhurst. Again, we are at 120 Cloverhurst Place, and most of the time it's just a knock on the door because GPS is messed up. However, there was one instance early in the football season this year. I noticed someone walking by the laundry room window mid-afternoon that's next to the house in our yard. When I saw this person, I immediately went out to confront them. They had mistaken our house for the Airbnb that they had rented for the weekend, 120 West Cloverhurst Avenue. They had already unpacked the car in our driveway and were trying all doors to our house to figure out how to get in. Our home typically has kids' toys, balls, and even garden tools hanging out in the yard. This particular day was no different, which leads us to believe that our house is clearly not an Airbnb. Our 2 young children were also at home that day. Had a stranger entered the house unexpectedly, then you can only imagine what fear this could have invoked in our children. Thankfully, the 5 people were very apologetic, repacked the car, and quickly moved down the road. Our biggest concern with the development is safety. Safety for our children, ourselves, and our neighbors. We are a family-friendly neighborhood and have been for many years. We are some of the newbies after 12 years living here. Several of our neighbors have been in their homes for over 40 years. As small as our neighborhood is, we are born, raised, and forever Athenians. Our neighbors are our family. Allowing a property in our neighborhood to continue to be leveraged purely as an investment by an out-of-towner is one thing, but allowing the size of the dwelling to be increased so substantially on such a small lot currently zoned residential.
Thank you, Ms. Rosenthal. Appreciate it. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Susan Totten. I'm going to continue the letter. Allowing a property in our neighborhood to continue to be leveraged purely as an investment by an out-of-towner is one thing, but allowing the size of the dwelling to be increased so substantially on such a small lot, currently zoned residential, only increases traffic to from the apartments with no regard for the property or the people around it. Adding an oversized porch that overlooks another neighbor's home is invasive and uncalled for. We are very accustomed to long-term rental homes and true apartments, considering our vicinity to the university. Long-term rentals have typically been quite respectful of the neighborhood, and in several cases have become honorary members of our neighborhood family. Short-term renters have little to no interest in what neighborhoods provide and who the people are that make up those neighborhoods. In short, please do not allow this development to open the door for more short-term renters who have no clue what our neighborhood means to us and to our community. Thank you, Leila. And then I would like to say something. Both John and I would like to thank our neighbors and friends from FPHD and other historic districts for their encouragement, effort, support, and their attendance at meetings. It has meant a lot to us during this stressful time. Again, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Todd. Good evening.
John Totten, 440 Bloomfield. I'm batting cleanup on this. A couple things I'd like to talk about. First of all, in our last meeting, it was brought up that since this unauthorized procedure to have this property expanded, the new construction would go under, would be taxed as the house, which is historic, with impact on the revenues. Instead of, if you were to do new construction otherwise, you'd be paying it at a new construction rate. So that's not right. Also, I'd like to get my tablet to cooperate and make some remarks. Okay. Before you vote, please put yourself in my shoes. Imagine your forever home just 16 feet from a second floor, whatever it is now, 6 by 6 deck with a door, presumably lights, maybe floodlights, and just at the farthest distance from the existing house. I mean, this is the opposite end. One of the commissioners made that connection. If this is part of the house, well, wait a minute. This is right over near the Tottens. It couldn't be any further away. Our house faces Bloomfield Street. Their house faces this way. The back end of his house comes into the side of mine. When you have, my setback is 6 feet. Their setback's 10 feet. So I'm closer than normally any structure would be built like this. And that with the whole business of this being the main entry to the house and a deck, even though it's smaller, and without a this originally had an oven, a range connected with it, the initial proposal. This doesn't. That deck is going to have a gas grill on there, and it's going to be as much of a living space as anybody could want because it'll have a air fryer in there. And it clearly is just not meant to be part of the house. I think of you commissioners saw through this immediately. So much for the protection of the historic district and the myth of good government and ACC. Such stunning hypocrisy in railroading this through on the fast track. We have a moratorium on short-term rentals. Too many deficiencies in zoning public procedures to even mention. Spot zoning makes me ill. One thing you should ask yourself, could you convince your husband, wife, significant other that you'd be okay with this exact thing happening, affecting your home, your property values, your peace and quiet? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Totten.
Thank you to people who came here this.
Mr. Mayor, in looking at the time period tonight, the proponents have had 13 minutes, individuals speaking for it. The opponents have had a total of 21 minutes and 30 seconds. To ensure compliance with the zoning procedures law of Georgia and the Georgia Code, it requires that opponents and proponents be given an equal amount of time. And so I think out of abundance of caution to avoid a challenge,
I would recommend that we give the proponent, if they'd like, a chance to speak additional time to avoid that possible challenge.
Thank you, Attorney Drake. So additional proponents have that additional time, and I believe we have one.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you were still speaking, I'm sorry.
I'm not. I just got here.
She's just stood up, and she's a proponent.
Okay, well, yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine,
so-
she gets 3 minutes, yeah.
Right.
And that'll take away from.
That'll
what
take
you
away from the
proposed.
time, yeah.
zoning hearing now?
No, it's just the law, yeah, go ahead.
Special use code.
Yes, the zoning matter.
Good evening.
Okay. Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I'm Carol Williams, 115 St. George Place in Athens, Georgia, and I am the mother of Jason Williams, and I am so glad to see his family here. The kids could probably come up and say some additional words to you after sitting through this, but I rise to point out to you that I am a longtime resident of Athens, being here in the 60s. I was honored to raise my children in Athens. I have been very immersed in this community, trying to give back and make this place a better place. And my children have followed in those footsteps and have a great reverence for this community and a great affinity to it. And it was one of Jason's desires that he offer this experience to his young boys when they were growing up, to get to know Athens, to love it as much as he did, and hopefully have that feeling for quite a while. As a mother, to know what the plan was, and in point of that, I do want to thank David Matheny and his meticulous detail work to present this and work with the HPC, and also for the Historic Planning Commission, the Planning Commission, and especially the Planning Department to provide you with such an explicit documentation of what this is about. Hearing some of the comments and the erroneous comments, and especially on the intent of what has been raised about my family, is extremely stressful to me, and I know that my son and his family have gone through a lot of stress as well through this process, that they tried to do the best thing that they could do for this development. And according to the ordinances that you have on the books, this did pass muster in a great way. He does not want to do anything that's not attractive and adding to the community that this is in, and it delights me to see his children come over and to ride their bikes, to go to 5 Points, to even walk and go to all parts of Athens when they come over, which is so important to see that and to share that with friends and neighbors. So again, this is very well documented in what you have before you to consider without the erroneous comments that sometimes come up in this. And I really regret it. I really regret it for my son. And I respectfully ask your support in approving this additional structure. When my son bought this home, it was from a family home, and he...
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Mr. Drake, that was a 3 minutes on.
So we have a...
5 minutes, yes. So and I'm going to try to be very brief. Jeff Deloach, I practice law here. I live in Oconee County. I lived in Athens a long time and love Athens dearly. I know many of you, and I appreciate what you do and how hard you work to get things right. So I thank you for that, and I hope you'll take the time in this to think through what we really have here, which is a situation where your professional staff worked very hard to consider this and recommended approval. You have the Planning Commission that recommended approval unanimously. I've worked with Mr. Lonnie and the professional staff since for the 20 years I've been here, and they are as good as anybody, anywhere that I deal with. And frankly, we're very lucky for that. This is a situation where what you've heard is a great deal of design complaints. This is not a matter of design that's before you now. The design has been approved, and that's completed. What you have heard is this concern that this could be a triplex. And I want to just very directly say this property will have to comply. This confirms that this is a duplex. It has been a duplex for a very, very long time, and this merely confirms that it is still a duplex. If this property owner were to try to use this in any other way, he is subject to the law just like any other resident in Athens-Clarke County would be subject to citation, and I would expect that to happen. With respect to, I want to try to be quick about this. We've heard the complaints about Airbnb in an effort to try to address that. That's why there's been a proposal for a condition that can be placed on this special use, so that this idea that this is going to be a party house week after week is eliminated by that. And again, the concern, even though the design's already approved, the concern about the deck, we tried to address that too by making it much smaller. So Mr. Williams has heard the concerns, and he wants to be a good neighbor, but he also wants to have a place that his family can actually use when he comes. To be clear, there is one space that is being rented, and the other part of this home is used by his family, and occasionally, and when I say occasionally, 9 times in 5 years, it has been used as an Airbnb. So again, this is a unique situation. I don't believe there's any indication that you are broadening what is available to other folks. Instead, this is a special use by design as something you consider the facts of each particular case. And in this particular case, this is we submit to you an appropriate and correct addition to this home. We are very thankful for your service and hope that you will consider this on a specific basis for this particular residence. So,
Thank you, Mr. DeLuce.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. And would the applicant like to use the approximately 2.5 minutes remaining?
Yes, thank you.
What's-
I think they used, so now with him.
Was that 3 minutes? I thought we had 2.5.
Yeah, I had calculated it wrong. The way I calculated, I think that's equal time.
Oh,
now.
okay.
I
Well,
think
I'm
I've had-
sorry, David. I didn't
Yeah.
know.
All right.
I messed up on my calculation.
Thanks. All right. Rarely do we get to do the speed trials here, but thank you, Attorney Drake, for handling the watch.
I'm happy to ask, but I mean, because I don't want to have a challenge from you later. So I had the attorney, y'all spoke 10 minutes, then you had the property manager.
Good. I trust your math.
Okay, all right, okay, yeah. Yeah, I just want to make sure.
Appreciate everybody operating in good faith. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You kept up with it.
All right.
All right, and this special use request is in District 10, so I'm going to turn it to Commissioner Hamby to make a motion.
Sure. I'm going to make a motion to deny the special use request.
All right.
I'll second that.
Motion to deny from Commissioner Hamby. Sorry, I'm taking notes. Second from Commissioner Link. Commissioner Hamby, any comments regarding this?
Sure. I've got a few. Judge, you going to keep track of my time here? Well, Gene will, I know. And this is something that we haven't seen before. I mean, I haven't seen it since I've been on the commission. A special use to have a duplex and then have an addition to it. I'm hard pressed to think of where there's a duplex in a historic district, since we're talking about a historic district, not even a historic district, where perhaps you have a duplex with an addition to it that has a garage apartment above it. The intentions of Mr. Williams and his family, good family. The intentions may be true, and I don't want to doubt that. But the point of this special use is it's a special use that goes along with the property. So the next owner may not have the right intentions. The next owner may turn it into a triplex. The next owner may utilize it in ways that we haven't thought of, or conditions that they want to put onto it. So it's always about that. So, and we look at this, and it got brought up that this is a special use germane to this property, and that's true. But I've seen it time and time again, and several of us have. When we approve one special use, the next person who wants a similar special use comes to us and says, "Will you approve the special use over there? Now you got to approve it over here too." So we get caught in this cycle. So in this question that they're asking us tonight is this. They want to go from a non-conforming, and then they're going to make it even more non-conforming, and then have us say, "Well, wait, our bad, it's going to be conforming." And that to me, I know it says it in here in a separate section of the special use that our ordinance allows that, but the way I also read that ordinance is that if you wanted to go from non-conforming to conforming, then tear out that wall or stop doing a duplex, and then you can build your garage apartment like every other single family in the historic district does, or even in the county does. So, and I may be wrong in my interpretation of it, and that's fine. But I'm not wrong in the fact that, you're going from a non-conforming to a conforming. And I also, and this is more than about an STR. This is about, how it impacts single-family neighborhoods, and what would happen, how this will play out as more applicants come to us. It's also about how it is fair to folks in historic districts who are non-conforming right now and legal non-conforming.
Would you like more time by unanimous consent?
Yes.
I'm not going to take much longer because I'll probably think of more to say, but it's like in a historic district now, if you're non-conforming, then you don't get the option of having that property tax freeze. The whole point of the property tax freeze when you're conforming is so you make improvements to the house. Here, the improvements are an investment that's going to be made to the house from a duplex. So it's just there's a lot of questions, there's a lot of consequences that we haven't thought through. And I think, this being, one of a special use requests that we've never seen before is going to raise those questions and help us think through the consequences. So thank you, Mayor. I may have more to say in a bit.
I apologize. I wasn't good at math, but I think I counted the proponent's mom twice, so I do think they have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. In my nervousness. No, I did. I counted wrong. I'm trying to be correct here, make sure, under ZPL, we have to give equal time, and so I was wrong.
We're fine, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
The proponents are satisfied with the quality of their argument.
Okay.
Thank you
As
all.
long as I had the opportunity.
You were the seconder, Commissioner
Yeah,
Link. Any further comments?
I have a question, I guess it's for the attorney. The applicant offered to reduce the size of the deck to 6 by 6. Does that mean it would have to go back before the HPC?
No, my understanding that if we did it as a condition, it would not have to go back.
Okay.
Yeah.
What if there was a condition to remove?
Oh, you mean go back to the HPC?
Yeah, for the design. 'cause it's
I would
part
have
of
to look at
design.
that. I don't know
Bruce
the answer.
is shaking his head no over
Yeah.
there. Okay. What if there was a condition required to move the deck and stairwell to the interior of the property between the two structures? Would that require going back to the HPC? No, it wouldn't. So my issue with this has less to do with it being, functioning as an accessory dwelling. I believe there's a place for accessory dwellings in most of our single neighborhoods, depending on lot size, but particularly depending on proximity to neighbors and the impact on neighbors. I'll be introducing some conditions on a upzone and a couple items down the agenda that addresses that. And when you look at the special use ordinance, 9-20-5, it talks about the certain conditions or factors that a special use permit can consider in denial, including impact on the environment, including but not limited to drainage, soil erosion, sedimentation, flooding, air quality, water quality, including the generation of smoke, dust, odors, or environmental pollutants. And number 5, noise, light, and glare. you know, I really see this use, particularly with that upper story deck, directly adjacent to the next door property, which has very little setback on the side. You know, I see that as not conforming to the special use permit conditions. It might be a different case if that entrance and that upper story deck were on the interior of the property between the two structures. You know, I'd have a easier time buying the argument that this is going to be a family property if that were a single story structure. You know, I don't know why you need a multi-car garage on top of a multi-car parking area in order to serve a single family, and there's also street parking available there. I just, you know, the crux of this is the direct impact on the neighboring properties. Why do you grant a special use when there's definitely a negative impact on the adjacent property? You know,
Commissioner Link, would you like to seek additional time by
yeah,
unanimous consent?
just another minute or so.
Is that fine with the body?
Yeah, I really call into question the actual intended use of the property with the proximity of that entrance in that location. If it's truly intended for family use, why isn't that entrance interior to the property so the family can be close to one another? You know, if you're truly intending for children to use this property, why put a second story entrance all the way on the back side of the property? You got kids running up and down stairs. You know, there's definitely opportunity for noise generation there, and an upper story deck, illuminated, possibly with a grill on it. That's clearly in violation of some of those special use permit conditions. Yeah, I just can't support it in that current configuration. If there were some minor alterations to the design, I might be more open.
Thank you, Commissioner Link. That's clear. Any other input? Commissioner Houle?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, you know, I guess respectfully, I am of a different mind than my colleagues who've thus far spoken. You know, broadly speaking, I'm mulling over this concept of property rights and government efficiency, and I'm struck by how much time this body, the Planning Commission, the HPC, planning staff, the Attorney's Office have all spent to talk about a breezeway and a deck. But anyway, I appreciate the applicant correcting the record regarding the existing use as an Airbnb, even if it's only occasionally. Regarding the concerns I'm hearing raised about the entry point being some kind of indicator on the design, I went out and looked at this property in person. I thought it would be good to just put eyes on it and kind of walked around the neighborhood and looked at the other adjacent parcels in person. I think I actually saw Ms. Totten there when I was wandering down her neighbor's driveway. And, you know, I think there's only one driveway for the building, and it's on the back off Bloomfield. So that's, I think, why an entry on the back would be my inference there. Like, if you go there, there's, you know, there's nowhere to park out front except on the street. I think that the conditions that the applicant brought forward meaningfully address what I would characterize as the main issues that are being brought forward by residents. So a lot of it really seems to center on the use as an Airbnb, and limiting it to 6 times a year, I think, meaningfully mitigates that. You know, also noting that the moratorium we have in place doesn't apply to this or any of the 1,000+ other existing Airbnbs in town, right? So this is actually a chance for us to guarantee the reduction in use of at least one of them, however minimal that may be of an impact. Regarding the design or structural concerns that they're offering to significantly reduce the size of the deck is interesting to me, and I hope it might feel like less of an encroachment for the Tottens. But, you know, when I walked around the street noting the adjacent structures, most of them are taller than this building. Many of them have very, very large, like 2-story auxiliary structures, including in both of the immediately adjacent properties, the Tottens property and the one on Cloverhurst on either side of it. Both have very large accessory structures behind them. One of them is even connected by a breezeway. And then there's a bunch of other breezeways and very large accessory structures. And a lot of the buildings on this street are looking very different than what we might think of as like an old historic building. So I think some commenters, I agree with them that this won't really have much of any impact on affordable housing, but I think we're only here because it's a duplex that got grandfathered in. And I think what the applicant wants to do with the structure structurally seems reasonable to me. And I think that the conditions they've offered are meaningfully addressing some concerns of the residents. So I'd like to make a substitute motion to approve with the 2 conditions offered by the applicant, which are to reduce the deck size to 6 by 6 feet and to restrict the property to a maximum of 6 short-term rentals per year.
There's a substitute motion with those voluntary conditions as articulated by Commissioner Hool. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, I've got a second for the substitute from Commissioner Myers. Commissioner Myers, you have now 3-minute opportunity to speak to this.
Yeah, this one is using a lot of brain cells on my part, and that question of property rights and understanding the special use permits and conforming versus non-conforming. I did have a question, this is probably for the attorney. The special use permit approval for items that require special uses. For example, a church in my neighborhood would require a special use permit. That's a different situation than the special use permit to turn a non-conforming use into a conforming use, correct? And there's a different purpose behind that?
Well, I can just speak to the fact that you can use a special, I haven't looked at your situations, but I can only speak to the fact that you can use, the attorney's office believes it's appropriate to use, and I think staff concurs, it's appropriate to use a special use permit to make a non-conforming use a conforming use.
Right.
So because I haven't looked at your situation, so I hate to hypothesize about it.
Well, I mean, with those uses, there are some uses that require a special use in a neighborhood. When we were talking about a halfway house, for example. So this is a different use of the special use.
Right. You're saying there's some things that are listed in that chart that you have to have a special use approval. That's correct.
If you look in zoning code, there are any number of uses that are designated special use, and so you can look in our code and you can see those listed in the RS.
Yeah.
And is the fact of making a non-conforming use into a conforming use for something that's been non-conforming for 50-plus years, the idea there is to to address property rights issues and ability to build onto this? Because if this owner wanted to add on an addition that was connected to the house, that didn't have the breezeway, and it was approved by historic preservation, that would require the special, the change from non-conforming to conforming, because you can't do anything to the house. Is that correct?
I think the policy of making doing a special use permit to make a non-conforming use conforming would be so that the property owner could ensure that they don't lose the right to that use. Is that the policy?
Would you like to go to the podium? So we've got Bruce Lonnie, Assistant Planning Director, who I think can articulate a response to your question.
Yeah, so thank you. I think the question about the trigger of the special use is a good one, because there are use table instances where special uses are required for the use in that zone, period. The issue here with this property is the expansion of the legal nonconforming use. That's what's triggering the special use consideration. So if the property owner was not making a change, this use could continue and you would never have this opportunity to comment on it. What is triggering that is the expansion of the intensity of the use by adding additional living area. Whether it's attached by breezeway or whether it was immediately adjacent to the main structure is immaterial. It would be the increased intensity of the use is what's triggering this consideration.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, we have some additional queries. Begin with Commissioner Davenport.
Yeah, can we bind someone to 6 Airbnb rentals a year? How is that being enforced?
I think we certainly can add that as a special condition. I think enforcement, as we spoke in the past, when it comes to short-term rentals, will be the responsibility of code enforcement, and that can sometimes be challenging, as we know. But it would be enforced like any of our other ordinances by code enforcement.
Just as a technical observation. One of the things that we're doing as we update our work around short-term rentals is using a third-party facilitator to understand which properties are advertised in any number of online platforms and monitor those, in part to ensure that we're receiving the appropriate hotel motel taxes from them. So that would be at least part of a vehicle.
Can I make a friend? It's too late. Well, okay. I'm just hung up on the condition of six Airbnb rentals a year. Just legally, can we do that? Like, would the state of Georgia not come back and say, this is a rare instance, and that we are protecting somebody's right to earn money?
I think you make a good point. I had expressed concern with doing, I had some concern with, Commissioner Houle brought this idea up of making it so there could not be any short-term rentals. I had some concern because I think the applicant may arguably have a vested right to that and may have a claim against us for a taking if we put that condition on there. However, the applicant has now proposed that, and I think there's some zoning law that says when an applicant proposes something, they've agreed to it, so they can't come back to you and make that claim for a taking. But so so from that standpoint, I think the condition with them having proposed it is okay for the 6 times, yeah.
So does that answer all your questions?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks,
Can I just
Commissioner
share
David.
one more thing in response to his question?
Query before I get to some other folks
Yeah, I think-
associated with this.
Planning staff is also, am I correct, getting software. So insofar as we can enforce not having an Airbnb at all on a property, I think we'd use the same thing for number of rentals. Would that be correct?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Houle. Would you please repeat that?
Isn't part of the delay in the ordinance that we've been trying to do that, like, staff wanted to get software, the third-party
Yes.
vendor? that would
Rental
track this?
registration, yes.
Yeah, so insofar as we can enforce anything around short-term rentals, like we're trying to do with the moratorium or the future ordinance, couldn't we use that same software to monitor use of this property?
That I don't know.
Okay.
This is an off-the-shelf product, so I don't know how configurable it is.
Commissioner Thornton?
I heard twice mentioned, and I guess I'm directing this question to Mr. Lonnie. I heard twice that Woodhaven was denied the same request. Was there a difference? Do you know that? A breezeway. What was the difference? Woodlawn, I'm sorry.
The HPC heard a request for a certificate of appropriateness for a breezeway connection to an accessory structure on Woodlawn. And it was denied by the HPC based on the design criteria applicable to that district and the circumstances of that particular property. So there's not an equal sign necessarily between that site and this site.
Yep.
Okay.
And I think it's important to note that this decision should be based on what's set forth in the zoning law related to special use permits that Commissioner Link referenced, and we referenced, I pointed out to you in the agenda setting meeting, that the HPC matter should not be relevant to this determination.
Oh, I see.
I would make my decision based on the criteria set forth in the zoning ordinance.
Okay.
Commissioner Culpepper?
Yeah, so they made the comment that he's expanding the non-conforming or intensifying the non-conforming uses, just because he's expanding the square footage.
Yes.
Is there any kind of precedence that this sets for future special use with single family?
I don't think it sets a precedent. I think, other than, it from the standpoint of
not a legal precedent.
Not a legal precedent. Perhaps other people see what's being done here and say, aha, I may try that as well. I don't think it's a legal precedent that hurts us in any way,
Anyone else before I return to Commissioner Hamby and Commissioner Myers? Who's not spoken? Commissioner Hamby?
Well, and I would say that's the point too. It does set a precedence because I've seen it many times happen to us on this board where we approve something and then we're kind of not obligated, but certainly the argument, I've seen it so many times on Millage Avenue for fraternities and sororities. Well, you approved it over here, now you need to approve it over here. I've seen it. It just that's the way it happens. It does kind of bind us in a lot of ways like that. I will say this, a lot of the examples that were given earlier of houses with an apartment garage behind it, all those houses are single-family units. They're not duplexes, and that's what this special use is about, is about expanding that use. And you know, we've seen all the questions back and forth. That ought to raise a little bit of red flag amongst us about the consequences of this. If we're having this many questions to the attorney and to planning staff of something that we haven't seen before as far as a special use request, there's something going off in my mind that's non-conforming. So you know, and again, it goes back to increasing the intensity of a non-conforming request, and I think that's something to really consider as far as historic districts are going, but also countywide within single-family districts.
Got Commissioner Myers, then Commissioner Link.
Since we're getting so much help with these questions we have, I'd like to see if we can follow up on Commissioner Link's question in terms of, I'm looking at these reasons for evaluating when you're looking at the special use for what is it? Anyway, the special use permit here, and the question of the back stair and the not being moved to the front side. Is there some reason why that choice was made? It does seem to have a big effect on the environment with noise and light.
Commissioner, are you asking that of the applicant or of planning staff?
Of the applicant.
And would you like a response? Or
Yes,
you just, okay.
I'd love to have a response, sure.
Mr. Matheny? Come please. Yes. So Mr. Matheny, you are the designer, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and so did you understand Commissioner Myers' question?
Yes, I think you're asking, can it be moved to the other side of the
Right,
of the unit?
Is that something that was considered, the Commissioner Link's suggestion? You know, you've made.
I think it may have been considered, but I think the reason it wasn't is just because of the fact that there's very little yard in there, and so therefore, with the stairs and the deck there, it sort of took up whatever outdoor space is there, you know. The short answer to your question is, if the question is, can it be moved, the short answer is yes, but, you know.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to ask everybody to look at section 9-20-5 and recognize the factors, you know, that I mentioned before, and also including the factor 8, impact on the character of the neighborhood by the establishment or expansion of the proposed use in conjunction with similar uses. I mean, that you know, it's a non-conforming use, and there really aren't many similar uses in the neighborhood, and I would argue that there probably aren't any duplexes with an accessory structure, much less a two-story one, or with a living space up top. I mean, like I said, you know, it wouldn't give me such pause if it was clear that the entryway and the activity was interior to the property.
Commissioner Wright, we've not heard from you.
I would like to make a motion to call the question. I think we've talked through all this. I don't know that I've ever seen us pull staff and applicants up so many times for questions. It's way past the 8:15 break.
So there's a motion to call the question.
Motion to call the question.
Is there a second to calling the question?
Second.
All right, there's a second to calling the question from Commissioner Thornton. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so the question is called. We have a substitute motion that sits on the floor from Commissioner Houle, seconded by Commissioner Myers. So we'll go around the room, beginning with Commissioner Houle.
Houle?
Yes.
Culpepper?
No.
Myers?
No.
Thornton?
No.
Amby?
No.
Davenport?
No.
No.
Taylor?
No.
Wright?
No.
1 yes, 8 no.
All right, we'll return to the original motion from Commissioner Hamby.
The original motion is to deny, so a
The
yes
original
vote-
motion is to deny.
And a yes vote means deny, so yes.
No.
Yes.
Taylor?
No.
Wright?
Yes.
Poole?
No.
Culpepper?
Yes.
Myers?
We're voting to.
A yes vote is to deny, a no vote.
Yes.
Happened over there?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Commissioner Taylor.
Thornton?
Yes.
Okay. 6 yes, 3 no.
Tell her what you said.
I'm sorry, Ms. James. Mine was a no.
A yes.
Yes, what the fuck?
You wanted,
I've got you.
I do not support it, basically.
So you would like to deny?
I would like to deny.
And so your vote would be a yes.
You voted no.
I said something happened over there.
All right, so the vote was 6-3, so the denial carries.
7-3. 7-2.
7, similarly, 7-2, denial carries. All right, all right. We are past time when we would normally take our 15-minute break. We're going to do that now. It's 8:41. We'll be back in our seat at 8:56. All right, welcome back, everyone. Good to have everybody here. We're going to go ahead and continue with business.
Oh, yeah.
All right, friends, we're continuing with business. Good evening. We have to return briefly to the prior item. We need to make sure, simply for our legal T crossing and I dotting, that Attorney Drake reads the ordinance into the record. So, Attorney Drake, if you would read that ordinance into the record, and then we're going to do the round robin very briefly. So.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to a special use approval to render as conforming a legal non-conforming use in the RS-8 single-family residential district on an approximate 0.22 acre parcel of land at 120 West Cloverhurst Avenue and for other purposes.
All right, and the motion that carried was the motion to deny from Commissioner Hamby. So we're going to go around again. A yes vote is to deny. So Commissioner Hamby?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, wait, I'm out of order. Sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
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 All right. 7-2, motion carries.
There we go.
All right. We are moving on to item 19. Item 19 is a text amendment regarding administrative waivers, and we have an opportunity for public input on this item. Is there any member of the public who would like to speak to the administrative waivers that are receiving a text amendment recommended by the Planning Commission? All right. Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, let me read the ordinance.
And we're going to read that ordinance.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to staff permit procedures and for other lawful purposes.
Is there a motion regarding item 19?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Hool. Taking notes here, apologize. Second from Commissioner Taylor. All right, Commissioner Hool, any input on this item?
Good job, planning staff. Good job, planning commission.
Commissioner Taylor?
I ditto that, ready to vote.
Any further input from members of the body?
Nope.
No. Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. All right, motion carries unanimously. All right, moving on to item 20. Item 20 is a text amendment regarding allowing single-family residences in the airport overlay zone. Is there any member of the public who would like to speak to item 20? All right, seeing none, could you read that ordinance for me, Attorney Drake?
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to approach zones and transition zones in the airport overlay A district and for other lawful purposes.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Commissioner Hool. I have a second from Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Hool, any follow-up remarks?
Good job, planning staff. Good job, planning commission.
Commissioner Thornton?
Ditto.
Any other input from members of the body? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. None opposed, motion carries unanimously. All right, we're moving on to item 21. Item 21 is a text amendment regarding the creation of a new land use for distribution centers. Is there any member of the public who would like to speak to this text amendment? Seeing none, Attorney Drake, can you read that ordinance?
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to storage and warehouse uses in the zoning ordinance of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia and for other purposes.
So
Move to
moved.
approve.
All right, I think Commissioner Wright got in under the wire. Motion from Commissioner Wright, second from Commissioner Hool. Commissioner Wright, any input on this item?
No, ready to vote, thanking staff and the planning commission for their work.
Commissioner Hool?
And the Economic Development Department. And for anyone who wonders what this one's about, you can get some more detail from Mr. Lonnie in our agenda-setting meeting or at the Planning Commission meeting, because
All
this
right.
one's a bit more complicated.
Digital is forever. All right, any further input from members of the body?
I have a question, Mayor.
Yeah. So, Commissioner Handy.
So the question is this, you know, I've had a call about, and this is actually in Commissioner Hull's district, and I just don't want to mention the name, don't feel comfortable doing that without asking them, but and Attorney Drake, you may be aware of what I'm referring to, but it's the person lives in a single-family neighborhood, and they have some heavy truck activity that goes by.
Table up to date with the types of uses that actually exist today. So fulfillment centers, distribution centers, they serve a different function these days. Now, as far as, and so this code gets us in line with regulating those uses administratively through our plans review process. Truck traffic, though, and this would be something I'd be happy to talk to you about offline and see if we can look at what's the source, if we can identify it, and see if there are industrial standards that are at play.
It was not related to that matter that you're speaking of.
Okay.
It was a different reason.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
good enough. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, Judge, Mayor. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Any further input on this matter? All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Wright and a second from Commissioner Hool. Did you read the ordinance, Attorney Drake?
I did, I believe.
Okay, yeah.
I'll read it
Abundance
again
of
real quick.
caution.
An
Let's do it
ordinance to
again.
amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to storage and warehouse uses in the zoning ordinance of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia.
Thank you, Attorney Drake. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. All right, unanimous. And so we are moving on now to old and new business. And so we have public input opportunity on old and new business. And so let me remind everybody what items are under that umbrella. Those are items 5 regarding our alcohol beverage sales, the Sunday sales opportunity for 2024, calendar 2024. Item 9 regarding the unified leasing policy. We have item 14, which is judiciary request for ARPA funds. And then we have items 22 through 35. So now is that time when anybody who would like to speak on any of those items that I just mentioned, 5, 9, 14, and 22 through 35, have an opportunity for input. And as was stated earlier, opportunities for 3 minutes. Please state your name, your place of residence, and please everyone listen silently so that you will be accorded the same respect you were according the person who is at the podium. Good evening, and just let us know the item you're speaking to as well.
Good evening. My name is Smith Wilson, and I live at 580 Morton Road here in Athens. I'm here as chair of the Taylor Grady House Foundation, Athens' only National Historic Landmark, of which a number of our board members are present tonight. My purpose, though, tonight is to support Town and Gown in their request that the commission continue their lease amount granted for so many years under the Community Benefits Agreement. As you have heard, these nonprofits will be burdened with, and in the case of the Town and Gown, a 6,000-fold increase in the cost just to use the facility. These neighbors of ours deserve continued recognition of our to the community, and so I plead with the commission to not implement this additional burden on them. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I appreciate it. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Marty Horn. I live at 1170 Gray Drive. I serve also on the Taylor Grady National Historic Landmark Board with Mr. Wilson. I just wanted to say that as a current sustaining member of the Junior League of Athens and a former president of the Junior League, to have your rent increased 6,000-fold, for us it was even a greater number than that, is just simply not sustainable for a 501c3. We do not have the income to sustain that, neither does the Town and Gown. So thank you for your consideration of allowing them to remain at the $1 a year rent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Horn. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Gwen O'Looney. I live at 626 Cobb Street, and I'm also pleased and privileged to be on the Taylor Grady National Historic Landmark Board. And I'm nervous because I want to say the right thing as quickly as possible. And so I want to share with you two things. One is that when I heard from Mariah Parker that there was a discrepancy of the kind there was in the rents, I was as appalled as you were. Everyone on this and on the commission said, no, we don't want that. And we started looking at it. And I feel really important that that we want to keep that principle in mind. And in the attachment 2 that originally outlined your community benefits agreement that you've now taken out, I want to call to your attention what it says for private for-profit entities. It says that lease pricing for for-profit entities will either be set by an appraisal conducted by a third-party state-certified general appraiser or using rates negotiated by the manager or his or her designee and approved by the mayor and commission when it is established that below-market terms are in the best interest of our economic development or workforce development objectives. You're going to be dealing with a lot of groups from the Tutorial Society that is teaching our kids to the health department that's working on such crucial matters in our community. And you may think, well, how does Town and Gown or how does Taylor Grady feature in that? We see ourselves as being very much a part of the economic tourism development of our community, creating and expanding the designation venues that are destinations that bring people not only to town for a short period, but overnight, like the hotel motel tax and all the other things that we know are good for our community. So we think that that's really important. But more important than that is the commission, the mission of these people has from the very beginning been to expand and integrate Taylor Grady to be an image that is shared by our entire community, that everyone has access to it, and we're willing to sustain that. But we're starting a business that has been out of business for 1.5 years, and it's all our money, and we don't have the money for a large rent. Your rent is estimated at $15,000, but it's $21,000 more when you add the ground floor. It doesn't make sense, y'all.
Thank you, Ms. O'Looney. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Lee Epting. I live at 1800 Crescent Lane, and I'm just going to say ditto. It's a lot easier, and y'all don't want to stay here any longer than I do. So ditto, we won't reiterate all that again. See you later.
Thank you, Mr. Epting. Good evening.
Hello, I am Dr. Tawana Matters with Destin Incorporated. 985 Gaines School Road is our business location. And I'm just here to say thank you in advance for the CNC grant. It is an awesome opportunity as the co-founders, Dr. Renetta Elder, Dr. Joe Smith, and our board and staff have worked many years and excellent on the program level, and we need this opportunity to build our infrastructure, and we're not ashamed to say it after being in business for 25 years. So we thank you all for this opportunity. We're excited, and we look forward to coming back and sharing our capstone in a year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maddox. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Amy Miller. I'm a native Athenian, a current resident, and I've been a member of the Town and Gown Players since 1988. I'm also currently serving as the development chair on our board of directors, and I've been asked to speak on behalf of the board regarding agenda number 9. I know that most of you have been getting calls and emails from our supporters asking you to reconsider the new leasing policy that was finalized last month. As a board, we wanted to take one more opportunity to summarize what we feel are the unique circumstances that require a reconsideration. Our theater was conceived, funded, and constructed by Town and Gown supporters for the use of Town and Gown, following 15 years of a nomadic existence. It gave us a home, which is how we've always thought of it. Because it's our home, we have taken on the responsibility for the vast majority of its upkeep and well-being. New seats, lighting and sound equipment, a new main curtain, a memorial garden, even 2 full lobby, sound booth, and box office renovations have all been funded and executed by the players. On top of this, we have never received operational funds from the city. No budgetary assistance, no utility subsidies, unlike other organizations affected by this policy. We have also not been offered a deferment to the new rental amounts based on the capital improvements that we have made, unlike other organizations. We are truly a community theater, open to all who want to participate. We charge no costume fees, no class tuition. No one is required to buy ads or sell them to others. We ask anyone cast in a show to pay an annual membership fee of $20, which is more than offset by the free tickets all members receive to any show they work on. Anyone can usher or sell tickets or concessions and see a show for free. Our second stage series allows anyone in the community to propose a show they want to produce, giving them not only the space to do so, but a budget to pay for it. And that has allowed many new people to come into our community and present shows that they have wanted to do. We cannot maintain an ability to raise funds for capital projects or to offer these opportunities to anyone who wants them if we cannot be assured that the Athens Community Theater will remain as it has been for the last 55 years, our home, without the threat of continually increasing rental payments looming on the horizon. We therefore respectfully ask that the United Lease Agreement be returned to the Property Committee and reviewed with the input of our organization, taking into consideration the unique circumstances that brought our building into existence in 1968. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Good evening.
Hi, my name's Alan Rowell. I'm with 215 Meadowview Avenue with the Town and Gown Players as well. I sense that there's people that look at this from a business-minded point of view, so I'm here with a pitch. You're planning to spend $12.5 million in 2025 on a theater for ACT to enhance value that arts organization provides to our residents. So let me pitch you a much more economical alternative. What if we build a theater that could be operated by nothing but volunteers? Okay, sounds crazy, I know, hear me out. It can't be a $12.5 million facility because obviously a ragtag bunch of constantly revolving non-professional volunteers will never be able to keep such a place up, and safety concerns would be prohibitive. Now, we can't make it too small either, or they won't be able to seat enough patrons to make the place financially viable. It's the Goldilocks problem. It needs to be just right. That includes, for example, the location. If it's built on a great location downtown or fronting one of our main roads, then eventually there will be pressure to use that location for a more lucrative purpose, and we'll lose. So I can sense that maybe some people are not convinced that volunteers would be able to sustain operation of a performing arts company under any circumstances. Well, here's the secret sauce. These theater people are internally motivated to do whatever it takes to make it to opening night of a show. They'll spend their own money sometimes to tweak the quality of costumes or sets or whatever. It's crazy. And I said they'll do whatever, but that's not exactly true. For instance, don't ask them to sell ads or organize some kind of fundraiser. That's too much like a day job. That's business. Ugh. But if they can sell enough tickets and make enough in one season to be able to provide a small budget to produce each show the next season, they can keep going like that indefinitely, as long as there's no major financial hiccups. And that brings us to maintaining this just right theater. As I said, they're motivated to produce shows, but what about when the building needs a new roof or upkeep of the lobby, the house, the stage dressing rooms? Well, again, this isn't a $12.5 million facility, so those expenses will be more reasonable. And let's remember, the point of all of this is to deliver to our residents the value of an arts organization provides. Seems to me the cost of handling the infrastructure maintenance would be a bargain. You're not paying for staff. You're not providing the organization with an operating budget. I don't know, could it work? It has for 50 years. The Athens Community Theater is that theater, and the Town and Gown Players are those volunteers.
Thank you, Mr. Rowell. I appreciate your time tonight. Good evening.
Hey there, I'm Bryn Adamson. I live at 485 Southview Drive, and I'm here also speaking on behalf of Town and Gown. This is actually the third time I have appeared before you all on this issue of the leasing policy for Town and Gown. I wrote the community benefits agreement for that last new leasing policy, so I won't bore you with our 70-year history of our nonprofit, 100% volunteer organization, or the several mayoral proclamations on our walls, the Mathis donation that fully funded the construction of our building for our use, as long as we remained an organization, or the history of our memorial garden, because I know you know all that. And I've seen some of the replies that y'all have sent back to folks, because I know you've been bombarded with emails and such, about how this issue has been reviewed and discussed and in committee. But as much as that has been at length, not once in the last 3 years has anybody from Town and Gown been asked to come and talk with y'all, like in an official way, with either Central Services or any of y'all. And that meeting was kind of promised in January of '21. So I would request that meeting if y'all are still inclined. In 1968, the city of Athens recognized Town and Gown's 15, 20 years or so.
Overcharged for decades. As I said years ago, I'll say again for the third time, systemic racism does exist. The predecessors who previously held your roles made the wrong call by overcharging black and brown people back then. However, the attempts to rectify the past has been rocky and rough. 2 years ago, we were told we were too white. And as the incoming first black president, I informed the commission that not only was I bringing the most diverse board of directors and trustees, but I already had a diversity plan in effect, which surprised and shocked some of the commissioners. We were then told, raise your prices, so you can cover the costs. I then had to explain, as a person from a low-income background, I actually technically selected senior citizen to receive a reduced price to attend. So thus, if we raise the prices, black and brown communities, and separate from them, low-income communities would have a higher barrier to experience the arts, which would thus guarantee a wider and richer audience. But back then, there was an agreement for a temporary $1 extension with 2 caveats. Caveat 1 was, we will meet with each of those individuals for 6 months or less to talk to them and bring them to the table to discuss the rent. Caveat 2 was, we want these individuals to know the value of diversity, equity, and inclusion in the community. And I believe that second caveat was because we are a historically white institution. So as an officer of 15 years doing DEI work, we assessed ourselves. And we went from 3% to 20% of diverse ethnic and racial cast and crewmates. We realized that what we're facing is a national problem, but we need local solutions. To diversify your audience, you must diversify the stage. The following year, we selected inclusive materials in 2/3 of our main stage show. 1/3 of our main stage show was represented by people of color. So we have the data openly available and on our website. We're assessing ourselves and we're advancing how we evolve and understanding how to represent those values of Athens-Clarke County. But that first caveat, we did not have that meeting with 6 months or less to actually be brought to the table. And in fact, after several months past that deadline, there was a commissioner who I appreciate who reached out to make sure a meeting took place, but it was not what we were promised. We were told what was going to happen at that time, and what crushed me even more was there were 2 black-led nonprofit organizations with leaders who told me that they felt that they would still not be compensated for the fact that they were overcharged. So I think the spirit of the proposal should have been focused on reducing the harm of those black and brown individuals who had faced harm. But it feels like there's an off track of punishing current nonprofits today for the past actions and sins of the predecessors of those who held previous government positions. Based off that complexity, I hope that you reconsider and think about Town and Gown through those situations. Thank you very much for your time and listening.
Thank you, Mr. Norton. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you? Good. My name is Amir Dawkins, and I'm a resident in Tucker, Georgia. I'm here to talk about the About Face International Corporation, just to give you guys a little example of what goes on there. So here it goes. My mentor, Mr. Ricky, a mentor about Interface International Corporation, is a compassionate individual who played a pivotal role in helping me overcome my mental health condition. And his unwavering support and empathetic nature created a safe space for me. However, at the time, I didn't believe in his approach on adjusting my situation. I was losing friends and family. I couldn't see euphoria. I felt like everyone was against me. Eventually, I realized his consistency. He was there at the hospital and anywhere he could see me get any better. Mr. Ricky's kindness and dedication demonstrated the profound impact that genuine human connections can have on one's well-being, turning what seems insurmountable into a path of healing and resilience. I say that to emphasize that being around people who keeps you grounded and aware of yourself will make you appreciate life once you find the errors. Now that the storm is over for me, I am now a cinematographer for a film production company.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right.
Appreciate it.
That's cool.
Good evening.
Hello, how everybody doing? I'm back again. Hello, Mayor, Commissioners, and the purpose of me standing here today before you, I'm just hoping that something that I learned in seminary school is called the hermeneutical circle. Not leaving this place of the emptiness without receiving that CNC grant, and that's what we came here for. Today, you heard from one of our jewels. I asked him, could I speak on a little bit about his history, but we're big on family reunification, what we was able to do with him and his family. The home was destroyed. He was tarnished. He just had a dark path. But through my guidance and my training, I was able to show him that there's a better way. So today, last time I came here and spoke with you like 2 Thursdays ago, I was able to encounter a partnership with Clarke County, the detention center over with Daniel Young, and we have that set in stone. So we're on the move. We just need a hand up and just helping us along the way. I thank you so much for listening to me, and y'all have a great day.
Thank you. Let me get your name for the record real quick.
I'm Ricky Willis at 140 Julian Circle.
Thank you, Ricky. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Hiawatha Hill. I live in Kennesaw, Georgia. I'm here with Mr. Ricky Willis just to support him and his organization, About Face International Corporation, which helps those in the community with mental health issues, as well as a second chance for those who have been incarcerated. I believe it's item number 28 that you all will be reviewing this evening. So I just wanted to be a character witness for Mr. Willis. I have known him for several years. He's an outstanding gentleman, really is passionate about helping those marginalized individuals in the community with mental health issues, incarceration, as well as homeless, marginalized individuals. He has a compassion bigger than anything that I've ever seen before. He and I also went through seminary together, and so he is one who is a man of integrity, a spiritual jewel here in the Athens community. And so, again, thank you for your time. And I am just here as a character witness asking for your vote for item number 28.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Good evening.
James Victor Power, 5473 Mount Olive Road in Commerce, Georgia. I too am here for the About Face International Corporation in support of it. I believe in his purpose, and I've seen hands-on his passion for it and his action and his willingness to support those that are underprivileged or have had a rocky past. I can say personally, I've gone through an organization like that, and organizations like that, any kind of organization that is willing to invest in people, I believe that's an organization to invest in, because I think people are going to be ultimately the most productive part of this community. And the bad thing about backgrounds a lot of times is an individual can get their life on track but not have easy application or accessibility to organizations that can point them in the right directions and show them more than just how to fill out a resume. And this organization goes into the mental health, it goes into rehabilitation, it goes into housing structure, it goes in, they actually go with them on the job site. And, you know, I couldn't support this program more. Me personally, I have a background, and going through an organization like that, I now have 2.5 years clean and sober, and trying to go into the armed forces. So when I see people like this program, I have a compassion for it, because there's not a lot of this is kind of like what Mr. Jesse was saying, that there's a shortage of it. And I do believe there is a shortage of places that just like to detox somebody, help them fill out a resume, and send them on their way. There's a lot more that needs to go along with it, and I believe that this organization hits all key points. So thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Power. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Kiara Trammell of 612 Holly Springs Court. I am the founder and program director of Encourage Her Academy, where girls with dreams become women with vision. Her signifies hope, empowerment, resilience. Our organization aims to provide young girls and women with a platform to build their communities, develop their talents, and encourage support, growth, empowerment, and strength. In the great words of our former First Lady, Michelle Obama, every girl, no matter where she lives, deserves the opportunity to develop the promise inside of her. We exist to inspire and empower young women through vibrant content, education, and experience that support the needs and development of young women. Our program provides a holistic approach to youth development through tailored programming, including comprehensive after-school programs. These initiatives seamlessly blend academic support, life skills coaching, and leadership development to empower girls 6 to 17 years of age with the knowledge and skills they need to thrive in various aspects of life. Participating in the CNC Athens program will help EHA increase capacity and improve services our organization offers to the girls of Athens-Clarke County. Thank you for taking the time to read our proposal. We look forward to extending our influence and making a greater difference and impact to the girls in our community.
Thank you, Ms. Trammell.
Hello, Mayor.
Good evening.
My name is Robert Norman Harris. I live at 140 Skyline Way here in Athens, 30606. And I'm here, got out of line, but if we can go back to Town and Gowns, I'm a volunteer. I've been volunteering for 30 years. And this has been a volunteer organization, and I'd like to speak about some of the people that started Town and Gown Theater. I don't think it was mentioned. It's 70 years ago. 1953. It's been this organization that stuck together in Athens as a contributor to the arts. Athens is known for the arts. And here we are as an organization that in 1968, we got a little block building with a flat roof, 125 seats, not even enough room on the wings to hardly do anything. If you can't even get from one side of the theater to the other side without going through the men's or women's dressing room. It's a really small little place that we make work. And I feel that there were people back then, I'm going to speak for them, for 70 years ago. I just had so much fun watching the theater. And I have so much fun being in the theater. I wore many hats. I actually gave myself a stage name, Bobby Norm. See Robert Norman Harris, Bobby Norm, I like it. Okay, it's fun. It's fun, and we are here to entertain the city. We're an asset. We're an asset to Athens, and I'd like to speak in that way as a volunteer. and thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Bobby. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Tiffany Hogan, 1371 Dogwood Drive, Conyers, Georgia. On behalf of D.R. Horton, I am here to speak on items number 22 and 23 on the agenda this evening. I first want to thank you all. It has been quite a trip that we have all taken together over the last nearly 2 years. I appreciate all of the questions, your time, and your commitment to helping to make the right decision about development and housing in Athens-Clarke County. As the #1 builder in the country, we are very, very strategic with our locations for our projects and when the market is prepared for those projects. As has been said in this very chamber many times, Athens-Clarke County is experiencing a housing crisis just as many other areas of the country are. With the project proposed for 1125 Newton Bridge Road, it is an area that has not seen a lot of growth and development over the last 20 years. The parcel in particular in question has been rezoned for more than 23 years as employment industrial and has not been developed as such. With the pump station that we are seeking, it would provide services not only to the property for the development, but also to potential other projects in the area to spur further economic development in the area. In addition to that, by bringing the rooftops to the house, to the community, you are also bringing in rooftops that could be used to initiate other development in the area as well. Currently, in Athens-Clarke County, you have the lowest home ownership rate in the state of Georgia. This is a for-sale community. This community would help to bring your for-sale numbers up, provide housing stock for teachers, military personnel, those folks that work right here in City Hall every single day. D.R. Horton is so committed to home ownership that we have programs that not only assist you in becoming a homeowner, but understanding how to remain in that home. In addition to that, our Main Street Stars program offers incentives for those folks that were just mentioned by merely showing their IDs, because we know that although they are some of the hardest working in the communities, they are sometimes the lowest compensated. And so we want to make the dream of home ownership attainable for them as well. We have taken many questions, responded to that, made adjustments, provided reports, including traffic studies and so forth, and we hope that all of your questions have been answered. Immediately following me is our sewer engineer to speak just briefly on the pump station and that request. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hogan. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Andy Lovejoy. I live at 6041 Lower Roswell Road. I want to speak in favor of the proposed pump station force main that's going to serve the proposed Newton Bridge Road project. I'm a design engineer who's designed dozens and dozens of pump stations and assisted communities in bringing sewer to underserved areas strategically, minimizing, pump stations aren't the ideal situation, but for areas that are underserved with sewer, it kind of becomes a catalyst for future development and bringing sewer to underserved areas. As far as sewer in lieu of septic systems, providing sewer is magnitudes better than, say, septic tanks. The treatment, once you get the wastewater to a treatment plant, it's magnitudes better than letting the water go through a septic system into the ground and potentially polluting the groundwater. I understand D.R. Horton is going to be contributing $300,000 for the operation and maintenance of the station, which should last, between 15, 20 years of operation. They're also, the fact that they're building the station and the force main, the infrastructure, that infrastructure will serve much more than just this development. Just the conservative nature in designing a station and force main, it just allows for a future development, maybe some other existing development that may not be, maybe on septic systems that if the septic systems begin to fail, this becomes an opportunity to get those folks on sewer. Furthermore, D.R. Horton will be contributing a significant amount of money on sewer capacity fees that help pay for the existing system you have, the treatment plant you have, It, that when that was built, it was a sunk cost, and this just contributes to help pay for that infrastructure. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lovejoy. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Gertz and Commissioners. I'm J. Paul Smith, and I'm happy to return after our introductory meeting in November to provide some updates. Since we've last met, I've had community engagement efforts that are aimed towards solidifying plans for the development of 243 Bray Street. In the past month, I've held meetings with Fire Chief Vaughn to discuss turnarounds and sprinkler measures, Director Benham of Athens Land Trust talking about specific community engagement for a parcel of land reserved as recreation area, and neighboring residents of Cannon Drive to hear all insights and concerns. Thank you, Commissioner Link, for your help in facilitating these on-site meetings with my neighbors, and hearing from the members of community has been very helpful towards improving my approach towards this project. I've used this community feedback to collaborate with Commissioner Link, and we have come up with conditions that will address key topics of concern. These conditions will improve appropriate scale of buffering between this and the Cannon Drive neighborhood, while allowing this project to accomplish its key goal of adding much-needed housing supply to a desirable infill Athens neighborhood. Hearing firsthand feedback led me to adapt my plans and consider fire turnarounds, neighborhood buffers, and appropriate open space usage. Using this guidance and feedback, Commissioner Link has drafted reasonable conditions for the site, addressing topics like installing a vegetative buffer with a 6-foot opaque fence blocking the Cannon Drive view, limiting building heights along Cannon Drive to 30 feet maximum and restricting balconies that overlook neighborhood properties, employing downward directional lighting shields and foreground plantings to prevent light intrusion, committing land in the front of the property towards the reserved recreation area, and planting a majority of native tree species on the lot. These conditions will balance neighborhood preservation of character with sustainable growth objectives of Athens' comprehensive plan, and it will allow for functional and moderately dense housing to be built in a middle density load level that is highly desired in growth goals as outlined by the Athens Missing Middle Housing Study. New residents will be able to enjoy the site's proximity to improved walking infrastructure coming to North Avenue, and this accomplishes the goal of driving growth and adding density to Tax Allocation District 5. This process has exposed me to a level of local civil responsibility that I'm grateful for. Projects must uplift local communities as well, and not only their future residents. I pledge continued collaboration with community members, and thank you for driving me towards the community-first development objectives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Appreciate it. All right. We are now moving to discussion of old and new business, beginning with those items that were removed from the consent agenda, the first of which was number 5, the resolution establishing the Sunday and calendar year 2024 for alcohol beverage sales, which I believe is recommended to be St. Patrick's Day, March 17th, 2024. Commissioner Wright, you asked for this to be removed.
Yes, I wanted to use this opportunity because I think we should all be thinking about St. Patty's Day, Sunday, and how the bars will be able to be open due to this selection of what we're going to be voting on. But it's only an opportunity for once a year, and I wanted to use this time to make clear, because I've gotten some inquiries, that it's only till midnight, okay? It doesn't change that. That's not something we can adjust. So, but the better news is for 2023, Sunday is New Year's Eve. So the bars downtown, those that elect to, can be open, but again, they have to start their shutdown at midnight. So I just wanted that to be clear. I've had some inquiries from downtown, and I'm supporting this because we all like this idea. Just wanted to use this opportunity to make that midnight thing clear, that that's not something that's negotiable. It's set. But the beverage holders have selected St. Patty's Day for 2024.
So can you make that in the form of a motion?
And so in that motion, I want to accept this new resolution, item number 5.
I'll second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Wright and a second from Commissioner Link. Commissioner Link, any follow-up about the midnight deadline? Would you like to sing Rainy Night in Soho? Anything else tonight?
No, the midnight thing on Sundays is clear by state law. It's not like we can do anything about it. The state does give us this one opportunity to sell alcohol on one Sunday, but they keep it to midnight. So
Any other further input from members of the body? All right, and this is a resolution, not an ordinance, so it does not require a reading.
Don't worry.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it's unanimous. All right, we're moving to item 9. This is the Government Operations Committee report, the Unified Leasing Policy. Commissioner Wright, you asked that this be removed. I'm going to go ahead and begin, though, with Commissioner Davenport as Chair of Government Operations.
A motion to send back to GOC.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Davenport to send back to GOC. Would you like any provisions with that send, or do you just want some more time to workshop?
Some more time to work on it.
Okay. All right, we've got a second from Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Taylor, any further input?
Yeah, we just need more time to look at it. We want to consider everyone's opinion.
All right, motion to send back to GOC. We've got additional input. Commissioner Houle?
Yeah, I'm inclined to support the motion, but, we've been kicking this can a lot, and so I hope that we'll send it back to GOC and maybe try to approach this from a different angle. I found some of the points raised by public commenters tonight quite convincing, that maybe we're responding to a problem with good intentions, but the wrong approach to the solution. I think we're also trying to tackle two problems at once. We have the problem of not enough space for our own staff to work. I understand staff's perspective of, why are we subsidizing a few nonprofits when we don't even have room for our own staff? I think there's also good questions around what rationale we can use moving forward, given that these, existing leases are there as a result of inertia, right? So I'm inclined to think maybe it's best for us to be moving forward with some kind of leasing policy that continues the low rent for the existing tenants, but comes up with a solid definition for how we would invite any new potential tenants, basically.
Commissioner Link?
I will say that, a good part of the discussion in coming up with this tier, because staff did offer a handful of different tiering rates. Our main objective was to approach something that was near the annual maintenance cost of these properties, or to come up, so that's a primary inspiration, I think, behind choosing this particular tier, even though it doesn't necessarily come close for some particular properties, but certainly these are way, 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 way below market rate, and a primary objective was to recover some of that maintenance cost for these properties. So I look forward to further discussing it, because I do believe there are some tweaks that could be made. So hopefully we can have another brief discussion and bring it back.
We go to Commissioner Horton, and obviously we don't need to beat a dead horse on this, given that we're going to have future input. Go ahead, Commissioner Horton.
Oh, okay. I think that when Commissioner Link says about the maintenance, I guess I don't think about the maintenance. I don't, and I guess that does cost money with staff. But I think it was Mr. Norton that brought, and I hate to even bring it up about the history of how we even got to where we are. But those African American groups that paid all those years, they will never, ever recoup that money when you tag on rent. It's just not going to happen. And each time this comes before me, even especially hearing some of the comments, I'm never going to probably vote for a $6,000 rent thing. I'm never going to do that. I think these nonprofits, even the ones that have not reached out to us like Town and Gown have, they bring a service to this community that you can't even measure when you talk about a community benefit. And I think they're just as valuable as those of us sitting around this rail. So I don't know how you place the value, but I do agree maintenance it has to be taken in consideration. But actually for some of the stuff they do, and I'm not just talking about Town and Gown, I'm talking about some of the other ones, they should be on our general budget almost because of what they do. So no, I didn't support the past rate increment. I wouldn't have voted for this one tonight. And if it comes out crazy the next time, I won't vote for it again. But I do take in consideration the maintenance charge.
All right, so, very quickly.
I really appreciate Commissioner Thornton's points there. I mean, we're not hearing from, for example, Athens Tutorial tonight, but their rent was originally something that we then just charged them, but then paid for through the independent agency budget. And so it's like, what are we really trying to do here? We're not actually recouping the expenses of maintenance if we're going to keep funding these orgs that we charge rent to. But I would ask, because we've heard, I feel repeatedly from some of these tenants that they're not being communicated with enough notice from our government. I don't know how true that is, but I hear it from enough people, you start to think that it's certainly true for them. So I would ask that GOC invite those tenants to, if not be a part of the conversation, at least be aware when it's happening so that they're following the conversation before the last minute and we're not just hearing from everybody with a lot of surprise. Thanks.
Motion is to return to GOC. There's a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so we'll take another pass at this one. All right, we're moving on to item 14. I believe we've got some new material, and is that Clerk Spratlin in everybody's possession? All right, so item 14, and we're just taking this off consent because there were some new updates for the judiciary request for ARPA funds from the state for calendar years 24 and 25. Entertain a motion regarding this item.
It's motions to hold. On 14, it was on the consent. I don't have a 14 update.
This is the ARPA funds for the court.
That was for a hold. I think y'all.
So that we're still seeking a hold regarding this, is this correct?
I believe so. There were some last minute changes that I'm not sure we fully understand.
All right, so just need a motion to hold?
So moved.
All right.
So
Got a
moved.
motion from Commissioner Wright,
Second.
second from Commissioner Hamby. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and hold. All right. Moving on to item 22. And again, we've got two related items as we've discussed prior. 22 is the pump station at 1125 Newton Bridge Road, and 23 is the zoning action. Item 22, the pump station. Again, I'd entertain a motion regarding the pump station. Motion regarding the pump station.
I am making a motion to, for the pump station.
All right, is there a second?
To approve it.
I'll second it. I'll second that.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Thornton, second from Commissioner Wright. All right, Commissioner Thornton, any notes about this?
Again, I'm going to stop apologizing that I just inherited this, and I'm doing the best I can. But the pump station, I had to do a whole bunch of getting educated real quick. That development has, I think, been on the market, I think, I heard 23 years. It was EI. One of the reasons I would suspect is because there's no sewer there. For the things that I've heard, and I've talked to commissioners, and I've talked to the mayor, I've talked to everybody. The niceties and the things that we would like to see in the future on that Newton Bridge corridor, it is not going to happen if we don't have sewer. You can talk about commercial and this. It's not going to happen if you don't have sewer. And we are staying away from talking about sewer lines coming out off of Newton Bridge Road towards 441 or North Athens, because God forbid if we start talking about putting in sewer lines, and which could threaten Sandy Creek. That's like a no conversation at all. So if that corridor is going to grow, we need a pump station. I think we have one that is going to be presented next year from the Jefferson Road area. So we don't have nothing to compare it to. because that one is still in process. This pump station is going to be large enough that it can accommodate other businesses in the area, it can accommodate for growth, and I think that, I don't know about residents, but I do know that it will be an attractor for business and economic development. I think it's a great move. It's a right. Now, I will say this, that I would have preferred this conversation, this whole conversation, after the future land use plan. But that didn't happen. I inherited, we're here, and this is where we're landing at. So I hope my colleagues will support me. I've learned a little bit, so if you have questions, I'll try to answer them, but the pump man is sitting out there in the audience if you need them, okay?
Commissioner Wright, any follow-up?
No follow-up, ready to vote.
Commissioner Houle?
Yeah, to Commissioner Thornton's point that pretty much anything we'd want to see happen here would require a pump station probably. I guess I just want to clarify with staff, is approval of this item approving this particular pump station designed for this particular development, or is it approving any pump station?
Well, first, there is no pump station design.
So it's
right
just
now.
the concept of a pump station.
Concept of a pump
And then also the commitment that the developer will pay for it if they move forward with the other agenda item.
Yes, it's conditioned on them, providing that payment for the, 20-year power and whatnot.
So if for some reason the developer has to walk away and a totally new thing comes in a year from now, would they also need to get approval for a pump station, or would they already have approval for a pump station?
Well, if, I would say that it depends on how you word it. I believe there was a pump station that was approved for the People of Hope development years ago. And I believe that pump station approval still goes with that property.
I think you're right about People of Hope.
So generally, if there was a use in this volume and this pump station was approved, but the subsequent zoning item was not, a user at that volume or less could be able to use this approval.
They could pick that up.
But they would also have to pick up the same conditions with it, the solar array and the paying for what they're going to pay for and all that?
I mean, I would believe that the conditions placed on the approval, Attorney Drake, that were specific to the pump station itself, to the property, would carry through with that. Now, I know we keep referencing a certain volume. We know what the projected volume is from the houses, but we don't yet have the design. Now, we would expect that it would be, oversized to fit the sub-basin. I don't know what size the sub-basin is. If there is an intent for it to be, we don't want to do anything arbitrary, but, an overture that it's going to be large enough to serve the area. I don't know what that quantity is, and I don't know if we're willing to commit to that.
And if I'm correct, that was some of the confusion back and forth with binding and non-binding, because there were certain things that we didn't know. And I don't know how much that D.L. Horton has invested, because this has been going on, 2 years? I don't know how much money they have invested in their technical work, but I'm sure it's a whole bunch of money, and they're not likely to walk away with the dollars they've already invested.
Well, let me say this. Maybe this will help clear it up. I think this is a 1-2 process, so you're approving the concept now. Everything will proceed, and then they will come back with specifics about the pump design that you could then approve. So staff would bring it back to you once we know more for you to finally ratify.
So whether it's this applicant or some other future potential owner, either way, a design of this thing has to come back before the commission?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Myers?
I guess I'm following up on that pump design. There's not, in terms of its use for a larger use than the D.R. Horton and the suggestion that it could be used to help other development in the area, or if we were taking homes off of septic. at this point, there's nothing in here that delineates the size. There's just the implication that it'll be bigger, because that would be the normal thing. You don't want to make it too small, right? So you'd bigger, but there's nothing in writing that says it's going to be a certain size. But when it comes back later on to us, we may have approved this already, and the development, it'll have to go through. We won't be questioning, we won't be deciding on how big it is or anything, right? I mean,
Well, you would be approving the preliminary design.
okay,
Now, you're correct. If you want to give some indication of what you'd like to see, I think staff could work with the developer and see what's possible. There's just a lot of ground to cover before we get there. I know y'all are working on the site plan. If you wanted to bring sewage from off-site, that would require an easement across the property to get to the sewer, so so there's just more to be discovered, but if y'all could tell us what you'd like to see, then we can work with the developer and try to get, bake in what can be done reasonably into the preliminary design. And
Okay, but that one, I'm thinking,
if the sewer engineer is saying that
Right,
it's
but-
going to be sized to serve other surrounding properties and businesses,
yeah, but
We can take that.
the kind of money that we're putting in for the maintenance and the replacement that adds up to 300,000, that'd be set in what we're voting on tonight.
right, and
Okay.
is the solar going to be part of that? That's what I wanted to say. It's 300 with the solar, it's 410 without the solar.
Okay.
Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I have a question about that $300 deposit. That's meant to cover the power as well as a replacement pump station when it comes to the end of its lifespan in 20 years, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what covers the power for that new pump station in 20 years?
The ratepayers.
The general ratepayers of the county, regardless of whether or not you're on a pump station or gravity fed sewers.
So these pump stations, they cost a bit to maintain and replace, and probably in excess of what the ratepayers in that particular development would pay. Typically, we don't ask ratepayers across the utility to subsidize development specific, but the commission wants to go down the road to the pump station, so.
But there is a mechanism out there by which you could.
Finish real quick.
Yeah.
So we came up with the idea, well, if we could just do a 20-year present value accounting for energy and replacement costs, that would be fair. And that's been the precedent used in the previous two
Okay.
approvals.
But there is a mechanism out there by which we could create a special fee district, and the people who are actually using that pump station would pay a somewhat higher monthly fee that would actually mitigate the costs, and the general ratepayers would not be on the hook for the costs of that particular development. Is that something that could be?
I believe you could do that.
Is that something that could be come up with in this next phase when we get the design for the pump station?
Well, we could,
We can certainly look into it. There are special service districts where
Mm-hmm.
you pay for lighting and that kind of thing. That's not what's contemplated in this agenda item, and we would need to do some research on, adopting an ordinance to allow for that and all that kind of
So
stuff.
could that be come up with in this next phase, or is it just like already the horse has left the barn for that?
I'm not willing to
for
commit to that
this?
right now because it's
Didn't
the first I'm
contemplate the
hearing
dollar
about this.
value.
Yeah, it's the first I'm hearing about this.
Yeah.
So
I
that's
mean,
something that
I'm,
would have needed to have come up
Yeah, I
prior
think
to
it-
tonight if we're going to
yeah.
contemplate it for a vote.
I mean, I know it came up briefly during the agenda session. I mean, I'm just really not interested in approving a development that's going to leave the general ratepayers on the hook 20 years down the line. I feel like, our infrastructure should be paid for by some mechanism into perpetuity, especially when you're talking about a development that effectively just continues a pattern of sprawl. It's not a diverse development. It doesn't have a diverse
Well, we're
type
going
of
to talk about
housing.
the components
Yeah,
of the development.
but yeah, I have pause about the pump station not being maintained into perpetuity by the people of that specific development.
Any other input before we move to a vote? right, we're going to go ahead and we'll begin with Commissioner Thornton, who made the motion.
Yes.
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 No.
Yes.
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 No.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk, I appreciate it. All right, going to move on to the associated zoning, which is item 23, and Commissioner Thornton has brought forward a commission-defined option regarding this, so Commissioner Thornton, I'll give you time to present that.
Hopefully, everyone got an opportunity to look at this commission-defined option. We really tried to take in consideration all the comments that we heard. We have the pathway from the project going to Highland Park. We've even have included turn lanes. Again, I'm not going to sit here and read it all to you because you should have it. What I will do is say, first I do want to recognize Tiffany Hogan. You are in a man's world, but doing a good job. So, and I know I was very difficult to work with. But like James Brown says, a man's world, but wouldn't be nothing without a woman and a child, and a girl. So, but I do thank you, because I know this has been a tenuous 2 years. So the CDO that we discussed, you have, and hopefully you've had enough time to read it, and maybe we can ask questions. What is not in that CDO is what I would like to share. I spoke to residents, not a whole bunch, maybe about 6, and they have no concerns about this housing development. The folk in Saxton Woods, which seemed to be where some concerns came from, the majority of those people are concerned about speed humps. Speed humps. I tried to talk about the development. They want to talk about speed humps. So I think this would be a welcome project in that area from the neighbors that are already there. There was a comment that this housing project would displace families. Actually, it would probably be the opposite. I struggled with the price point of these houses, which is about 3 plus. And I was struggling with that, but after the conference that Commissioner Taylor and Commissioner Fisher and I went to, that's it. That's what the dollar amount is. And this is so unique because we're still talking about, maybe not the missing middle, but our police officers, our teachers. My son lives in houses in Barrow that looks like they could be D.L. Horton houses. But when I ride through that neighborhood, I've seen an Athens police car parked in the lot, I've seen a state patrol, and I've seen a Barrow County police officer. These are the kind of homes that, like I said, that those folk, maybe a two-house, maybe about $70,000. Can I have a few more minutes, sir?
Everybody okay with a couple more minutes for Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you. And check in with a mortgage company. That's about a household income of about $70,000. 2 people, maybe 45, 55, maybe somebody just making 75. So this is comparable to the population that also needs housing. I reached out to the tax assessor's office. I think there was a comment about property taxes. Property taxes will not go up that much. Matter of fact, what will probably go up is the value of the other homes in the area. So that is not going to be an issue. I reached out to Economic Development Department about the TADs. Because this is the new development in a green area, there will probably be TAD dollars that will attach to this. I could not get that increment value, but those TAD dollars can help address the other concerns along that corridor.
And by which you mean, just want to make it clear for everybody, new dollars will be added to the TAD pot?
Yes.
Because there will be a lift in value within the zone?
Yes, thank you, sir. And then I also listened to the Planning Commission meetings. It was a very vibrant discussion, and I could see where people were torn, but I think maybe in January, a few months ago, I sent everybody a PowerPoint from Housing 101, sponsored through DCA, and it talked about, you need all kind of houses. I know there's some, people have their little, their little niceties they want, but we're going to need all kind of housing. And the fact that Habitat is doing the Micah Village, that's amazing. We're going to hear more in my district about the project that's going to come up, that those apartments would be 60% below the AMI. But there's no one set of housing that is going to suit everybody. And even though I've even heard about this is not bike friendly, everybody don't ride a bike, y'all. They don't. I promise you they don't. And they don't want to. Some people just don't want to. So I'm real pleased with making this motion to accept this. If you have questions, I'll try to answer them.
So in the form of a motion, you're asking for acceptance of the commission defined option?
Yes, sir.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Thornton and a second from Commissioner Taylor. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Taylor, any follow-up remarks?
No, I totally and completely agree with Ms. Ovita. I know that this has been a long road. We need housing. This is great. I second.
All right.
Mr. Mayor.
Other input from members of the body? Commissioner Houle.
I have a few questions, but the first is, I think we need two motions, right? So is this first one a motion to approve the future land use? And then the second would actually be a motion to
I don't
approve the
think there's a
CDO
future
attached
land
to the
use for this.
rezone?
There is?
It is too. I'm sorry about that. Bruce Lonnie is indicating. So.
And the CDO is just about the rezone, is that correct, Attorney
Yes,
Drake?
that's right.
Could you
Yes.
revise your motion just to amend the future land use?
Yes. I make a motion to revise the future land use plan.
And second, okay, we've got that. So future land use would be the first vote, and then the zoning with the commission defined option components would be the second. Commissioner Houle, did you have follow-up remarks as well?
Yeah, I guess there are more questions. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this, although it's been a lot getting it kind of last minute. I appreciate that Commissioner Thornton has communicated, like, we're working on it, but just, I didn't have time to fully absorb it or ask questions before today. So the first I have, maybe I was a little unclear on this, but is the applicant amenable to the CDO? I don't know if I heard that stated explicitly in the, okay, yeah. Seeing nodding from the audience from Ms. Hogan. So I guess I just have a couple questions for staff, broadly speaking. The first is for Bruce. There are many concerns raised up in the staff report before the Planning Commission essentially overrode staff's recommendation for denial. So, to try to address it all at once, are all of the concerns raised up in that staff report about design and code compliance and everything sufficiently addressed in staff's view by the language of the CDO?
The issues that were discussed at the Planning Commission level have been addressed by the applicant. There were 3 items in particular that they addressed in the time since the Planning Commission heard it. Those 3 items have been handled. The rest of the items are, that analysis still stands, and I think that's what's in the report before you.
Okay. So staff doesn't have a different opinion on the overall thing, even though the specific design criteria have been addressed by the
That's correct.
applicant? Okay. And then I guess for Attorney Drake, do you feel that the language of the CDO is sufficient for ensuring that what's in it is carried through, even if we wind up in litigation over it?
We have spent a lot of time on this language. I feel it's as tight as it can be.
Okay. I have no doubt you spent a lot of time on this. Yeah, I guess with that then, the Planning Commission overrode staff based on a rationale that I'm fairly aligned with, although I do agree with a lot of the points in staff's analysis that probably aren't addressed in the CDO. But in the spirit of not letting perfect be the enemy of the good, recognizing the need we have for housing, more housing, even if in an unideal design, to me seems justified in this case. So I'm inclined to support it. Thanks.
Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I just had that question, actually for Bruce Lonnie as well, on that economic analysis that we're having done on land can you tell me where we are in the process? Because that would help understand what costs the county will have long-term in response to the kind of, property tax revenue created.
Sure, and it will address broader issues than just this kind of infrastructure. It'll look at all public costs and benefits. We are early in that RFP process. We hope to have the RFP out by the end of the year. And once we've selected who's going to do the work and awarded the contract, we'll get right on it, and we hope to have that finished before the summer.
The RFP or the analysis?
The analysis.
The analysis.
RFP should be going out by the end of the month.
Okay, and that's something that can be done that quickly? The analysis will be done?
That level of analysis that
we're paying?
Can be paid for at that amount, yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so I also share some of the concerns that are in the staff report, and wish we had that analysis now to evaluate this project with. But considering the dearth of houses on the market right now, I am going to support this.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I have the same concerns with this project I've had all along. When we have such a large piece of property like this, and the ability and the opportunity to rezone it, I feel like we can be a little picky and offer more direction. And this kind of homogeneous, insular, sprawling residential neighborhood is kind of a thing of the past. What we really need are diversity of housing choices and some mixed uses. Offer the folks who are moving to these new neighborhoods some services and some commercial opportunities, particularly in this quarter, which is very dense with housing, but not dense with places for people who live in that area to grab a gallon of milk or meet friends for coffee. We have this vision for that part of town, which is part of the reason we included it in the TAD, to make it more walkable, more bikeable, more urban, bring more services to it. And this isn't doing the trick. It's bringing some housing, but it's not even necessarily affordable housing. If there were a mix of, maybe some townhomes, some smaller homes, RS25 is not a very dense housing category. I just feel like this is a missed opportunity. If we go with this full rezone for this large piece of property without asking for something that's a lot more ideal to the vision we have for this community, we're really missing that opportunity. And we're on the cusp of having the opportunity to rewrite our rules to invite the ideal redevelopment of this lot and many other parts of town. It's not like this thing is going to sit empty, particularly if we go through our land use planning process and come up with some new criteria for subdivisions that would create those more vibrant and diverse communities and bring more services to areas that need them. I don't think this lot's going to sit empty for long.
Commissioner Thornton?
I just want to go on the record. At the very beginning of this project, I suggested that we put a moratorium on rezoning while we go through and complete the future land use. It was an informal conversation, but nobody was not interested. This property has been on the market for 23 years, I think someone mentioned. Even the speaker was saying there are other developers that would be interested in this. Where are they at? So either we're going to try to solve a problem or we're going to kick the road down the can. And your vision, it's not going to happen without a pump station and sewer. I want commercial and all that good stuff too, but we need both to make it work. We're going to do some unique stuff in District With 3, we got some other stuff coming in my district. Hopefully you'll get some more stuff in your district. It can't just be one thing, and it surely should not be one person's idea. We should be thinking about the community as a whole. I. This is about the community, and we need housing, and this is 200. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Commissioner Houle?
Briefly, in case this helps address my colleagues' concerns, some of the conditions that I think Commissioner Thornton has here are specifically about design. It says the applicant or developer must design and install, that's a different one. The applicant or developer must not build the same home elevations next door to each other. They must offer a minimum of 3 different landscape packages. So I think it's ensuring some of that variety. We're not getting the mixed use thing that I think a lot of us would like to see here, but I think the points that have already been made are valid enough. And, it's also, there's a lot of money being put up by the developer to make some improvements to the corridor and to the intersections nearby that are off-site. So I think those are meaningful as well.
All right. So the motion is for approval of the modification in future land use. Do we need an ordinance read, I believe?
Yep. The future land use ordinance is, an ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to amending the official future development map of Athens-Clarke County by changing the designation of a parcel of land located at 1125 Newton Bridge Road from employment center to traditional neighborhood and for other purposes.
All right. Thank you, Attorney Drake. I appreciate it. And we'll go ahead and do roll call, beginning with Commissioner Thornton, who made the motion.
Yes.
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 All right, thank you. All right, I need a motion now for the commission to find option with the components included.
So I'm waiting for her to call my name.
Well, I need the motion.
Oh, I make a motion for the commission to find option.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion from Commissioner
It's
Thornton.
dated 6/3.
Who made the second? I apologize. We got a second from Commissioner Culpepper. All right, so we got a motion from Commissioner Thornton, second from Commissioner Culpepper.
This is what Mr. Hawkins,
We-
assistant.
We need it.
This is the document.
Ms. Hogan, I apologize, but I need Attorney Drake to read the ordinance.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to rezoning a parcel of land comprising approximately 137.7 acres located at 1125 Newton Bridge Road from E1 Employment Industrial with conditions to RS-25 Single Family Residential and for other purposes.
All right.
And Mr. Mayor, could we invite the applicant? I know she did so from the audience, but for the sake of getting everything on the record, could you just reconfirm that support of the conditions in the CDO, on the mic?
Thank you, Commissioner Hull. We do support the CDO. There is one discrepancy, which is what we were just discussing, the date of the TMP, which shows the boundaries of the property. Staff specifically asked us to revise that after the Planning Commission meeting to show those boundaries. And so that date of the revised one was November 7th. I'm looking for the email right now from Mark Beechuk where we sent that.
I'm very familiar with this document and talking with Mr. Hawkins, and it's a really important document because it makes it clear that the development shown on there, those lots are not binding. And so the purpose for this, reference this document for our purposes is to make sure it's clear that you're not able to build those houses that are like they're shown there. And so it's my recommendation we move forward with the approval of what's here.
You already got the correct one.
Yeah.
You said June 30th.
Yeah.
So I think the discussion regards that, what you would think of as the developable area, which, as the language indicates in the CDO, may flex by, is it 5%? Is that correct?
They didn't give me a percentage.
Anyhow, I believe that's in the CDO language.
Can I just ask you, Attorney Drake, does your opinion on the strength of our case in a matter of potential litigation change if the applicant is not amenable? If the applicant doesn't state full agreement, does our strength in a court case remain just as strong?
Well, what we're talking about here, I can't speak to things that are being brought to my attention at this floor, but, if there is This is what I'm not, this is what I'm understanding we're supposed to prove here unless staff is telling me something, they will tell me something
So
different.
is it different from what we have?
No, it's exactly what you have.
Okay.
And I know the importance of this document is to make sure that, I know what the importance of it is, so I recommend we move forward with approving this in the way it is, and if they, that's what I recommend.
And so, the foundation of the question is simply what the developable area is, which is a different phenomenon from an illustration that was provided by the applicant for a potential layout of the site, which would likely not be within the bounds of our technical standards.
What I can say, Mr. Mayor, if we want to take a break for about 5 minutes, we'll try and call Mr. Beachuck and find out what he says.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a break for 5 minutes. Everybody stay in your seats unless you absolutely have to go, but we'll be back in 5. I'm going to go ahead and I'll serve as recorder.
I'm going home after this.
All right, we're back in business. Appreciate everybody conferring for a couple minutes to kind of verify terms of engagement here. Attorney Drake, are we ready to go ahead and move forward with the commission-defined option as written?
No, we confirmed that the date under condition 1 for the task tree management plan marked in the lower right-hand corner should be November 7th, 2023.
Okay.
Instead of June 30th, 2022.
All right, so November 7th, 2023. All right.
Can we also hear from the applicant that they agree with all the terms of the CDO?
Yes, Commissioner Hull will agree with the CDO with the revised date of 11/7/2023 for the TMP, which shows the boundaries of disturbance.
Thank you.
All right, lovely, everybody. All right, got a motion on the floor from Commissioner Thornton. We have a second from Commissioner Culpepper. Attorney Drake has already read the ordinance into the record. I'm going to go ahead and do a roll call as Clerk Spratland comes. Commissioner Thornton?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamby?
Yes.
Commissioner Davenport?
Yes.
Commissioner Link?
No.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Wright?
Yes.
Commissioner Hool?
Yes.
Commissioner Culpepper?
Yes.
Commissioner Myers?
Yes.
All right, vote is 8-1, motion carries. All right, thanks, everyone. All right, we're going to move on to the other held planning and zoning item, which is 243 Bray Street, and we have a commission-defined option from Commissioner Link. Commissioner Link, give you the opportunity to present that in 3 minutes.
Yes. This is a 1-acre lot on Bray Street, and currently zoned RS5, which would probably allow for, I don't know, maybe 8 or so homes on it, but it has some topography issues, it has some sewer access issues, it has very narrow street frontage. It's just not suitable for single-family development. But it does back up to some RS5 single-family homes on Cannon Drive, which have very shallow backyards, like the property line's literally outside the back door, 15 feet outside the back door. My concern here was to assure that those Cannon Drive properties are not overly impacted by an upzoning. This is an ideal lot for upzoning. There's a lot of RM2 properties around the area. The Land Trust does a lot of activity in the area. They're doing an apartment development. So I met with the developer, I met with some property owners, and I think we came up with some really good conditions to assure that any part of the development that overlooks those Cannon Drive properties has the same kind of building height impacts that you would see if it were to remain RS5. And I asked for an additional buffer, particularly specifying some evergreen trees. So these trees will grow up above the fence line and assure that those homes are, the new building is obscured from those homes. The height limit is 30 feet, which is the height limit of the RS5 properties. There has been some conversation with the Land Trust about a possible community garden that would serve the entire area. This upzoning to RM2 offers the opportunity for the developer to take advantage of our inclusionary zoning ordinance to possibly get even a little bit more density out of it. I'm not holding him to a binding site plan. There are some topography and sewer access issues. I feel that the buffer and height limits and a little bit of lighting limitation to assuring that there's no lighting above the fence line in the back that might shine into the neighboring properties' yards, and that there are no upper story balconies overlooking those homes. I feel that that's really important. We heard a lot about that with the Cloverhurst property. So I would like to propose that we accept this rezoning under the conditions outlined in the CDO, and if anybody has any questions.
All right, there's a motion for the commission-defined option as presented. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, got a motion
No
from
discussion.
Commissioner Link, a second from Commissioner, we'll give it to Commissioner Myers for good time. Attorney Drake, could you read that ordinance for us, please?
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to rezoning a parcel of land comprising approximately 1.08 acres located at 243 Bray Street from RS-5 single-family residential to RM2 mixed-density residential and for other purposes.
All right, thank you, Attorney Drake. Commissioner Myers, would you like to make any follow-up remarks?
I just want to thank Commissioner Link for doing all that work to consider the effect of this development on the neighboring residents.
Thank you. I want to thank the developer. He was really a joy to work with, and, I feel like this is a good example of how we can wedge in this little bit of gentle density in our neighborhoods and minimize the impact on existing single-family homeowners.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any further input from members of the body? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? All right, unanimous, motion carries. All right, item 25 is a budget amendment to initiate a paint crew pilot program, which we've discussed at length. And Central Services has brought this. All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Hool. Who was the second?
That was me.
All right, I've got a second from Commissioner Hamby. And as this is a budget amendment, is there a budget ordinance that goes with this, Attorney Drake?
There is. An ordinance to amend the FY 2024 annual operating capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide funding to the Central Services Department for a paint crew pilot program and for other purposes.
All right, I appreciate that, Attorney Drake. Commissioner Hool, any remarks regarding this?
Very briefly, this is a pilot that I hope will prove wonderful and we can turn into a permanent program. It's the latest example of staff working to get folks who are wrapped up in our criminal legal system into good jobs. This is, in this case, jobs that pay a very good wage. So I'm really excited about this, and I appreciate staff taking time to answer our many questions since the last meeting, including helping me understand why a temp agency would be used in this situation. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any further remarks? Yeah.
Just want to give the commission credit. The strategic plan, and this is something that y'all wanted to see to give that second chance employment. This is following a model that you already approved with our, litter crews and landscape crews. So I appreciate our staff connecting what you wanted to see into this and operationalizing it. Thank y'all.
Yeah, and just kind of regarding our diversion center and corrections unit, there's a corrections graduation at 10 a.m. tomorrow that I'm very excited about, and want to give a lot of praise to our staff over there. And they're
It's Friday.
Excuse me, Thursday. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's not Wednesday
Thursday.
yet. It's
Right.
Thursday at 10 a.m.
We're there soon.
We'll be there almost.
Come if you are so inclined. Anyhow, our diversion center, transition center folks are doing great work. We're getting a lot of people back on their feet. We've had some challenges over there. I'm really impressed with their work. So thank you all for your support of that, not only tonight, but in our last couple of budgets as well. So all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, item 26 is grant acceptance for the Burn Justice Assistance Grant for 2023 for the existing local project.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby and second from Commissioner Myers. Commissioner Hamby, any follow-up remarks?
Nope.
No.
Commissioner Myers? Is there a budget ordinance regarding this, given that it's grant acceptance?
There is. An ordinance to amend the FY 2024 operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide grant funding if awarded from the Georgia Criminal Justice Coordinating Council's CJCC Burn Justice Assistance existing local project grant program for expenses related to 4 investigator positions directly supporting efforts of the Northeast Georgia Drug Task Force and for other purposes.
All right, thank you, Attorney Drake. Commissioner Hool?
I know it's late, but I don't like to dissent without explaining why. So very briefly, appreciate our police department. I think they do a lot of very good work. And in many ways, I think this task force does some good work. But broadly speaking, I think that we're approaching the drug issues in our community from the wrong angle. And it's from a very punitive angle that it leads to a lot of arrests, ruining lots of lives, furthering people's trauma, et cetera. And so absent this body and the courts that we collaborate with doing more to mitigate the harms perpetrated in our criminal legal system, I'm hesitant to keep funneling more people through it, which is essentially what this leads to. And so I do plead with this body to try to come up with more ways to meaningfully reduce our jail population and to approach the drug issues that we're seeing in our community from an angle other than just arresting and jailing people. And I think one really, really great place to start would be to partner with our courts on getting data on the outcomes of these sorts of arrests in the courts, so we can understand, these arrests of people. Some of them are, they're going for the big-time dealers, but they're also arresting people who are not big-time dealers. And it's not clear how many of those folks are getting very harsh sentences or plea deals that can really mess up their lives. So I urge us to do something more than the status quo. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other remarks regarding this item? All right, we'll do a roll call, beginning with Commissioner Hamby, who made the motion.
Yes.
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 No. Taylor?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Lewis?
No?
Culpepper?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Yes.
7 yes, 2 no.
So it was 8 yes,
Yeah.
just 1 no.
I was yes.
Somebody
Yeah,
said no. Who said no?
Commissioner, who was the only no?
I was the only no.
Yeah. All right. All right. Moving on to item 27. These are revisions to the Stormwater Utility Ordinance as discussed at our work session. Commissioner Hamby?
Yeah, Mayor, if you don't mind, and if the commissioners don't mind, I'd like to make a motion to hold this until January, just to gauge more of the impact that it has on homeowners and see if there's.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I've got a motion to hold from Commissioner Hamby. I've got a second from Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Taylor, any further input?
I share the same sentiments that Mike was trying to get out.
Thank you.
All right.
I don't know what those sentences are just yet.
All right. All right. Any further remarks as staff contemplates another 30 days of this? All right. Motion to hold. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. We'll see this again in January. Item 28 is to approve the participants of the nonprofit capacity building program.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right. Got a motion from Commissioner Hamby and second from Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Hamby, any remarks regarding this?
No, good program. Glad to see it moving.
Commissioner Thornton?
No, I'm good.
Commissioner Wright?
I really appreciate the details and the hard work that was done and the timeline outlined in this selection process. I really appreciated all the details and look forward to it moving forward.
Commissioner Houle?
Thanks. Pending additional controversy, that my colleagues will be pleased to know is the last thing I have thoughts on to share. I do plan to support this program as is. I want to be clear about that. And I do actually hope that this will serve as a model for us to carry forward. Obviously, we'll have to find a different funding source for that. But I really hope that we will see value come from this program and find a way to do something similar for another slate of candidate organizations. I do want to highlight the Georgia Conflict Center, which came the closest to being approved but is not approved in this. And multiple times now, they have not succeeded in getting funding, but they have come very close, I think. Folks may recall when we were discussing CDBG funding that they were recommended to not be approved because they hadn't fully expended the previous years. But in speaking with members of that organization, that had a lot to do with the long time it took to negotiate through insurance contracts and other things that we've seen a lot of nonprofits struggle with. And, we can't deny the ripple effect that the lack of full expenditure had on our CDBG, but that to me speaks to like a capacity issue within that organization. And we've talked a lot about violence prevention and restorative justice, and there are very few organizations in our community that really do that work, and one organization that does that work with a proven track record is the Georgia Conflict Center. So I do ask that this body find a way to specifically focus on offering up some other RFP that directly addresses violence prevention and conflict resolution, because I don't want to assume that the Georgia Conflict Center is the best organization to do that. They are the best in my view that I'm aware of, but that's the whole purpose of an RFP. And I am concerned that we keep barely missing the ability to support their work. And, I think they're actually in danger of kind of falling apart as an organization. And so I do hope that we will just find a way to do that moving forward, but I'm happy to support this as it is tonight.
Just as a potential future note, I anticipate that a week from tonight, we'll name the members of the steering group who we're collaborating on with the Clarke County School District, and the Georgia Conflict Center has done some school district-focused work as well, so that may be a future avenue. So, Commissioner Thornton.
I'm agreeing with Commissioner Hull. I hope that with our strategic plan, with the violence that we see eroding, there are certain, and I said this when we did the youth development money with the Boys and Girls Club. We're dealing with, gang violence and domestic violence, and I think that everybody, well, not everyone, but mostly every that should be a focus point, that they have that component to address the violence in this community. And it may be on a very small scale, but if we're not intentional, it's not going to happen.
Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, I just want to remind us all and the other organizations that applied but aren't getting the funding that there is still additional seats offered to other NPOs who submitted but were not selected to participate in the program in terms of going through the capacity development part of this program without having the extra seed money. So hopefully organizations like the Georgia Conflict Center and the others on this list will take advantage of that opportunity.
Appreciate that, Commissioner Myers, and I certainly hope that an iteration of the coaching and capacity building moves forward. It's long been desired that we be able to take some nascent or young organizations and build them into stronger stalwarts for the community, and this definitely takes a big step in that direction. So we've got a motion on the floor from Commissioner Hamby and a second from Commissioner Thornton. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. All right, item 29 is the Property Committee's cost of building use recommendations, which you've seen. Commissioner Davenport, would you like to place a motion on the floor?
Yes, Commissioner Wright.
Yeah, I make a motion that we accept the current recommendations to help a temporary solution for our staff over crowding and giving better work environment for our staff.
Second.
I got a motion to approve from Commissioner Wright, second from Commissioner Davenport. Any further remarks, Commissioner Davenport?
Thank all of the people in the property committee for the hard work and staff driving us around, looking at properties, and the tour that we had in Costa. That was pretty interesting. We spent a lot of time, I think 4 or 5 months on this, so this is a great avenue for our employees that are not housed right now. So motion to approve. Let's do it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Further input from members of the body? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? All right, motion carries. Item 30 is the SPLOST award of construction services for the bridge and stair, critical component to connect the parking facility to the arena.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby, second from Commissioner Hool. Commissioner Hamby, any remarks regarding this?
No, we need the bridge and the stairs.
Commissioner Hool?
Appreciated that topping off ceremony where we get to see where the bridge and stair will be. So, yeah.
Others? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, item 31 is the Community Partnership Program Annual Request for Proposals process as outlined in the agenda report and in prior correspondence from the county manager.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby, second from Commissioner Myers. All right, Commissioner Hamby, any remarks?
No, ready. It's a good program. Let's get going.
Commissioner Myers?
Likewise, ready to vote.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, item 32 had some late adjustments, and so I need a motion to hold until Tuesday, December 12th.
So moved.
Hold.
All right, I've got a motion to hold from Commissioner Wright, second from Commissioner Thornton. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, item 33 is simply a notice And this is the renaming process we have as part of our renaming protocol that will be in front of the public for 60 days. And so this would rename Rock Springs Park to Christine Howard Park, who is a longtime supporter and youth mentor. And no motion needed, but any remarks certainly welcome.
I would just say that Ms. Weaver was here tonight. I guess it just, and she's the one who submitted the application, but I guess the night has gotten long, but she was here to speak to this, but she knows the process will be voted on next month.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Appreciate that. All right, moving on to new business. So I'd entertain a motion for suspension of rules.
So move.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby and a second from Commissioner Hool for suspension of rules. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, first item under new business, item 34 of the evening, is the North Avenue Corridor Raise Grant Preliminary Engineering and Design Services
I so
Contract
move.
Award.
Second.
So move to approve?
To approve.
To approve, okay. Motion for approval from Commissioner Thornton.
Second.
Who represents one side of the street, and second from Commissioner Link, who represents the other side of the street. Commissioner Thornton, any follow-up or remarks you'd like from staff?
No, I appreciate Stephen Bailey, Josh Edwards, and County Manager Williams for explaining the process for me. I think that having that conceptual design, even though there's some risks with the timeline, and I guess I'll let the manager explain if anybody has questions. But I'm very comfortable moving forward because I think they'll give us enough notice if and when we have to put on brakes or completely stop.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think you described that well. And just to be absolutely clear, it's a very aggressive timeline on this grant with the federal government, with all the processes you have to go through. As you know, we tried to scope it down to where we can make it accomplished. It's still up in the air, but to Commissioner Thornton's point, we clarified with her that if this vision is something, regardless of how we pay for it, we want to get it done, then if we don't get it done with this particular grant, T-SPLOST is coming up, we could apply for the grant again, but the money we're spending on design, we'll have that design for the future build-out. So, but we're going to keep close tabs on it, and if it seems like we're definitely not going to make it, then we can pull back.
And I would also say I did get a text from Commissioner Fisher. He has talked to our delegation, same people you talked to though, but you talked to. But, so they're hearing it again in Washington today.
Wonderful. And for members of the public, for the RAISE grant that we received for North Avenue, we have an absolute deadline, and functionally, it would be of benefit if we had a 2-year extension in that. And we're not alone as a community. There are many communities who've received the same grant who are also seeking some extension. And so this will take congressional action, and so we're hoping for that. But we want to be able to have some alternate options, and this helps us achieve teeing those up as well. So, Commissioner Link?
Yeah, thank you to staff for having us in and explaining to us in detail, the situation going on. There's a lot of hoops to jump through when it comes to federal funds, and we're also dealing with GDOT and CSX along this corridor. I've been a proponent of a corridor study for North Avenue long before I ever ended up representing that area in my newly imagined district. So I think this is, money well spent, regardless of whether or not it's funded by the grant. We definitely need to come up with a plan for that corridor, and hopefully we have $25 million in hand to execute it, or in some phased way.
All right. Got a motion from Commissioner Thornton, second from Commissioner Link. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, item 35, next to the two items under new business, is the nominating committee report that you have in front of you. We had a great set of applicants, many more very qualified and active members of the community than could serve, as is always the case. I'd entertain a motion for approval of the slate.
Move to approve the slate.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Hool. I've got a second from Commissioner Taylor. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, let me go ahead and read these names. All right, we have a single seat on the Athens-Clarke County Industrial Development Authority that will be filled by Rashi Malcolm. We have 4 seats on the Athens-Clarke County Library Board. The first 3 of these are full 5-year terms. The last of these is a partial term expiring 12/31/27. The full terms will be filled by Luther Atwater, Natalie Luke, and Molly Pratt. The partial term by Paul Kurtz. We have a single term on the Board of Elections to be filled by Willa Fambro. We have a full term on the Clarke County Board of Health to be filled by Jennifer Davis. And we have 2 partial terms on the Public Safety Civilian Oversight Board, the first to be filled by Pamela Orpanis, and the second to be filled by Algernon Dwight Acey. All right, thanks, everybody. I really appreciate those folks applying. As applicants know, they'll be receiving a snail mail letter in the next several days coming straight from my office. So I'm looking forward to that. All right, now is the time in the evening when we have public input on any item not on the agenda. And I know that there are many folks who are here to speak to the crisis in Gaza. I did see some members of the public who are recurrent visitors who often speak on local issues. So folks who are interested in speaking on Gaza would not mind. If there is anybody who is here to speak on local issue, I know there's some housing advocates and others who are currently here. All right. I don't believe that anyone else is here. That I think there's a couple of folks might have left. In addition, what I might recommend, given that there are many folks who are in City Hall for the first time, is that if you have a representative sample who've got cogent, unique remarks, you may decide to let them carry the day for the group. And if you would like to have the room stand in their stead, that is an opportunity that you have in front of you. So we are, again, operating under the same policy. So if 3 minutes per person, you see the light in front of Clerk Spratlin, it will turn green when you begin speaking, yellow when you have 30 seconds remaining, and red when your 3 minutes has concluded. Again, we need your name and your place of residence. So.
All right, I'll be quick. My name is Dylan Woolsey. I'm from 395 River Road. Here, since the budget is going to be starting to be developed next year, and also in lieu of our commission accepting both the affordable housing, or as some commissioners might like to say, the workforce housing plans, as well as the homeless plans, these both have money attached to them and money that is advised in these plans that should be spent on various items. I would just like the commission to consider, when putting forth their budgets and starting to develop their budgets, to have this money being allocated as a base, as the budget, as a foundation, just as it would be as money would be going towards annual expenses or infrastructure. Money should also be going towards the money allocated that is designated in the housing plans as well. Housing, especially in Athens, is a very dire issue that needs to be addressed. Since we have a very high poverty rate, a very high cost of living, especially recently, many in all parts of Athens, in every commission district, there are a large number of residents who are having unaffordable housing and enacting at least any amount of money that has been put as recommended in these plans, and adopting any of the measures that have been put forward would go a long way into helping create affordable and workforce housing for the Athens community. So I'd like, again, to reiterate that when developing budgets, the money put forward by these plans should be part of the base of the budget, and not as, we need to find revenue first to find something we need to spend on, but instead we have these things that we need to spend on, because housing we need to spend on, and then we'll find revenue as a part of that. And thank you.
Thank you, Dylan. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Pat Bates, and are you counting my 3 minutes? I got it. Okay. I just came tonight felt like God told me to come and just pray for the mayor and the commissioners. I really didn't even know if there'd be anybody here, because I've done it before and there was not really many people here. So I was really surprised at all the people that want to voice their opinion. So since they all want to voice their opinion and mine is different, I thought I would take time and say a few things. Just because, I mean, I'm 72, I've lived a long time. I've seen a lot of things going on in the world. And so I just want to address the thing that's going on in Israel. I said, Israel did not start this war. They were at rest on their Shabbat in their homes because that's what Jews do on their Shabbat. They were attacked by armed Gazans, murdered, beheaded, babies were cooked, women were gang raped, and hostages taken, including a 10-month-old baby. So you can't ask Israel to cease fire. Unlike the Gazan terrorists, Israel took every precaution to try to get the innocent combatants out of Gaza before they retaliated. If the Gazans didn't want to retaliation, then they should have never started it. You can hardly go in and murder innocent people at rest in their homes and expect nothing in return, and then when you get it, you cry and ask pity. Hamas must be defeated by its own people, though. Instead, Hamas wants to put the number of Palestinians to die so it makes them look like the good guys. But Hamas planned and carried out these murderous acts against Israel. Hamas puts its own people in harm's way by hiding in tunnels below hospitals and schools. Hamas indoctrinates children to hate Jews. I've watched these kids' shows that do this. Jews teach their kids to treat others kindly. Jewish doctors have performed many operations on needy Palestinians to show love, and of course, media doesn't report this very often. Listen, if my neighbors came over and murdered my kids and my husband because they didn't like us, I would expect justice for all the neighbors to receive the death penalty by our government. I could personally forgive them, but justice must come. I could not continue to live in that neighborhood knowing that any minute they could come to my house again and kill me. We got to think about these things. You don't know what the Jews went through. 6 million out of 18 million of the whole world were murdered. Yeah.
Friends.
We ain't having all of that.
Friends, it's going to be one speaker at a time.
So-
We provided dignity to every speaker at the podium, and we will for every.
Okay, the Jews have right to
Everyone.
live in all of Israel. It was even a mistake for the U.S. to demand Israel to give land for peace years ago. The Muslim world owns an amazing large part of the earth. The Jews were given a tiny little area by God thousands of years ago, and they've lived there most of the time except when they disobeyed God and they got pushed off the land.
Thank you, Ms. Bates. I
That's
appreciate
it. Thank y'all. Bless you, and I am praying for each one of you. Bye.
Good evening.
Hi, my name is Steve Dave. I live at 456 Big Hill Road. That was a great lesson in racist propaganda. I just want to say that first off right now. I'm actually going to say some really reasonable things. I don't think the young folks behind me are going to be as reasonable as I am. So I'm going to go ahead and dig into it. Here's some uncontroversial things. Every human being should have the right to self-determination and freedom, regardless of where they live, their religion, their ethnicity. I think every American can get on board with that, right? Children should not be killed for any reason. They are innocent children. Most of you have children. Maybe they don't. But innocent children should not be killed for any reason. That's pretty reasonable, isn't it? How about war is bad? Some people might hem and haw on that. My veteran friends don't. They've seen the horrors of war, and every single one of them is anti-war. And so none of this is controversial, and this is why it astounds me that none of you, save for one, will call for an end to the war that is claiming the lives of thousands of children and innocent adults on both sides. Complicating it any further than that is simply justifying killing children. That's what you have to do to be okay and not call for a ceasefire. So I'm left with only a few conclusions as to why you won't. As all state, local, and federal officials should do. Either you love war, or you don't care about war, or potential political consequences are more important to you than stopping children from being killed. How ghoulish are you people if that's the case? If any of that is the case, how ghoulish. Disgusting. I implore all of you to speak firmly and loudly in favor of a ceasefire. And I can promise you that if you don't, none of the people in this room are ever voting for you again. I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican. Free Palestine! Let's go!
Good evening.
Hello. Hi. My name is Yara, and I am Palestinian. I'm also a proud citizen of the United States and a student at the University of Georgia. I reside in Athens and recently had my permanent address changed here because up until last week, I felt like this was the place to be, even after graduation. I enjoyed the beauty of the Greenway, the abundance of unique restaurants, and the numerous small businesses. I'm grateful for the kind community, attentive local government, and countless career options in Athens after I graduate next week. However, this is no longer the case, as I no longer feel that this is my city. I no longer feel that this is my city because when my country is under attack, my local government has remained silent. I no longer feel that this is my city because out of all 10 district commissioners as well as the mayor, only one, the commissioner of District 6, has been brave enough to call for a ceasefire. I no longer feel that this is my city because my people are being killed in a genocide, yet their screams fall upon deaf ears. Their horrors are ignored and discounted as fake, and even the mention of their genocide is disputed. My elected government is ignoring the slaughter of my people, and all I can do is watch and beg for them to act. As a student, community organizer, and soon-to-be graduate, it is a shame that Athens once was a place I found community in and is now one that I feel abandoned by. It is a shame that I am forced to take my business out of Athens because of your inaction when it comes to condemning genocide. It is a shame that over 20,000 people have been murdered, and so many of those could have been prevented if you decided to act as soon as yesterday. However, I am here to tell you that it is not too late. It is not too late to condemn this genocide. It is not too late to ask what you can do to support the Palestinian people. It is not too late to demand a permanent ceasefire and the end of the illegal occupation of Palestinian homes, of my family's homes, of my people's homes. Athens Commissioner, Mayor Gertz, I beg you, I plead you, I implore you to act now before today's Palestinian people become tomorrow's victims, before more innocent civilians are murdered, and before my people are wiped out in this genocide. Thank you.
Thank you, Yara. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jack. I'm an Athens resident. You have blood on your hands. We all have blood on our hands. As we discuss irrelevant things like patios for over 5 hours, over 6,000 Palestinian children have been killed using American bullets and bombs in the past 2 months, more than the total for all global conflicts in the past 3 years combined. Athens-Clarke County has sent over $1.8 million in taxes alone to Israel, which has been spent exclusively on weapons of death and destruction. We have the blood of the 3 Palestinian students shot in Vermont on our hands. We have the blood of 6-year-old Wadea Al-Fayoum, who was murdered as a result of Fox News' sponsoring of stochastic terror and hatred against Muslims on our hands. We continually hear thoughts and prayers for victims and empty condemnations from the same politicians that vote for the Georgia-Israel law enforcement exchange, which trains cops and soldiers to better kill innocent brown children, both abroad and here at home. Palestinians are not safe in Athens. Muslims are not safe in Athens. Black and brown students are not safe at UGA. UGA students involved with Students for Justice in Palestine have been doing their civic duty and protesting American-sponsored genocide in Palestine, only to be met with physical threats of violence and constant harassment, which has gone unchecked and even encouraged by UGA and ACC police. When we protested at City Hall last week, police stood by and laughed as students were assaulted by a woman filming with a phone. Police also stood by as men across the street yelled over our speakers and shouted slurs too messed up to say in this chamber, yet all too familiar to many Muslim Athenians. As commissioners, I would encourage you to support these vulnerable constituents by endorsing the American Friends Service Committee's human rights screening. Investments should not be made in companies which consistently, knowingly, and directly facilitate and enable state violence and repression, war and occupation, and/or severe violations of international law and human rights. This includes, but is not limited to, companies involved in the following business activities. A, industries of mass incarceration and detention, including those providing prison and jail services, detainee transportation and deportation services, bond services, reentry and other community corrections services, electronic monitoring, or companies which use prison labor, so, Cop City. B, security, defense, and military industries, including the industries of border security, militarized policing, and mass surveillance. And C, companies that facilitate and enable violations of international law and human rights as part of the Israeli occupation of Palestine and Syrian lands and or part of Israeli apartheid. As we know, apartheid only ends when we stop funding it. That's the only way that we got South Africa to end. As Athenians are sleeping on the streets, we should not be funding genocide abroad. You have blood on your hands, Kelly. When cops come through and do violent sweeps of unhoused people before game day so we can pretend like this is a great place to live, have some compassion for your fellow human beings. While y'all are talking about housing prices, while y'all are talking about unhoused people affecting housing prices, those people have to sleep on the fucking streets. I mean, seriously, fuck y'all. Like, for real.
Members of the body, if you would speak clearly, but speak in a dignified way. If you need to use language like that, there are other places, and I'm glad to meet you out there. Yes, good evening.
Yeah.
So hello again, my name is Elle Lewis. I'm a business owner in Athens at the moment, but my roots have been in community organizing and politics. I'm returning this time to talk about the capacity of Athens to stand on the right side of history and join Atlanta, Akron, and several other cities in calling for a ceasefire, a permanent ceasefire, and for Athens to pave the way as a plaintiff city to call for the estimated $1.8 million in taxes that we personally contribute to Israel to be used locally. And so I know this might sound far-fetched, but plaintiff cities are a growing phenomenon as cities have to step in and provide for their residents when the federal government has failed and when the state government has failed. We have spoken all night about the unique and national issues facing Athens, and those barely scratch the surface. $1.8 million a year staying in Athens to be added to our budget would achieve some of the things that we have deemed impossible. The warming shelters, going ahead and making sure that there are sidewalks on the pedestrian hazard that is the east side. All of that money used locally could improve Athens. And so our local government can do this. It just takes political will and conscience. And so I'm asking you all to demonstrate that political will. Unfortunately, in Georgia, whenever cities have sued the state and whenever states have sued the federal government, it has been on the side of segregation. So if they can do it to oppress people, we can do it to divest from oppression. And so I would ask you to finally have Georgia use that right to do something good. And yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Avery. I'm a student here in Athens. I go to UGA, and I'm here today to demand a permanent ceasefire. The public response expressed from the government and practically everyone and anyone in a position of power, as well as universities, including UGA, have been incredibly one-sided in the support of Israel unequivocally, where the Palestinian struggle is being completely disregarded. And as a direct result, Palestinian and minority students and community members do not feel safe. Despite this lack of support, as well as threats of censorship or repercussions, being on campus in the last couple months and a part of Students for Justice for Palestine, I've witnessed the incredible efforts on the part of the students to support a ceasefire and a free Palestine. From the latest polls, 65% of U.S. adults and 77% of Democrats are in support of a ceasefire. This is starkly contrasted with only 4% of House members supporting a ceasefire. Obviously, you can see all the people that are here today that have come to this meeting to express their support for a ceasefire. Most of us are students who have come to get our voices across. We took hours out of our evening to come here, finals approaching, out of necessity because our voices have been ignored. Additionally, we recognize the importance of local representation and the influence of the greater political context. I believe in the importance of local government and the services you provide, but sadly, even in the local climate, only 1 out of 10 Athens commissioners here today have supported a ceasefire, which is also a primarily Democrat elected office. So my questions to you are, with this disparity in people's will versus the government, how can we trust our elected officials in Athens to represent our best interests and support all of its residents? And if the purpose of democracy is to represent the will of the people, why aren't you listening?
Thank you, Avery. Good evening.
Hi, we met a couple weeks ago. Good evening, everybody. My name is Yasmin. I'm a fourth-year finance student here at the University of Georgia and president of the Young Democrats of UGA in Athens-Clarke County. I will be speaking in my own personal capacity, but the intersections of my identity influence my perspective. When I first moved to Athens in fall 2020, I was eager to find a way to get more involved in a community. I joined the Young Democrats my first week here, and at one of the first meetings, I learned about the story of Linen Town, which we are all mostly familiar with by now. For those who are not aware, Lindentown was a prosperous black neighborhood in Athens on Peabody Street and Linden Row, where the student housing high-rises of Russell, Cresswell, and Brumby are now. The neighborhood, comprising of around 50 families in the 1960s, sat on about 20 acres of land with 66% home ownership, an astonishing number in an incredibly segregated and marginalized South. Members of the community were electricians, plumbers, fathers, mothers, sons, and daughters, building a stable black middle class in Athens. This all came to an end in 1962 when the University System of Georgia, along with the city of Athens and the United States government, legally demolished Lindentown in the name of the Federal Urban Renewal Program through eminent domain. This inherently racist idea of slum clearance within the urban renewal project displaced the black families of Lindentown and demolished their homes through controlled burns right in front of their own eyes and the eyes of their children. It took decades and years of hard work from descendants of Lindentown living with this trauma like Hattie Whitehead for the government of Athens-Clarke County to even recognize that this happened. To this day, UGA and the administration of President Moore have yet to acknowledge the existence of Lindentown. Although it is a great step forward that Athens has acknowledged the history of Lindentown with the commemoration of Lindentown Lane recently, I find it incredibly hypocritical that we are not pointing to the similarities between this immoral seizing of land to what is going on now in Palestine. Since the creation of the State of Israel, Palestinians have become the largest refugee group in the world. Over the last few decades, the Israeli military has armed settlers to illegally seize homes in the West Bank and Jerusalem, even though the residents are supposedly protected under international law. More recently, Israel's indiscriminate and bloody bombardment of Gaza has left more than 16,000 people dead, half being children, and 1.9 million people displaced from their homes. There are disgusting parallels between what is going on now in Palestine and the history of atrocities that America has committed against black and brown people. After all, this country was built on the brutal murder and destruction of indigenous people. How can we uphold our moral duty to honoring our citizens and honoring indigenous people everywhere when our activism falls short when it comes to Palestinians? Do the cries and the displacement of Palestinian people sound and look different to you because they're Palestinian? Many may ask, why does it matter if Athens-Clarke County acknowledges this tragedy or not? I will leave you all with one thing. The acknowledgement of Lindentown came decades later than it should have. The displacement of the residents in Lindentown should have never been displaced, and they deserve reparations. The time to act and support displaced Palestinians and condemn the genocide that's happening in Gaza is now. We have the opportunity to stand on the right side of history and say that we believe indigenous people have a claim to their land everywhere. I hope that you, Mayor Gertz, and this commission listen to the cries of its constituents and decides to join us on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasmin. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Sahar, and we are all here gathered today because of the lack of care for the innocent Palestinians being slaughtered at the hands of the genocidal government of Israel. Individually, we are small, but there are millions of us worldwide whose hearts cry out for the justice of the people of Palestine. Regardless of the scale, every act of resistance has an impact, which is why we stand here today demanding a call to a ceasefire. We live in times where every inhumane act can be seen, monitored, and displayed online, yet you all refuse to acknowledge and continue to fund the murder of innocents. It's convenient to switch off devices, to feel fatigued by the repetitive cycle of killings. However, such a luxury cannot be afforded for the people of Palestine. You can close your eyes and go to sleep as though you saw nothing and none of it was real. But do not sleep thinking that the blood shed in Palestine is any different than the blood that runs through my veins or that of your own. Nothing makes me or you different than the people of Palestine. The cold earth of your grave is not any different than the mass graves that have been dug for 16,000 Palestinians and counting. The children of Palestine are not different than your own. I implore you to remember that daily, and do not be complacent. Do not forget it. The silence of this body signals the complacency in genocide. You need to recognize that the needs of your constituents and the demand of the immediate ceasefire to hold Israel accountable for the crimes against humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Svar. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Hannah. I'm a student at the University of Georgia. I'm here to address the hypocrisy and eye blinding committed by the ACC in regards to the ongoing Palestinian genocide. My presence in the city has brought me nothing short but an obvious display of gentrification, an ever-expanding college campus that washes out the despair of the residents of the Athens-Clarke County community. You all emphasize expansion of affordable housing, community strengthening, more funding of public municipalities. It is clear that your intention lies in extending social welfare for the benefit of your civilians. I recognize and we all recognize that the committee before us overwhelmingly holds progressive views. How can you be advocating for improving the livelihood of Athens residents while failing to condemn the active, complete decimation of Gaza, only 360 square kilometers and with over 2 million residents? What good is having a politic if not applied universally? I could read out all the numbers of deaths, injuries, airstrikes, hospital bombings, infectious disease outbreaks, famine tracking reports, and other aspects of the man-made humanitarian disaster Israel is imposing on the Gaza Strip as a form of collective punishment. I think we genuinely do not have the time to read out all of the war crimes, treaties, and international laws that Israel has and is actively committing in the occupied territories, both before and after October 7th. Americans love to argue that this issue is completely unrelated to us and that we have more pressing issues here to address. Yes, we do have many issues our politicians are wringing their hands over. We are yet to receive our promised efforts of working towards universal health care, erasing student debt, nationally working towards affordable housing for all under the Biden administration, of which they and the DNC claim to be representatives of minorities in this country. The only representation they've committed is speaking on behalf of our tax money and devoting it to their neoliberal agenda of destroying other countries. We see the extreme repression of Palestine at our national government levels. In a current political climate where almost every single issue is pretty extremely partisan, we find both sides of the spectrum enthusiastically rallying behind a genocidal settler colonial state with unwavering support for its current abhorrent campaign. Politicians from President Biden to our own Senator John Ossoff peddling propaganda, debunk claims of beheaded babies and mass sexual violence, all fueling a narrative to grasp onto the flimsiest of justifications for carpet bombing and severe blockades. We're always told to participate in our local elections and build relationships with the representatives closest to us. And we've seen evidence of the success it can bring too. Earlier this year, we as Georgians were able to get the Georgia Senate Committee to vote against HB 30 IHRA, which would have criminalized dissent for Israel. The Atlanta City Council passed a unanimous resolution a few weeks ago in support of a ceasefire after tireless mobilization by the Atlanta community. So we know that constituents don't stand for genocide and representatives have the capacity to listen. Lastly, these past 2 months have produced an extreme censorship problem in this country. Campuses are being silenced for daring to acknowledge the Palestinian plight. And I want to dedicate this part of my speech to my fellow Athenians, Georgians, and Americans. The few reports circulating of a woman self-immolating at the Israeli consulate a few days ago have diverted all attention towards the perceived danger her actions impose on others. The most dire of political protest was given all but a dismissal of her incapacity to continue living through the American denial and perpetuation of this genocide. We are begrudgingly given the consent to convey our anger in a contained manner. Why does anger have to be permitted? What are the allotted durations?
Thank you, Hannah. I appreciate you coming tonight.
Thank you.
Howdy, my name's Hampton Barano. I live at 355 River Road. First, I'd like to thank Jesse Howe for their statement. It was very brave and deeply needed at the time. And furthermore, I would like to remind everybody here, I've spoken with many people here. I know that we are good, decent people. And I know that our constituents, 80% of Democrats and 66% of Americans nationally, want a ceasefire. We've seen numerous other cities, other countries call for a ceasefire. A resolution calling for a ceasefire would go a long way to start this conversation and to acknowledge the harm that's being done. So many have died so far on both sides, and peace is the only thing that we need right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gavarna. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Nora. I'm a student at the University of Georgia. My grandparents on both sides of my family fled Palestine during the 1948 Nakba, the mass expulsion of Palestinians. They are now in Lebanon. The closest thing they have had to being back in Palestine was when I went to Palestine myself and brought them soil from the village that they grew up on. I've been to Palestine twice now to teach English at an education center and explore where my family came from. Both times I've gone through the Tel Aviv airport, I was deemed a threat, held back, searched, touched, harassed countless hours by Israeli workers and soldiers because of my Palestinian roots. Now, a few minutes is nowhere near enough to touch on the discrimination I have faced, let alone the 75 years of oppression and apartheid. For many of us, our knowledge on Palestine started on October 7th. The toll count, the bombings, the soldiers invading cities, lack of food, water, electricity. For many of us, we see a situation get more and more deadly. But the story does not start on October 7th. It started 75 years ago when people like my family were given a choice to leave their homes or die. The story includes many wars. Many of the most basic human rights stripped with the international sphere condemning such a massacre. The story includes people internationally staying unaware, staying silent. Being unaware of what is going on is a privilege, one that is not given to 5 million people living with the trauma of war and what their next day looks like. Being unaware is a privilege, rooting and thinking some lives are more important than others, that Arabs, Palestinians, and Muslims are worth less than others. It is a privilege to call Hamas a terrorist organization and not 75 years of Israeli colonization. It is a privilege to hide behind performative activism when people I love, along many others, continue to suffer at the consequences of our silence. Our privilege comes at expense of the millions of people who are hungry, tired, scared. My students in Palestine send me photos and videos and messages on what happened every day. To know that the consequences of our silence reach my loved ones anger me. Being unaware, staying silent is a choice. So I ask, why are we waiting? Why are we okay with staying silent? It has been 75 years, and the noise has the power to shake community by community, city to city, state by state, country to country. So why do we stay silent? I'm here today to call on the ACC Commission and Mayor to bring the same awareness to Palestine as you all do on other issues that you care about. Now, if you don't see the value in using what power you all demand to a ceasefire, use it to support your Athens community members who need all of you right now. Let your future solidarity be louder than your previous silence. I'm here today to make my noise, to not stay silent, and to ensure the next time I go to Palestine, we will be free.
Thank you, Nora. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Vijay. I am with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and I'm a student at UGA. I came here today because for 75 years, Palestinian people, including many in the room tonight with us, have suffered under Israeli occupation. Many cannot return who are in diaspora, and those who are there are subject to a constant, everyday violence, one that doesn't make headlines here in the US. Since October 7th, though, we've been seeing headlines every day about Israeli atrocities in Gaza. Israel claims that this is to root out Hamas on the international stage, but in their domestic media, they openly admit to wanting to, quote, thin out the population of Gaza, and they make no distinction between civilians and armed militants. Now, this issue may seem very far away to some of you, but $1.8 million of federal income tax from Athens-Clarke County residents goes to fund Israel's bombs and bullets every year. $1.8 million that we could spend on affordable housing here in Athens. $1.8 million that we could spend on healthcare assistance, or dare I even say it, universal healthcare. $1.8 million that we could spend on teachers, on better schools. But instead of spending our tax money to fund our schools, our homes, our education, our healthcare, our jobs, our federal government chooses to spend it on destroying all of those things for an innocent people half the world away. That is why in Athens, we need to provide moral leadership for the people of the world. I'd like to thank Commissioner Houle from District 6 for being one of 10 voices on this commission, well, one of 11, including the mayor, who is openly calling for a ceasefire. As for the rest of you, I would like to encourage you, if you support humanity, if you support peace, if you support justice, to make your voices heard and call for peace, call for a ceasefire tonight. In the past 2 months, not even 2 months, Israel has killed over 16,000 people, as some have said earlier. Over 6,000 of those, and counting, are children. And that's not even and that's only counting the deaths due to bombs. That's not counting the deaths due to starvation imposed by the Israeli blockade or tainted water.
Thank you, Vijay. Appreciate it. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Cece. I was born here in Athens Regional. I live here and I work full-time here. So yes, there are those of us tomorrow morning who will be going to work, and we are here anyways, Commissioner Wright. I'm here to ask that the Athens-Clarke County Commission and Mayor publicly call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza. We saw success a couple of weeks ago when the Atlanta City Council approved a resolution that supports the Carter Center's recent call for a ceasefire in Gaza. We are asking for the same solidarity and support from our own government here in Athens. Only last week, the House of Representatives passed a resolution that, under the guise of condemning anti-Semitism, lays the foundation for future attempts at suppressing pro-Palestinian voices. According to Resolution 888, the denial of Israel's right to exist, or in other words, Israel's right to continue their occupation and terrorism of Palestine, is now anti-Semitic. This resolution does not reflect the will of the American people, and yet the House is already pushing through yet another anti-Palestine resolution that will try to equate the phrase, "from the river to the sea," a rallying cry for liberation, to hate speech, calling for the eradication of the Jewish people. The national government is ignoring history, truth, and its constituents just to appease AIPAC. What does the House have to say to Palestinian Jews? What does the House have to say to American Jews across the country who see the genocide that is happening in Gaza and are telling us when we said never again, we meant never again? The national campaign to silence Palestinian activists is aided and abetted by universities, even public universities like UGA. Artists, writers, and entrepreneurs are seeing their engagements canceled and projects defunded for speaking out against the murder of innocents. Academic leaders are losing their jobs for condemning genocide. Students and organizations are being suspended for protesting imperialism. UGAs have received memos meant to intimidate them into silence. We are being told to sit down and shut up by the same people who pander their diversity initiatives in every other instance. Apparently, Palestine is the exception to the rights granted by our First Amendment. So we turn to you, Athens-Clarke County. Our leaders have forsaken us and are now actively targeting us for demanding that Palestinians be guaranteed the rights supposedly promised to them by the United Nations. Will you also tell us to sit down and shut up? Will you also tell Palestinians across Athens and across the country to sit down and shut up while their families are being murdered by a US-funded military? Or will you be the ones to accept your public responsibility and speak out against the genocide of innocents and the unconstitutional treatment of the pro-Palestine movement? All we're asking for is a resolution affirming that Athens says no to genocide and no to those of us who are being censored for condemning it. Thank you.
Thank you, Cece. Good evening.
Hello. Hello, my name is Isaac. I am an Athens-Clarke County resident in District 2. Hi, Melissa Link. And I've lived here for 3 years now, or going on 3 years now. I study here at the University of Georgia. I work here, also at the University of Georgia. And I worship here at Oconee Street, UMC. As a city council, it is your duty to set a precedent. It is your duty to keep your residents safe. So why have y'all been silent on Athens' complicity and participation in the GILI program, which is the Georgia International Law Enforcement Exchange Program? Well, there is no transparency for officers who have participated in the GILI program, which proudly, by the way, boasts a map of the counties and cities which have participated in the program here in Georgia, and Athens is here on that list. Many officers who have participated in GILI claim that Israeli law enforcement have become close friends and even like family to them. So we have officers who share those sentiments here in Athens, likely. Close friendships with those who have murdered thousands of children in the name of justice. Close friendships with soldiers who offer a 74-year-old Palestinian woman water, take a photo for good press, and then shoot her and kill her. Close friends with those who arrest children with no due process for throwing rocks. Close friendships with an occupying force that perceives other humans as quote-unquote animals. Having officers which condone and even participated in the training with and exchange tactics with Israeli officers should make anyone living here feel completely unsafe in their community. And I personally feel like it makes me feel the opposite of safe. I want full transparency of which officers have participated in the GILI program along with when. I want a denouncing of the city of Atlanta and its participation in the GILI program. I want my tax dollars to go to housing and caring for our community instead of giving money to Israel for war, as I said previously. Even though we may live in a small city, I think that it is increasingly clear that you all need to have a resolution to at least condone the genocide taking place in Israel right now and support a ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you, Isaac. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Trevor Williams. I'm a student here at the University of Georgia. I'm not an Athens resident, though. I just go here for school. But I will be representing Students for Socialism here at the University of Georgia, as well as the Party of Socialism and Liberation. And I would just want to talk about why I'm up here today, asking for a ceasefire, demanding a ceasefire, and why I stand up here and see the Palestinian struggle united with the black struggle here in America. And I want to go a couple years back. So on May 31st, 2020, a large protest was held in downtown Athens, speaking out against the unlawful killing of George Floyd by a police officer earlier that year. Hands up, don't shoot, I can't breathe, and no justice were just some of the words being chanted at the protests. Others simply said a phrase we all know too well by this point in American discourse: Black Lives Matter. There was no threat of violence, no vandalism enacted by the large crowd, which actually grew to its peak that day at about 2,000 people. Yet Athens-Clarke County Police and the National Guard were both called in to disperse the crowd. People were arrested, tear gas was thrown into the crowd to disperse the crowd faster, and this was quote from Brian Kemp, to prevent lawlessness and guard against those who wish to damage private property and public safety. Quote, Athens government was not alone in this sentiment, of course. We saw countless local politicians from across the country, media figures, state governors, even the then administration at the time, the Trump administration, call those who stood with George Floyd against this looters, rioters, terrorists, thugs, and it needed to be met with fierce and strict police resistance. And the message, the meaning behind the phrase Black Lives Matter was muted and distorted and flipped. And in the aftermath of that year, many governments across the country still chose to increase the police budgets. According to an article from the Flagpole posted on May 2nd, 2022, Mayor Kelly Girtz proposed budget cuts that would affect property tax rates as well as boost police funding. Keep in mind that a quarter of the population of Athens-Clarke County identifies as black. How is this in any way a measure taken in support with the majority of the people there? I can't help but parallel the same rhetoric that I hear now that was used with black people a few years ago with the Palestinians who are also facing state repression in Israel. Terrorists, monsters, thugs. We must all phrases we hear the media label Palestine, who do not wish to stay silent in the face of oppression. Worldwide, we have seen millions of anti-war and pro-Palestine protests, not just here in Athens, but across the country to stand in solidarity with an oppressed people. From Berlin to Tokyo to South Africa, UK, Toronto, even in Washington, D.C., the largest rally was ever held in America. Over 500,000 people came in support of the Palestinians. And despite what the majority of the mainstream media may say, despite what the Biden administration may say, CNN, the New York Times, Fox News, BBC, or even local Athens news articles here, we recognize and understand the majority of the people, the plight of the Palestinians.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
And that is why we're calling for an immediate ceasefire, and it is your duty now to speak on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
My name is Trey Holloway. I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation and a local student at the University of Georgia. I would like to address the elected leadership in this room for their inaction and silence on the most documented campaign of genocide that we have seen in recent years. Throughout the last 3 months, Israel has made an active effort to displace and eradicate Palestinians living in the occupied territories. In Gaza, the IDF is currently occupying and preventing any Palestinians from returning to their homes in the north. Even those who return to bury their dead are shot for ignoring Israeli occupational orders. In the West Bank, Palestinian civilians, including children, are tried in military court and taken as prisoners on arbitrary charges. Over 3,000 of them, some young as 6 years old, have been abducted from their homes. Many have been also murdered by paramilitary settlers and the IDF for simply existing on their own land. And it is our money, the tax dollars of everyone in this room, which pays for the bombs and bullets that Israel uses on the Palestinian people. On all levels, it is our government, our representatives, you, all of you, who give its unwavering support to Israel and refuse to stop this genocide. We all have a responsibility to humanity, to defend, uplift, and protect the most oppressed of our kind. And we fail that responsibility when we allow open and active genocide to take place. As elected officials, you have an even higher duty to represent the people, to act in their best interest. And you failed on both fronts. Millions across the globe have risen up in defense of the Palestinian people and are calling for a permanent ceasefire. Here in Athens, like many people have said already, people of all demographics have rallied calling for the same: an end to the Israeli government's genocide and occupation of Palestine. And all of us here tonight at City Hall demand you also do the same. We want you to call for an end to the genocide, an end to the occupation, a permanent ceasefire. A permanent ceasefire now, today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holloman. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Alina, and I'm an Athens resident for over a year and a half now, and I plan on sticking around for a while, so you're stuck with me. But I just wanted to come here tonight to talk to you about Palestine and why we should care about it. As we heard from our community members tonight who spoke about important matters like habitat housing and the push for a new halfway house with New Life House of Hope, we must look out for one another and speak up for one another in our communities, and that was reaffirmed by what we heard tonight. This means our communities on all levels, local, state, global. We cannot live our lives in a bubble pretending that we here in Athens should not be concerned with what is happening elsewhere, or that we can't make a difference, so there's no point in even trying. Here in Athens, low-income families and women in recovery are just trying to live and improve their lives. As one council member said, our community members are being forced to come here and line up just to justify their existence. While Palestinians are constantly trying to justify their existence to us all, pleading with the world to listen, Palestinians, just like all of us, just want to be given an opportunity at life. I was taught that all human life is valuable, and that as a human being, I have a responsibility to all other human beings, whether here in Athens, in Palestine, or anywhere else. We have an obligation to protect human life wherever it is threatened. I've been told to stop involving myself in the fight for Palestinian freedom because I'm not Palestinian and I'm not Jewish, but that does not matter because I am human, and I refuse to lose my own humanity by remaining silent and not speaking up. Palestinians are human beings just like you and me. They cry tears of fear and grief. They feel anxious for their future, not knowing where they will live tomorrow or if they will have access to food. They experience crippling loneliness in the face of trauma and pain. I know we all here have experienced at least some of these very human experiences. Palestinians have been living these experiences nonstop every day for over 75 years. So I ask you all, especially the council members, because that's what we're left with, especially that how you would feel if the world turned its back on you and your family in its darkest time because it's too complicated or some faraway issue. It's not too complicated. It's not a faraway issue. It's a human issue, and we have an obligation to speak up for the humanity of all Palestinians. And in doing so, we speak up for our own humanity too. So do the right thing. Be on the right side of history. Put Athens on the right side of history. Choose life, choose humanity, pass a resolution in support for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, and join us in our human fight for Palestinian freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, Alina. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Ezra Lewis, and I am a representative of Students for Justice in Palestine, and I want to start with this. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to win. We must love one another and protect one another. There's nothing to lose but our chains. And that is Black Panther Asana Shakur. This sentiment has been echoed many times by different revolutionaries, and I echo it now to remind the people in this room why we are here and why we fight. Why we fight you and your silence when you're supposed to be fighting for us. While I'm not foolish to believe that any of you view yourselves as revolutionaries, I expect you to view yourselves as public servants, because that's why you ran for office, right? As a public servant, I ask why only one of you has expressed the need for an immediate and permanent ceasefire on Gaza, when polls have shown that 65% of American adults want to see this happen. Who do you represent? There's no legitimate answer that you can give me to this question, so I want you to know the reason why I'm asking you. I did not come here expecting to appeal to your morality. That is why I haven't mentioned the 15,000 people that have died in Gaza since October 7th, or the 300,000 homes that have been lost forever, or the 167 places of worship that have been desecrated in humanity's holiest of lands. I'm here to remind you that there will be accountability for your actions. I'm here to remind you that we see you. I see you when you seemingly do nothing to do anything about the houseless population in Athens. I see you when you deny affordable housing options such as accessory housing or halfway houses, and continually fail to provide sufficient alternative in a timely manner. I see you when you decide to not invest in public education or infrastructure or healthcare or environmental resource protection. I see you when you send Athens-Clarke County police to train in Israel through the GDOT program. So yes, this issue is entirely relevant to this legislative body, because Athens-Clarke County is responsible for $1.8 million of Israeli aid every year. And we as taxpayers in Athens-Clarke County are funding Palestinian genocide through our federal income taxes. While I recognize that this is outside, you might feel like this is outside of your scope, I implore you to do whatever is in your power to stand against this. We are asking you to take a public stand and call for immediate and complete ceasefire. You, so-called public servants, should be using all of your political power and your representation in Athens to stand against genocide, period. And so, since you have decided to not act as public servants, we are here to keep you accountable. That is why we're here as college students at 12 a.m. at night on finals week. So you can laugh and scoff and roll your eyes and talk about how we don't have a job in the morning, and that's why we are allowed to be here. But we are committed to continue to show up and call for a ceasefire, because we know that it is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to win. We must love one another, and we must protect one another. And there's nothing to lose but our chains.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Deller, and I'm a student at the University of Georgia. My name is not a very common name, and the reason for that is because very few people in my family were fortunate to make it out of Europe prior to the Holocaust. Many of them were annihilated. I've heard stories about this from my family for many, many years, which is long enough to recognize when it's occurring to other people around the world. I've also been visiting Athens for many years as well. And for this long period of time, I've been able to see with my own two eyes many of the issues that other people have discussed here tonight, such as houselessness and addiction. And that's why it greatly pains me that many of you have chosen to allocate $1.8 million not to treating such issues, such as addiction and houselessness, but rather to ending bloodlines and names in the same way that mine almost was. I don't have much to say other than to implore you to use this money to help the people here as opposed to hurting anyone else anywhere in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Dylan. Good evening.
Hi. Hello. My name is Moss Jocelyn. I live at 335 River Road. I had some things written, but I'd like to say a few things before I say what I've written. I am not Palestinian. I'm not Arab. I am not Muslim. I'm not Jewish. But I have been homeless. And I wasn't going to talk about this when I wrote what I was going to say today, but some comments from commissioners said on the side to my friends have made me kind of angry a little bit. Because I was kicked out of my home at 18. I know what it's been like to be homeless, and I know that complete fear and earth-shattering dread of just like nothing. To not have a home to live in is awful. And I don't know how many people on this commission have actually dealt with that realistically and I don't know how many people have dealt with that. And I just want to reinforce that if you haven't, then you don't know what it's like. I'm a college student. I work a job. I'm here at midnight on finals week, as people have said, not because I'm just some college kid with nothing to do but be a social justice warrior, but because I have felt that fear that I don't want anybody else to fear, and if I have the ability to, I'm going to stand up and I'm not going to be silent. All right. My name is Moss. I'm a student organizer and Athens resident. I'm here to speak to my representatives in my community about a genocidal assault on the people of Gaza. This is being performed by Israel, by money and weapon, paid for by my taxes that I pay in the city of Athens, Georgia. Over 700 people at this point are being killed today, and I find the thought shameful to know that violence and injustice are happening and to sit there passively and not say anything. And that is why I continue to organize for Palestine in Athens, Georgia, as I have for about 2 years now. As for you, City Council, I implore you to use your position to do something, to say something, to put something, give something to your Athens residents, to your Arab, Muslim, Jewish constituents, the people that are affected about this, the people who are losing families, to say something, do something, call for a ceasefire, even if you don't think it will do anything, even if you don't think so. Moving the opinion of the nation forward, just showing that these people can't keep giving money to a genocidal government and nothing will happen, that we will continue to vote for them, that we will continue to show up for them, because we will not. The people will draw the line at genocide and they will not go out and vote for the Democrats. So just have that in mind when you continue to do what you're doing on this body. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Jocelyn. Good evening.
Hi, my name's Ian. Me and my family have been residents of Athens for over 25 years. I graduated from UGA from business school. I just wanted to thank Moss and all the students here who have come up and spoke. I'm a resident here. I've been a student here as well. And I'm humiliated and embarrassed to be a resident of the city. While sitting through this meeting, as I hear nonstop comments about what we can do with these little pennies and nickels, and we can give them to people who are on the street. We're going to all sit up there on our phones and our computers looking at news articles up there the whole time while all the whiny students back here talk about the truth. But we don't want to send this millions of dollars over to bottom children. We'd like to keep it here. We know that this is tax money that's coming out of this city, going over there, however it is. But we know that you guys look at us like we're just a bunch of young idealists who don't know what reality is. We don't have jobs tomorrow. I'm sorry, but we do. And I've lived here longer than some of you have even as well. So the patronizing idealism, all that nonsense is not really going to help. It's not going to help you get elected in November or whenever your next reelection is, and it's not going to help your Democratic Party, which most of you are part of. Palestine will be free. You should draw up a resolution to call for a ceasefire now in Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Good evening.
My name is Vale. I am a resident here as well as a student of Athens, and I'm just here to mostly speak on the moral imperative towards voting for a ceasefire. I understand that for many of you there are political considerations to think about, but I'm hoping inside of each of you there is a level of humanity that I can reach through with this statement, which is that at the end of the day, any amount of war, killing, imperialism is something that you must fight against. It is the move towards fighting for the right to life is ultimately a move that comes a priori before everything else. Before politics, before a vote in November, before any of that, comes a fight for the ability for someone to live, to breathe, to be able to have the means to survive. And if you don't believe that, then there simply is no humanity left in you. That's simply what it is. And I hope that some level of moral pejorative pushes you forward and sees all these people in the room who are all, again, here at midnight when there are simply better things to do. I'm sure many of you look at us as just silly college students, but silly college students are downtown right now drinking their life away. It's true. But we're out here trying to at least push you towards some form of morality here. And again, even if you believe at the basis level that this does nothing for you politically, that in fact this hurts you politically, I implore you to think about the moral imperative that exists in each and every one of you. Wherever that is, however deep it may be after years and years of extremely pessimistic dealings with politics, I hope that the idea that you should fight for a world that does not see any more genocide, that a world that does not see children having to bury other children, I hope that is a world that you are willing to fight for still, even after all these years in politics. I can't say anything else that hasn't already been said before, but it looks like I'm the second to last speaker, so I'll hope that this leaves you on a roughly good note on the idea that you should be fighting for a permanent ceasefire for a world that is better, regardless of whatever other imperatives that you believe that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Vale. Good evening.
My name is Amanda. I am a resident of Nicholson, Georgia. I live my life basically here in Athens. I'm not a student. I'm a mom. Tonight is my 8th wedding anniversary, and I left my partner with his blessing and our 2 children at home so I could come and talk to you tonight. I want to thank every one of you sitting up here tonight for the attention that you have paid to these students and these speakers tonight. I came here because I believe in you. I believe in you. If you did not already believe in a better world, you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't have run for office. You wouldn't have spent 5 hours of your life tonight listening to the people in your community so that you could support them. So I believe that your hearts are good, and I believe that your hearts are open. Have you seen the blood in the streets? I have. I have watched so many journalists. I have watched so many citizens in Palestine suffer. And to watch is a privilege. It's a privilege to grieve with them. Have you seen the missiles burning a hole in the night sky? I have sat in this room tonight and I've listened to families express concern about safe, quiet, kid-friendly neighborhoods. Please tell me, what would you want if your children had been going to sleep to the sound of warplanes for 59 nights? I have sat here tonight and heard many, many words about houses and homes and buildings. I want to know what you would want. What would you want if you no longer had your home? If you were living in a makeshift tent in December? I want to know how much you would want anyone to speak on your behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you for everybody for joining us this evening. Manager Williams, anything to leave us with tonight? Attorney Drake? Auditor Hassmer? No? All right, we'll begin with Commissioner Davenport and end with Commissioner Hamby.
All right, thank you, and thank everybody for staying so late. I was going to make a comment on the ceasefire, but I do want our public to understand, like, no, I'm not going to go down that road, but there's a lot of problems in America. I can say that. We got AR-15s killing kids. We have black people can't go to the grocery store, they're getting shot. You know, I'm sympathetic to what's going on in the world, but I've just grown up I was raised in a home where we had to take care of ourselves first. But any statement that make people feel good about themselves, let's do it. But the bigger issue is not with the local government. And I love the fact that y'all are a lot of UGA students, a lot of young people. But that's great. But just, you know, we have an opioid pandemic in America. We got, just a lot of crazy stuff. But I don't do good with threats. I don't do good with, shame. This was the first time I ever heard that there was a resolution or that we should have been signed. If there was an email that somebody sent out, I apologize. I must have missed it, but it is new to me. But to come before us and criticize and shame us is very disrespectful, and it does not help the situation that you're trying to strive for. But I appreciate your efforts and thank you for your time. But Merry Christmas to everybody, and hopefully everybody, all the employees had a good time today at today's luncheon. That was very thankful, very nice to get to see all the employees. And just Merry Christmas, have a safe and wonderful holidays, and happy 2024.
I want to thank y'all for coming out. This is an issue I've been struggling with for a couple months now. I have my own letters to our senators that I've started and erased over and over again because this is a complicated situation that brings millennia of tragedy, and it's a sad, horrible irony how a legacy of genocide is begetting more genocide. We're cursed to live in interesting times. We have some fortune in that we live in a country, at least for the time being, where this is allowed to happen, where you are allowed to come forward and speak your mind on any number of topics, although that is under threat. Some of y'all have pointed that out, and I'm well aware of it. And it's increasing across the globe, and it's a fragile right we're holding on to in our own country. So I want to make sure y'all are aware of what needs to be done to hold on to that right in our own country. I've long believed in a two-state solution for Israel and Palestine. I don't really know what that means. I'm not well-versed enough in the intricacies of state building. I'm just in local government. I don't even like to call myself a politician. I'm just trying to make my own little community a little bit better. But I know that there are unconscionable atrocities happening overseas, and I don't know what power we have as a local government to address that. I have my own voice, and I can communicate that to those in federal government, and that's what I intend to do, and I hope y'all are doing that too. I hope you are appealing to our senators and our congresspeople, because they will be casting votes for further funding. And if we're doing anything as a local government, I don't know what this GDOT organization is, and I don't know that our own police officers have anything to do with it. I hope that we can get some information about that. But I do believe that the violence needs to stop, and I believe in a free Palestine, and I do believe that the state of Israel has a right to exist. So,
I do want you guys to know I appreciate and respect your First Amendment right and your passion. Ian, I really apologize, because Ian goes back a long time with my son. I made a lighthearted comment to him out in the hall. I did not mean it as disrespect for your whole group. I apologize in that respect about that comment out in the hall. So, and I can see that that was not taken lightheartedly, and I did not mean it with disrespect. But I ask that you respect my rights as well.
Okay. I stand, first of all, I stand in solidarity with Gaza and Palestine, and I call for an immediate ceasefire. But your disrespect tonight is unacceptable. Each one of you have privileged lives. Each one of you are going home with a roof over your head, clothes on your back, and food on your table. So to sit here and to assume that we as a local government do not care about what's going on, I've seen the same videos as you have. My 5 children from 15 to 2 years old have also seen the same videos. All of us here tonight are all standing on either side, but the hypocrisy that you guys speak of is also coming from the other side. So if Tiffany Taylor of District 3 doesn't get reelected because this group decided that she wasn't politically savvy to appease your group, that's totally fine with me. Because at the end of the day, I still represent my community, and I am still the descendant of a sharecropper who was born and raised in Athens-Clarke County, who has seen the same atrocities. The same grandmother who had a son shot and killed right in front of her in Athens-Clarke County. So before each one of you come up here again to naturally assume that none of us have went through something, you should look in the mirror, because we are all hurting. It is not just one subject. We are all hurting, sir.
I wrote on my paper at the start of this meeting, because I thought it was going to go long, breathe mindfully. So I just ask y'all for some grace. I'm going to do my best to say this in 3 minutes. I believe I heard an under the breath remark there that I started this. I did not start this. I had nothing. Yeah, this is people in our community. I have been outspoken about the situation in Gaza, but I think it's misrepresentative to say that I started this. First, just a few announcements. Keep Athens-Clarke County Beautiful is doing daffodil plantings, very good litter prevention effort and beautification effort this Friday, December 8th from 1 to 3 p.m. on the Tallahassee Road ramps. Anybody who lives in District 6 or 5 especially is going to be aware of how much that place could really use it. So thanks to them. And if you want to volunteer to help plant some flowers, nice way to connect with the community. Weather's slated to be good. Should be good. Bringing back the District 6 litter cleanups in collaboration with solid waste. It's going to be a big one this time on Saturday, January 20th. Exact times TBD, but that's going to be in Stonehenge again. I think it'll be like the 5th time probably we've been out in Stonehenge, but the first time that solid waste is really bringing like a full crew. So that should be really good. And there's going to be another District 6 Town Hall at the Cooperative Extension on Wednesday, January 24th, and that's also with ACC Solid Waste at 6 p.m. Gaza. I'll start by saying some people are referencing the 1.8 million. I saw that circulating on social media. I saw some puzzled faces in the room. My understanding of that, could be wrong, is that the calculus of 1.8 million in money from Athens going to this effort directly is basically a calculator that looks at the overall funding from the federal government that goes directly towards the arms in Israel to currently bomb Gaza and do other activities. And then if you look at the portion of that that would be applicable to Athens tax generation, that's 1.8 million from the taxpayers of Athens. So it's not money that we manage directly, but it is money that comes from this community, from the people we represent, and from ourselves. More directly, we do invest some amount of money, probably, I don't know for sure actually, unless we look into it, through our retirement package and things. So there's a boycott, divestment, and sanctions, a BDS movement that seeks to get governments and large institutions to divest from investments that are harmful. So I think that's one thing we could look at, as well as looking at a policy that would keep our staff from training in a problematic program like GILI. I really want to thank the speakers for their dedication and their endurance to stay here till midnight. And I also really want to thank my colleagues. I know many of y'all were really talking about needing to go because you have work, and many of these folks have work or class or finals. I got a baby, got to get up early for that. But the folks who spoke are both our present and our future. Like if they're going to school here, they are residents here. I think one person kind of erroneously said that they're not, but if you're here for school, you're living here, unless you're commuting. Most of what they said is verified by international organizations like the UN and the WHO and Doctors Without Borders and plenty of journalists, not just those working, in Israel or Palestine, but the New York Times and the Guardian, So this isn't some fringe thing. People abroad do not get a vote on the bombs that we or our allies drop. But we get a vote, at least on the people we elect who will decide how to spend money in our name and money that we contribute. So while it feels erroneous maybe to think of a local government considering something like this, I really think we should ask, if not us, then who? We all play a little part, and I can keep saying some stuff on Twitter or attending rallies like I did last Thursday, but that doesn't mean anywhere near as much as this body making a formal statement. So I would be deeply interested in us making a statement that expressly values the life of all people in our community and abroad, that calls for a ceasefire. A permanent ceasefire would be ideal, but certainly at least a ceasefire in this current moment where the circumstances are that we are, our federal government at least is directly contributing to an absolutely heinous situation. I don't know how much folks here have looked at, read about, listened to, watched what's happening there. It's really, really horrific, like profoundly horrific. So to put it in scale, Athens-Clarke County is barely larger than Gaza. Like only by, Gaza is almost exactly the same size as Clayton County, third smallest county in the state. So it's barely larger than here. 2.3 million people live there. We talk about density issues here. Imagine that. Now imagine that almost half that population is under the age of 18. Then imagine that everyone who's living there has no state identity. They're stateless people. So they're, except for rare exceptions, to go through complicated hoops, they're unable to leave. In Gaza specifically, all of their resources are controlled not by themselves, but by the state of Israel. Water, electricity, the inflow or lack thereof of food and medicine. And they were given orders to move while being bombed from one half to the other. So imagine everyone on the east side having to move to the west side while being bombed, while trying to figure out a route where roads keep disappearing and bridges keep being bombed. And then imagine a while later, after a brief ceasefire that we just saw, they were being ordered to move back to the rubble, which is all that remains of most of these entire towns, while being bombed. Estimates conservatively are at least 16,000 people, but plenty of other estimates put it above 20,000 people that have died already. Many more injured. Disease is spreading. Most of the hospitals are closed, some of which have been bombed directly. I'll avoid trauma spilling more. I mean, I hope people here can look into it, but if we think of this as relatable, it's an area barely bigger than our own community that's being incessantly bombed with far more people. And when we talk about poverty here, imagine if the average income was less than the average income in Haiti for all those people. That's what's happening in Palestine. So these are people with so few resources. I kind of lost my place here, but just a couple other thoughts and then I'll shut up. I think there's a lot of questions. I even heard it from one of my colleagues. Why would we do this, right? We have so much to focus on in our community. Why would we do this in Athens? And I implore you to consider the relevance to us for three main reasons. So pick whichever one or all three, and I am so very interested in authoring some kind of resolution that at least most, but ideally all of us could agree to. I think that would be really powerful. The first is that we have two senators who know how important our community was in electing them, and they do have a direct say in how these resources are spent. And a letter or a voicemail from me or Commissioner Link individually says way less than a formal letter from us as a body. Second, we have a state legislature that in a special session went off what their original agenda was to pass a special resolution that totally missed the mark. And you can hear some and read some reports from our Representative Fry about why he dissented, because it just totally missed the mark, I'll say. And so we also, I think, secondly, are called to speak up because our more local representatives are saying the opposite of what I think many of us believe, certainly the opposite of what we've heard tonight. And the third, and the one that I think is sort of undeniable, is that we are here to represent and to work with our community. And this is our community, right? And there's so many more people who aren't here, who may or may not share identities or direct connections to the people of Gaza or the people of Israel, whatever we want to call it. The people of that land are indigenous, both of Jewish and Arab descent. They're indigenous people of varying backgrounds from that land. Our federal government happens to be funding one portion of them to largely eradicate the other portion of them. And that is the crux of what we're talking about here. And many people in our community see themselves in that. I mean, the Jewish Voice for Peace organization has this quote that you've heard a lot in protests if you've been listening: never again for anyone, never again is now. And I think that's designed to really compel us to think about, we all grew up learning about the Holocaust. And we have thousands, if not millions, of Jewish people specifically citing that and saying, this is what's happening again. So I really, really feel like we should say something, whatever we can all find to agree on to say. You've obviously heard my opinion. You've heard from plenty of people here tonight. Because at the very least, regardless of what we call on our federal officials to do, and regardless of what we do with our own policies around potential BDS or GILI, we have some amount of impact on how the people in our community treat each other. And we're seeing people murder each other in other communities. And I was at the protest on Thursday, and I heard some really awful things being shouted at the people, some of whom we see tonight. And it just kept happening. And I have been on online forums where I've seen people I know are real people who live here, very much to my chagrin, people I know personally, who have explicitly, I'm not exaggerating, condoned the genocide of Palestinian people, have said that they believe they should all be wiped off the face of the earth because they asked for it. That is coming from our community, and I feel like we have a responsibility to counter that in an official way so that the rest of the people in our community can feel, at the very least, like we have their back, and so our staff can have an understanding of where we'd like to see them go in the future. So I know that was long, but I really implore folks here to get in touch with me, if you have, or the mayor, however we want to go about this, so that we can hopefully say something collectively. Thanks.
First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to the staff for their dedicated efforts throughout this year. We've made y'all do a lot of different things, and y'all come through every single time, so thank y'all. I'm encouraged by the collaboration that this commission has had in 2023. Even though we've had differing opinions, we've all come together and made decisions that were the best for our community. I don't want to focus on international issues. I want to focus on what's going on in Athens, Georgia. And our staff is busy with a lot of things, and I don't think we need to take our eye off of the ball of what's going on with trying to operate the business of this community. I wish everybody to have a safe and Merry Christmas.
Thank you. First of all, I do not think you are silly college students. I appreciate you all coming here this evening. I've listened to you all, and you've given me a lot to think about. You represent a lot of what I'm hearing on a national level when I turn on the radio and listen to National Public Radio or read the New York Times, and I get to see it right here and hear with my ears what you're saying. What I have circled on my notebook here is exactly what Commissioner Houle addressed, which was that I'm going to be thinking about the role of local government officials in terms of something like this, with internationally. I know I was I'm actually inspired that you are so inspired that you're here. That gives me hope for that activism, for you caring about the world. That gives me a lot of hope. There's a lot of issues, and you're here. I'm not sure what's going to happen on a local level. I'm not sure what I will think tomorrow, going forward, if there is a resolution or not. I appreciate Commissioner Hool's answering some of my questions or putting forth some points there to help me with what I was thinking about the role of the local government officials. I will say as a local official that I have said to myself, and perhaps you would say that more so than I need to, beyond that I am going to compartmentalize what I'm doing and focus on my local government. I'm well aware of what's going on in the world and listening to it. I have family members. My daughter's married, is a Muslim, and I have children who are Muslim and look Middle Eastern. I see the pictures of the kids in Israel, and now even more so in Gaza, and it's very easy to identify with what is, or to think of myself going through those situations, to think of those families running. And as I'm coming into City Hall and thinking about all these different issues that we're dealing with, I feel very privileged that I am not living in hell of trying to just survive, and watching children, like the images that I saw and that our last speaker, Amanda, referred to. So anyway, thank you for coming. I'm thinking about what you're saying, thinking about what Commissioner Hool is saying, about what my colleagues are saying. I appreciate you being here.
I guess we all 12:30, but we don't really rock the clock tonight. I'm a whole bunch older than all of you, and so when y'all were a little rowdy there when the lady spoke, that's my instinct to respond. That's what mamas do. Okay. To me, this is deja vu. Deja vu because when I was your age, I was protesting the Vietnam War. So I know what you're talking about. You're going to get older, though. If you keep living, you're going to get older, and you're going to learn. You should never lose your passion, but you will learn how to do things in different ways and get what you want accomplished. This is, who said that the college kids out on the street partying and y'all are in here with us? That's passion, and that's real. Now, I had no idea. Now, this is where I'm a little upset with you because most of you came in here thinking, we did not want a ceasefire. I want a ceasefire. I haven't razor sharp looked at it like you guys and your passions, especially for folk that have family over there. I razor sharp with the killings I have here with black men, boys killing themselves. I'm razor sharp on that because that's what I can relate to. But just because we did not respond, or I didn't even know about a rally last week, okay? You came in here assuming that we didn't care. And that was wrong. You got to figure out who the players are and what they bring to the table. Now, I don't know about a resolution, I don't know, but I surely would like to see y'all on other issues too. Some of those issues that are at my heart, okay? I would like that. No? You shaking your head, no? But there are issues that I'm passionate about, just like you are. We've got to figure out how we work this out together. There was a meeting at the library about a month ago, and there was a Muslim group there. And they came, I didn't go, but I heard about it later, to try to bridge that gap of what is going on. I don't know if anybody went, but they came in a way looking for support and peace. You do that first, and if that don't work, then you can assume whatever you want to assume. But a ceasefire, I don't think there's nobody around this rail that don't want to see the bloodshed in Gaza. Guess what? And I don't want to see no more bloodshed on North Avenue when black boys are getting killed.
Yes, we agree. We agree. We absolutely agree.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go ahead and just make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
I've got a motion to adjourn from Commissioner Hamby. I have a second from Commissioner Davenport. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Be safe. I wish safety to everyone.